Let's begin the fluffy madness. Alright, my stream is up, it is live, and I have a monkey here.
Hello everybody, how are you doing today?
And YouTube has changed their screen size. Again. Oh, at one point I had this fitting properly, and now I have to resize it again. There. So now we can watch the anime manga. And I will select the island remake. And we shall teleport over there and have a cutscenes. And while that goes on, I will get my food. It's a winter wonderland! Ah, ear rape!
Kaito Destiny my Akita, welcome to my channel.
Hey sis! Thanks for always coming to lurk. Da, 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 da. We got Winter Wonderland. We got Summer Bash.
God, wait, what Summer Bash is there too?
No.
I was gonna
I'm
say,
just saying for what we have. And where shall I build this time? I usually build over by Red Obby.
so far I'm the only one that's built, and I'm up on the crap thing on where am I? I am at 75.3, 73.3. There's Maywing. What the hell's that doing?
75, 73?
Yeah,
Oh, you're over Herb Island side. Okay.
near that side. Yeah, I'm on
Yeah,
the
you're near
Maywing
that side.
side.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in between. I'm
Um,
where the three rivers meet.
you're on that plat.
Yep, right at the top of the edge.
Yep. Okay. Yeah,
Of a stream.
you're right there. Okay. Yeah, that's a good build spot location. Um.
You can see it's not flat, so I'm not going far from the base.
Yeah. Let's see. Where should I build? Because there's a lot of trees all over, so trees aren't an issue. My issue would be more stone-wise. I can build in the swamp, north of the swamp. Actually, hey, the cave that's over by Herb Island, the lava cave.
Yeah.
You can walk an Enki through that pathway, right?
Yeah. Sure, so?
uh, hmm.
Pretty sure so, yeah, because my, oh yeah, no, I'm pretty sure you can.
Yeah, take a very
Pretty sure you
broken Enki in there and farm all the resources.
can. Yeah, oh, you mean the S-Enki.
Yeah.
S-Enki, you can load it up until it comes to max.
Yep. And I have a crane. I can super farm it. Not just with one crane,
I
two
haven't got that.
cranes.
I haven't got that on mine yet.
Yeah.
I haven't thought about making that. I did
Yeah,
have my
you know
feelings
what?
on it.
I'm gonna go. I will build over there. I will build over there. And it's a good location too
Kaito
for
Destiny
Rex's
Destroyer
or
of Toots,
Perry's
welcome to my channel.
because of
Speaking of
that.
series,
Because that
there's one
Bay
up
area has Rex's and Perry's spawn over there too.
there's a theory at my base, so I'm gonna trap it. I'm gonna make a trap
Nice.
for it, but I need more wood. Actually, I'm more thinking stone. I should make it out of stone. How much wood have I got? I'll make it out of stone. Already got
Am I getting cutscened?
okay, so copper.
Pokemon Community Game A Wild Stereo appears catch it using Poke Catch, winners revealed in 90s.
Nope. I'm not getting cutscened. I'm getting loaded in.
Oh, nice. Yeah, the servers should have the spawn animation disabled. All of them should.
Oh yeah, the spawn animation's disabled. I was going for the cinema cutscene,
Ah, yes.
but it's fine. I already have it. I have everything. I'm just waiting for it to let me move. Because right now I'm just doing a headbanging. Da 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 da. I gotta wait for it to show my fluffy self too, because now I look like a human. That is a Juraboa with spear launchers
What? Oh
on a
yeah.
sled.
You gotta kill it.
Yeah, those things are evil.
I think it's two, if I remember correctly. And
Okay, let's see how this RP is. Oh!
Pokemon Community Game Stereo escaped. No one caught it.
No saddle. I forgot the saddle. Can I move? Yeah, I can move. Ooh. Okay, wait. Spyglass. Okay, you are a vanilla trike, but you are a lovely white. Okay, now you rendered in completely. You went Play-Doh for a second there. What are you? Oh, that's Galley. Paleo trike. What is it with the Joker color themes? Good God. Green and purple mix. What is with that being so common everywhere? Oh, I see a Karen. A drunken Karen.
then.
It's a paleo one too, so it's extra pissy. Waha! Yeah, it's gonna be a while before my cosmetics load in, so I might as well just hunt and tame while I can. Let's see what we have here. We have a Gigacroc. We have the new theory. Radar duckies. Family of radar duckies. Lizard puppies, dillos, galleys, dimorphs, tapajara, poopy piggy. I heard a Bronto tail whip. That means something's fighting something. Something was fighting a Bronto. What was fighting a Bronto? I must see. I must grab the loot. A T-Rex failed life. Found it. Skull and arms. Okay. The Bronto that lived. There's it. That is the S-type Serato. Level 33. I might live, I might not live. I don't plan on playing the fuck around and find out game. Another paleotrike with a baby. Oh, this one has baby with it. Here's a lizard puppy with a baby. cute little stinker. Ooh, that's an idea. Yeah, let me go take a look at that spot, since that is definitely something new.
Let me in, let me in, let me in, let me in. Bro, you got no idea. What the fuck?
What are you doing?
What the fucking fuck? That cunt come walking inside my trap. Oh my god, I nearly had a theory on top of my head.
I see.
I'm so glad I'm recording
Are you streaming right now too?
this. Hey? So I'm not streaming, but I am recording.
Oh.
I've got all the audio from
Oh!
the game.
I can get oil from this?
Oil from what?
Coral. Blue coral rock.
You're right.
Yeah, it looks like a bumpy rock that's coral. And I got oil off of it. Hello.
Not?
Good morning.
Hey, Izza.
Hello. I just read it. But- so everybody's okay.
Yeah, so far.
Yeah,
Oh,
everyone's...
awesome. Really cool.
Host hasn't been up yet, but yeah, so far everyone else has immediately signed into where they were, so
Cool.
you
Yeah.
just have to stay all the way over there. Okay, I'll entertain you, not kill you. Stay. You stay that side, I stay this side. Come on. Alright, look, stop. Stop. Oh no, you look at me. Go away.
Ooh, trilobite, come here. Come here, trilobite.
Don't come towards me.
I want to poke you.
But hey, it's fabulous.
Yeah. There we go. Trilobite. Grab some wood. And I can make a little camp spot right here until I can make my interesting build right here. Let's see. That's right. I gotta go through all of my things. Since I'm mind wiped.
Wood.
Alright. So how have you been, Izza?
Good, good, good. Just woke up, having my coffee,
Ah, nice.
and the first thing I was seeing when I checked the time on my phone was Wanderer's message.
Yeah.
What?
I couldn't have done it with it at all.
Mm. Even though I was more moral support.
Pretty much. You're the one that done all the stuff. I mean, the pin alone is just gone.
Yeah, it's great help nonetheless.
I have an EOS ID. Everyone seems to have an EOS ID. It's great. Speaking of which, I better set up the other admin on the servers then.
Rustic feeding trough, bola. Huh. Arrow, bow.
Pokemon
Stay the
community
hell
game A
away from
wild
me.
Espar appears catch it using
What's good for you?
Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Rustic forge. Rustic smithy. Rustic. I love the rustic structures. Especially that elevator, it's fun. Oh god, and that bridge. The bridge is so fun to mess with. Make it go up high enough or make it go down low enough. It's like, what should I do? How to make people get trippy with it. Okay, intake. I wonder if I could do that. Oh, if I can make that into a
Pokemon
cliff
community
platform,
game
that makes
Espar escaped.
putting foundations
No one
down a
caught
lot
it.
easier.
She's on the island of Scorched Earth. I need to set up now. Travel there.
And then small bridge, medium bridge. Huh, that's new. Cartography table. Let's see. Shovel, wood storage.
Part of that one, but that's okay. I'll want to spawn in. Good to know that this is restored itself too. I'm gonna spawn in that single bed.
Oh, I didn't put a saddle on the horsey. You must always have a rustic throne.
Yes, I do have a rustic throne. How did you know that?
You must have one. It is a must need at your base.
Okay, that's kind of creepy.
It's like the regular toilet. You always have to have a toilet in your base to make it feel homish. If you do not have one to make it feel like home, it's like, why are you just shitting everywhere?
I'll be honest, I needed rotten meat, and I had a lot of meat because my mealworm was eating everything in sight that from my travels from our first spawn.
Yep.
First thing I done was got that little bugger out, and I made him a companion. He's been collecting a lot of meat, a lot of hide for me.
Uh-huh. Let's see. One. Wait. I forgot door. I need door. Rustic door. Rustic. Wood glass door. Rustic wood. Greenhouse.
Oh, does this go cluster? Does it?
Further.
What, did that set itself up cluster wide? Now that'd be outstanding. Especially it's done that. That is cool.
Ooh,
No way.
that is a very interesting pterodon killer. All right.
Yeah, which one would the normal Astrios? I haven't been to Astrios to set that one up. Now this will tell me if this sets it up cluster wide or not, because that's really uncanny. I haven't been here. I don't remember being to Scorched Earth to set that one up. That's new. Brand new.
Oh, that's right, a crypto. I need to go find some of those and
It
breed
is
them
on
again.
this one too? I swear I got rid of that. Which one's a label?
Let's see. A bunch of cactus on Scorched Earth. I can take that and make them more into propellant. Medium stone wall. Must have that.
Ko-fi Streambot visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
Ceiling, door. See.
No, it's not cluster wide, so I must have
Okay,
been.
let's see. Heath Gate. Fab generator.
The Discord bot. Wait, what? Add this Discord bot to your Discord server to unlock even more features like cross-server chatting, Discord to Arc chatting, sending commands to Arc from Discord, bot invite, enable bot enable that authorized. Let's test this on Death on
Milk has 2,903 gifted subs in my channel. He doesn't give a shit about fucking drugs.
fixed user authorization control. Is that from Arc? Maybe.
It's a bit in physics of and I work for a retailer.
Oh, I know what it is. I know what that's after. It's Steven
I'm gonna keep it in mind.
Oh, this time around I'll have to go on a water taming spree. Not gonna like it, but might as well.
Lexi, I can hear you, and I know you.
Flipper, tank. Hmm. Let's see.
Work messaging me a heads up that work hours are sort of closed. Hello? So pumpkin. She's I'm putting she's putting my things up on the thing. You can like step on me.
Okay. Well, at least it's good to know I can make stuff out of that. Let's see.
She posted it in her Discord. Don't go mess on your Discord.
Oh, excuse me. Alright.
Okay, what do I need? I got wood. Oh, I need thatch. That's what I'm missing.
So you can to this Discord server, give /r/add server.
Eighty.
Slash dash.
Either doing this is already people through here.
Storage box. Intake. Stone and flint for that. Okay. Alright. Let's see. style table just for storage. And
Pokemon community game A Wild Gulpin appears catch it using Poke Catch, winners revealed in 90s.
that's fine. Okay. Well, perfect. And
Pokemon community game Gulpin escaped. No one caught it.
Yeah, I'm going to have breakfast. I'll
alrighty.
talk to you later.
Have a good breakfast.
Bye.
Bye bye. Okay, let's see. Inky. I forgot a saddle. Can't believe I forgot the fucking saddle. Okay. Oh shit, this versus. Here, let's go take this out for a test run. Let's go. 166, 133. No, 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 come here, come here. I'm going fishing with the Therizino. Fishy, fishy, fishy. Apparently it's a little brisk here with the desert cloth. Okay. What killed a shark? Turtle did. Tally ho for an ass whooping.
Wisebot 2 viewers, plus 2, alarm clock 51 minutes and 29 seconds.
Okay. I need flint. The Wanderer has joined the Ark.
Left the Oh, hang on. Yeah, that's because I'm. Yeah, nah. Yeah. I left that us to join the island so I can put my character away. Then I know where he is. And then I have to sign out and shut everything down. I have to go. Yeah, I'm in the middle of packing up.
Alright. Alrighty, let's see here.
Pokemon community game A Wild Trumbeak appears, catch it using Poke Catch, winners revealed in 90s.
Alright, I will start the anime manga story here as well.
The story begins with a conference going on among the highest-ranking people of the Knights of Schwarz, which is a unit built to fight the Demon King's army, but now is recognized as an order. Sitting among them is our frail and fragile protagonist, Joshua, who raises his voice against his childhood friend, Loeb, who's now the commander and the hero of the Knights. One day, things get even worse for Joshua when he raises his voice against his childhood friend, Loeb, who's now the commander and the hero of the Knights. Lead plans to go up against humans instead of the demons, so he can bank on their weakened state after fighting the Demon King's army and steal their territories, but Joshua raises his voice against him and tells him to come back to his senses. Loeb mistakes Joshua's advice for disrespect and bursts out on him like an overgrown man-child. Joshua begs his friend to
Botrix, thank you for the follow at 7 at BBBLK.
Shall I dispatch the welcoming
but
drones?
instead of listening,
Oh.
Loeb, drunk on power, tells
Thank you
him
very
that
much
the
for your
order
follow
doesn't
on
need him anymore,
Kick
and
there. It's
accuses
greatly
his tools
appreciated.
of being the sole
I do
cause
hope
of their
you
defeat in the war
have
against
your
the demons.
I do hope you have a
Humiliated
wonderful
by his
time
very
here.
own
My name is
friend
Kaito
in front of
Destiny.
all the
I am the Blue Fluffy
Joshua
Dragon.
cannot
Nice to have
believe
you
his
here.
ears and asks if he really doesn't need him. Loeb's answer
Oh,
leaves
so
Joshua
Pokemon community
baffled.
game
He throws
Trumbeak
in the shop
escaped.
as memories
No
of the
one
good
caught
old
it.
days rush back, when Loeb used to praise his creations. Heartbroken,
We
he
are currently
quietly
playing
leaves the
Ark
place
Survival
and sets off
Ascended,
toward the
and
southern
I'm
front line,
chilling
hoping to
in
find
here.
work in the war against the demons.
And we are
The only
currently
skill
on
he
the
truly knows
new
is crafting
remade
almost
map
anything
of
from
the
the extra
island.
dimension,
So,
as long as he can
yeah,
gather the right
this is going to be
materials.
fun.
With no one by his side, his pet slime Wiz remains his only companion because, unlike some childhood friends, at least Wiz won't stab him in the back. Walking through the vast emptiness, he stumbles upon his future wife, a weary yet stunning maiden, whose clothes are stained with blood. Rushing to her aid, he quickly realizes she is a demi-human who is being hunted down by ruthless slave traders looking to make easy money. Joshua steps forward, taking the stance of a true hero, but the hunters dismiss him as a nobody because of his NPC-looking dumb face and charge without hesitation. To their complete shock, Joshua activates his absorption magic and yeets all their weapons into his extra dimension in an instant. He then uses his crafting magic to turn the weapons into steel arrows, which pierce through the hunters, taking them down in an instant. The injured maiden, watching everything, blushes as she thanks him, but the pain becomes too much, and she drops to her knees. Seeing her condition, our hero quickly casts his warm and gentle healing magic to ease her wounds. He tells her that the injury on her stomach might reopen and offers to help with it. After getting her approval, he swiftly crafts a cloth and carefully wraps it around her wound. Feeling a little more comfortable, the lady introduces herself as Lilia and reveals that she is a demi-human. Joshua does not flinch or show any concern. Instead, he introduces himself and offers to take her to her home. The young lady accepts the offer, and Joshua swiftly lifts her up in her arms, making her blush even harder. Before heading off, he quickly uses his absorption magic to retrieve all the loot from the hunters and starts walking away. Curious about his ability, Ilya asks him about it, and he takes a moment to explain. After some time, the two arrive at Ilya's village. Standing at the entrance, a demi-human named Net suddenly attacks Joshua with a spear only because he's a human, but Ilya stops the attack and explains that Joshua saved her life. As more demon guards surround him, Joshua carefully sets Ilya down and raises his hands, making it clear he has no intention of fighting. He apologizes to her and quickly turns to leave, but before he can take a step, Ilya grabs his arm and stops him. All of a sudden, a young demi-human comes running and shouts that one of their own has been stabbed while trying to take on an armored boar. The mood instantly shifts as everyone knows how dangerous these beasts are. Joshua is well aware that even a single armored boar usually takes at least 10 human hunters to bring down. In a hurry, Ilya asks Joshua to wait inside the village, promising to return the favor later, but he once again offers his help. Wasting no time, they rush to the scene and find a wounded demi-human gasping for air, barely hanging on. Through strained breaths, the man apologizes, admitting he took the risk because his family was starving and he had no other choice. Seeing the wounded, Joshua sits beside him and asks Wiz for a part of his slimy body to craft a powerful potion that instantly patches the demi-human's wound. The moment it is applied, a near-fatal wound heals completely, as if by miracle. The demi-human villagers, stunned by this healing, instantly see Joshua in a new light, treating him like some kind of holy figure. Ilya feels overjoyed and wonders how she could ever repay him. but Joshua tells her not to worry about it and asks her to rest as well since she's still not fully recovered. Suddenly, Ilya feels lightheaded and orders Met to keep Joshua from leaving before going in to rest. Met thanks Joshua and stops him from leaving, insisting that the chief's orders are absolute. Joshua asks her if it's okay for a human to stay in their village, to which she replies that they absolutely hate smelly humans, but he is an exception because he saved their lives. After that, she starts begging him to teach her magic, even going as far as offering her horn and soul with tears in her eyes. Before the waterworks get out of hand, Joshua calmly explains that he's never had formal training to teach them any magic, but he can craft tools for them instead. This makes Met really happy, and she quickly takes him to the village's weapon house. As Joshua examines them, he notices that the demi-humans only have primitive weapons and rely mainly on melee combat.
Ko-fi Streambot visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
That it's a weapon everyone can use from safety. With this, Joshua activates his crafting magic and makes a fancy crossbow, surprising the demi-human. Met calls his magic Divine Blessing, but Joshua corrects her and explains that it is simply his production magic. To demonstrate how the weapon functions, he takes her to an open field, where a single well-placed shot at a distant target leaves her in shock. He then begins training her, and Met quickly gets the hang of it, successfully landing 5 out of 10 shots in a row. Bursting with confidence, she starts bragging like an overexcited kid, claiming she can master any weapon, thanks to the crest of Asura. Joshua thinks that he has never heard of such a crest and recalls the Swordmaster crest, which grants insane blade skills, and wonders if the Asura crest is something unique to demi-humans. After that, he asks Met what she uses to fight normally, and creates a cool iron mace for her after hearing her answer, boosting her morale even more. With their weapons ready, the two head out for the hunt. Upon arriving at the location, Joshua spots a wild boar, enjoying its meal, and instructs Met to take aim. Following his command, she fires the crossbow, bringing the creature down with a single shot. Fueled by excitement, Met continues hunting, and after taking down her third target, she shouts in triumph. Joshua asks her to keep it down, but unfortunately, it is too late, as an armored boar joins the party. Met blames herself for the mess and urges our hero to run, but Joshua casually mentions that he used to hunt similar beasts as a kid with his childhood friend. He then lays out a plan and tells her to smack the creature's head with her new weapon while he keeps it busy, assuring her that the beast is as dumb as a rock. Without wasting a second, Joshua activates his magic, sending a flurry of sandy rocks into the creature's eyes. Moving in perfect sync, Met swings her mace with all her might, smashing its head and dropping it on the spot. As the beast lies lifeless, she bursts into tears of joy and tells Joshua how amazing his weapons were. Her heartfelt words make Joshua pause for a moment as he wonders when was the last time someone appreciated him this much. Seeing the villagers cherish his creations fills him with a rare sense of pride, and without a second thought, he promises to craft even more goods for them. The scene shifts to our duo returning to the village with their catch, which leaves Ilya feeling so indebted that she now believes she can never repay Joshua. He notices her unease and quickly reassures her by offering to stay and exchange tools for them. As night falls, the village comes together for a giant feast in order to celebrate the hunt. Being super tired, Joshua falls asleep, and when he wakes up in the morning, he finds both Ilya and Met waiting to greet him in bed. Before it gets too sus, Joshua shifts the topic and says that he will start the day by making new weapons for them. All the villagers catch wind of the news and gather at the village hall. Joshua prepares a large batch of weapons and lets the villagers test them out. However, he notices that Met ends up breaking the bows easily, which makes him wonder if the weapon is not suitable for them. But then Joshua notices Ilya holding one of them with a perfect stance. Realizing that she has seen it used before, he quickly crafts an arrow and asks her to try it out. Ilya demonstrates flawless execution, leaving Joshua speechless as he remarks that she might have a thing or two for archery. Unable to contain his excitement, he drops a stack of arrows on her to practice with in her spare time. But he doesn't stop there. After tickling Met with wind magic to measure her 3 sizes, he then crafts a simple yet sturdy armor for Met. Joshua tells them that it is strong enough to withstand even the sharp horns of a bull. Eager to make even more things with better materials, he asks the chief if there are any sturdy trees nearby. Without hesitation, Ilya leads him to a grove of iron teaks. Joshua recalls them being so tough that even steel axes can barely make a dent in them and suggests searching for something else. But Ilya simply raises her axe and, with a single swing, chops down the iron tree, making her idol Chuck Norris proud. The spectacle leaves Joshua's jaw hanging while Ilya gives him a proud grin. The villagers cheer for her while Ilya boasts that it's all thanks to Joshua's axe. He starts wondering if demi-humans possess far greater muscle power than humans, because even cutting down ordinary trees with such a basic axe is no joke. Within mere minutes, Ilya and the villagers present our hero with a massive stack of iron teeth. After cutting them all down, Ilya questions how they are supposed to transport such heavy logs. Joshua simply absorbs all of them in an instant, which leaves the lady in sheer awe. She then gets curious and asks Joshua what he is planning on making next. Our boy explains that he would like to make a sturdy fence for their protection, but Ilya seems unfamiliar with the concept. To demonstrate, Joshua takes her to the village, and after discussing an ideal location, he begins by constructing an archer tower on a nearby hill. After he poofs a massive tower into existence, she's amazed by how quickly he erected such a big thing. He then takes her up, and while they enjoy the breathtaking view, Joshua explains that by stationing someone here, they could easily spot and alert others of any approaching danger. Joshua then asks Ilya to gather him some stones and leaves everyone frozen in shock as he uses them to raise a massive wall along with several more archer towers in the village. With their village protected from danger, the demi-humans quickly prepare for another feast. Met personally cooks a delicious meal for Joshua, and as they eat, the conversation drifts to how she learned to cook from her parents. This eventually leads her to talk about the previous chief and the devastating orc invasion that struck the village 10 years ago. Hearing about it, Joshua recalls it as the war the humans lost, but he never imagined that demi-humans had suffered just as much as humans during that time. Met goes on with her story and explains that the giant orcs seemed particularly interested in their horns. Their village chief had attempted to negotiate a truce, but the orcs broke their word and went on a rampage. Ilya became their target because her horns were uniquely rare even among their own kind. One day, while playing outside, Met threw a stone at one of the orcs, but as mere children, she was powerless. The orcs easily overpowered them and tore Ilya's horn straight from her head. Her agonized screams brought her parents rushing in to protect them, and buying just enough time for the girls to escape. That was the last time Met could ever see her parents. After that, their former chief went alone to face the orcs and returned, barely clinging to life. With his final breaths, he returned Ilya's horn and passed on the duty of the village chief to Ilya. Met then points toward a hill to show Joshua the chief's grave, but to her surprise, she finds a watchtower standing there over the grave. Confused, she asks why he built it on that spot, to which Joshua explains that Ilya had allowed it. As they talk about her, they begin to wonder where she has run off to. Met confidently states that Ilya is most likely practicing with the bow Joshua made for her. She describes how tirelessly Ilya trains, dedicating herself to keeping everyone safe. Joshua asks about Ilya's crest and learns that it is called Hanya. Met explains the nature of Ilya's crest, describing it as one of gentleness and healing. She believes this perfectly mirrors their chief's selfless nature, as Ilya cares for them so deeply that she often puts herself in harm's way, even acting as a decoy to protect them from danger. Because of this, Met feels an immense desire to grow stronger, determined to one day return the favor. As Joshua listens, he enjoys his meal and assures her of his support. But before he can fully process the moment, an unexpected announcement catches him completely off guard. With boundless energy, and without seeking any approval, Met boldly declares her marriage to him. Joshua immediately objects, insisting that there is no need for such a decision just to make him stay, especially since he has already planned to remain in the village for a while. Ilya, with her eyes widening in shock, instantly rushes in and erupts with fury at Met, berating him for taking things this far. When Met questions whether she also wants Joshua to leave, Ilya, completely flustered and drenched in sweat, boldly proclaims that she will be the one to marry him instead. With this, a heated argument breaks out between the two, with each determined to claim the role of Joshua's
Oh, that's
bride.
cute. They both got
Seizing
him.
the chance, Joshua activates full stealth mode and slips away as quietly as a greasy gamer sneaking to the fridge at 3 a.m. By the time Ilya and Met realize he's gone, he's already in bed and safe from the chaotic family drama. At the village border, Ilya wonders about his
Pokemon
plans for the
community
day,
game. A
and he
wild
answers that
Dreadnought
he
appears.
wants to
Catch
fix
it
the
using
horrible state
Poke
of their
Catch.
backwater her
Winners
phone.
revealed in 90s.
Noticing the puzzled look on their faces, he asks the ladies whether they know of any place with shiny brown rocks or raw iron. Ilya replies that she hasn't really seen anything like that in the nearby forest, but she recalls seeing such rocks in the Aster Cave. Joshua questions how they'll get there, to which Ilya replies that no one has ventured there in ages due to the bats. Following that, she offers to guide him, but Met quickly clings to him, insisting that she should be the one to go since the chief shouldn't risk herself. Our hero agrees that everyone would worry about Ilya, and after seeing Met's glistening eyes, Ilya reluctantly steps back and bids them farewell. Later that day, the duo reaches the Aster Cave with their nerves
Okay,
unhinged
I'm
as
gonna
eerie
put my
sounds
food
echo
in
from
the
within.
microwave here.
Met gets pumped up and moves toward the
Kitties
entrance,
are
but
up,
Joshua
Kitty
stops her
2,
and points out that the bats inside could give her rabies. Joshua hands her a torch and tells her to yeet it inside. But something weird happens. The torch is instantly put out, making the two wonder if there's a pond inside. Just to be safe, they hide out in the bushes when, all of a sudden, a massive blob of diarrhea comes crawling out like a Dark Souls boss. Joshua quickly recognizes that it's a dust slime, which is a nasty mutant that gobbles up anything in sight. Hearing him say it's nothing too dangerous, Met whips out her spear and claims that she'll easily take it down, while bragging that she doesn't need Ilya's backup. But the instant she slashes
Pokemon
into the
community
slime,
game
it
Dreadnought
casually
escaped.
absorbs her weapon.
No one caught
The
it.
moment she stabs into the slime, it effortlessly
Ooh,
absorbs her
bad
weapon.
idea.
Met refuses to let go of the spear Joshua crafted for her, and the slime spits her out with great force. Joshua instantly summons a magic shield to catch her and conjures a massive pillar beneath the slime to stall it while carrying the muscle-brained girl as useless as Sakuta in a princess hold. Noticing how much he worries about her, Met offers an apology, but the slime homing in from behind doesn't give Joshua a chance to breathe. He considers putting her down to fight it himself when suddenly, a familiar face appears and steals the dust slime's attention. Ilya charges in like Zoro, blasting the slime to smithereens with the sheer force of her sword. Taken aback by her brute approach, Joshua wonders just how much she swung his katana to reach such strength. Shortly after, the worried villagers arrive, and Met apologizes for her reckless actions. With the aura of a true chief, Ilya reminds Met that it's her duty to protect everyone, making our teary-eyed musclehead vow that she'll train harder than before. Watching the strange yet heartwarming way the two worry about each other, a warm smile flashes across Joshua's face. Mere seconds later, Ilya starts lecturing Met to stop being a baka and listen when she's told to stay put. Joshua tries to cheer her up, saying that he was also at fault. After she tells Met to get some rest, Joshua celebrates that now
Kaito
they
Destiny
can mine all
Cookasks.
night with the
Welcome
dust
to my
slime gone.
channel.
Ilya gets curious and asks what Joshua plans to do with the resources, leading him to excitedly yap about how shockproof
At
dust
Kaito
slime
Destiny
armor is,
Cookasks.
and its
Welcome to
giant
my
magic
channel.
crystal can make powerful enchanted weapons. With that settled, Joshua steps into the cave, knowing it's going to be free of danger now that the boss is gone. Inside, they are caught off guard by the sheer number of slimes, one of which mutated into the extra-large poop emoji, but Wiz hops in to have a little chat with his jiggly buddies and clears the way. As the party delves deeper, Joshua is surprised by the sight of the walls shimmering in a stunning purple hue. Pulling out his trusty pickaxe, he takes a swing to investigate, making his eyes nearly pop out when he realizes he's holding the ultra-rare violet iron. Everyone gives him odd looks while our rock nerd goes on about how cool it is, so Ilya translates his yapping that the rare rock is useful. So once Joshua crafts everyone a pickaxe, the villagers join in on the mining, while the slimes help transport the haul outside until a massive pile is stacked up. After a steamy session of mining with Ilya and the others, Joshua heads out to find what looks like a lifetime supply, and gets all giddy imagining all the cool pots and tools he can craft. A villager curiously asks if he can craft weapons as well, to which he replies with a resounding yes. Later that day, as Ilya strolls through the chatting crowd, Joshua calls her over and reveals that he has made something special just for her and hands it to her. He hands her a katana, which she holds high before asking what it's supposed to be. Joshua explains that while he was browsing the library for inspiration, he came across the massive blades once wielded by her ancestors. Ilya then asks why he gave it to her first, so Joshua confesses
My
that
lenses
it's
are
the perfect
scratched.
weapon for the village's helicopter mom. Ilya gladly accepts the gift and thanks him, when out of nowhere, Met barges in, looking visibly jealous. Met stares death at him and starts whining about wanting one, too, so Joshua promises to make one for her as well. This only makes Ilya feel more indebted to him, but he tells her that he's simply happy to see her sad village thriving. With that settled, he shifts his focus to measures on how to fix a few key issues that need solving. The lack of safety from the wild, the unreliable food supply from hunting, and the lack of crops are pressing concerns, but the most urgent problem is hygiene. While the demihumans shower more often than the losers watching this video, they could really use a proper water source to keep their clothes and
Hey,
surroundings clean and
I
avoid
clean every
disease.
single frickin'
For the
day.
sake of his new home, Joshua strengthens his resolve to turn the village into a thriving place in no time. The next day, the entire village is shaken by the sound of howling wolves.
I
Amid
took
the
a shower
confusion,
before I got
Joshua instructs
to
Met to
stream,
prepare
so
everyone for a fight, ensuring that all capable archers gather at the northern border. As the group moves toward the source of the noise, the howls grow even louder. Joshua gets curious and asks Met how many enemies there could be, which she guesses over 100 from their footsteps. Ilya is visibly concerned at first, but as she looks more closely, her expression turns into shock. When everyone looks toward what they thought were attackers, they are speechless to see a pack of werewolves who have abandoned their home. Joshua recalls that werewolves tend to live far from society due to the threat of hunters and asks Ilya about their injuries. She confirms that they were probably attacked by slave hunters and quickly stops Met before she orders the archers to attack. A tiny pup that looks strangely familiar appears, and then it clicks in Joshua's mind that it's the same wolf that Ilya's attackers tried to kidnap. Introducing herself as Merc, the werewolf chief begs for passage through the village, explaining that her people were raided by scummy slave traders. Sympathizing with her fellow chief, Ilya wastes no time in ordering Met to open the gates and allows the weary werewolves inside. Just as their gates close, Joshua is startled by the slaver traders shouting as they approach, but halt in confusion as they spot the fortress in the middle of nowhere. Suspecting they might be holding hostages, Joshua refuses to let the trash army escape and orders Met to command her men to mow them down. The villagers launch their arrows and tear through them, which gets the slave traders panicked as they desperately cry out that they're on the same side, claiming they only came to capture some worthless demi-humans. Without hesitation, Joshua yells that he's not human and demands the immediate release of any hostages. Utterly speechless at the realization that this fortress belongs to demi-humans, the lowlifes try to run away with the werewolf children. Med curses at the cowards, but before Joshua can cook up a plan to catch them, Ilya yeets herself off the wall and flies straight towards the army of NPCs. Before they even react, the chief slices through them like she's playing a bootleg fruit ninja. In a desperate move, one of the slavers grabs a wolf girl, holding her hostage. Ilya offers to let him go if he releases her, which he accepts. But then, another piece of steaming hot garbage behind her says that she better scram or else. Snaps her out of it. He yells that she should return before it gets dangerous, and everyone celebrates her brave move. While Joshua stands there drooling over his future wife like a loser, Met takes over and gives orders on how to handle the injured.
Paper Dragon, hello everyone.
Hey, Paper
Kaito Destiny
Dragon.
Paper Dragon. Paper Dragon, welcome to my channel. At Kaito Destiny Paper Dragon. Paper Dragon, welcome to my channel.
Alright, I'm still gonna do some shout out
Kaito
here.
Destiny, so too Cookasksw. Stream Elements look it's Cookasksw they were playing Fallout 4. Go check them out at and give them some fluffy cheers and support.
I'm just playing a few rounds
Cookasksw
of,
URL.
Slay the Spire. Earlier today I played a game of League, and then I finished playing Post Void, which is actually a surprisingly short game. There, please.
Oh, they also got a jetpack.
Tell me where the freaks at.
But we went to the Sky Tree like shopping place a bunch, which was fun.
Hello and welcome everyone, my name is Kaito. I'm the Blue Fluffy Dragon. Glad you could be here. Currently I am playing Ark Survival Ascended on the Dragon Souls gaming community server. And I am currently on the newly remade island Island map, remade by Nakata themselves. And currently, I'm going around and getting some stuff set up so I can make a castle. The Dragon's Lair. So let's see. Yeah, that's fine right there. Castle craft structures, good. Let's see. Oh, wait a sec. Tape button. Okay. Smithy. We got the rustic. We got the kingler. Okay. The linger. Clinger. I'm short on stone. Okay, I need stone. Stone me! In a nice way. Oh.
Paper Dragon, so Death Valley is back up?
Yes, Death Valley is back up. I'm guessing Monkey forgot to do the notifications. Let's see. Every single crafting station, farming station. What are you doing, kitty cat?
Paper Dragon, I'll try again next weekend.
Ah, you gonna be busy? Still good. I got pizza and breaded cheesy sticks. Lay down. I need raw metal.
Girl to relax and asks where she came from. The little puppy explains that her people lived at the base of a mountain for a long time until the Fire Nation attacked. When Joshua inquires if all the slave traders came after them, Merc reveals that there were many more of the fire mages. Our hero quickly realizes that they'll need stone walls to withstand any future attacks from fire users. Setting that thought aside, he then questions whether they've met before, which the Wolfie confirms. Joshua finds this pretty sus and shocks both Met and Ilie by accusing the cheeky little wolf of intentionally dumping the attackers onto them. But instead of denying it, the good girl surprises him by admitting that she only tracked him down by following his musty virgin smell, hoping perhaps our sweaty protagonist could help her. Hearing her beg for their assistance, Ilia gladly offers to fight for the wolves, but Met isn't satisfied and asks what's next. Merc simply asks that they give the werewolves food and shelter temporarily, and in return, they will do whatever the village asks them. She continues that the slave hunters are pretty ruthless, so the demi-humans have to band together to fight them. Met agrees while saying that an enemy's enemy is a friend, so she decides to help them out. Seeing her injuries, Ilia also tells Little Merc to rest up well. Later, when she's sleeping soundly, Joshua feels bad for the tired, poor thing and asks Ilia to take a break as well. A villager then arrives while hauling a massive stack of loot scavenged from the fallen enemies. As Joshua examines the armor, his eyes immediately lock onto a familiar emblem, the seal of the Cortesia Company, known for being knee-deep in the kind of illegal activities that make even
Pokemon community game A Wild Ditto appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
to deal with the organization and their infamous mages if they wish to avoid the same fate as Merc's people. The next morning, Joshua wakes to find 3 ladies waiting for him instead of 2, with Merc now joining them. As expected from the
Paper
werewolf
Dragon,
tribe, she
Poke
has
Catch
shifted from
Ultra
the
Ball.
filthy wolf form into her a demi-human lowly. Joshua leads them to the fence he built, recalling what he learned about the fire mages in the Cortesia Company. Unsure of their true potential, he decides to reinforce the fence to ensure it can withstand their attacks. Thinking of a fire-resistant material, Joshua turns to Merc, who's now back in her wolf form, and asks if she remembers any areas with exposed rocky ground. Merc confirms, asking if he's looking for a rugged and cool place, and suggests that he might find something suitable across the Eastern River. Considering the Eastern River is wide and potentially dangerous, Joshua asks if there's another way across instead of having to swim. Met jumps in with a ridiculous suggestion, offering herself as a piggyback ride. Joshua immediately shuts her sad offer for a Magikarp ride down, pointing out that there might be aquatic monsters lurking beneath the surface. Ilya asks if they're really heading to the other side of the river, and when Joshua confirms, Merc volunteers to be their guide for the day. She warns them to stay alert as they might run into some big bad boars along the way. Both Ilya and Met decide to tag along, and Joshua gladly
Pokemon
allows
community
them to
game
use
Ditto
the
escaped.
extra hands in an
No
easier
one
way.
caught it.
Before they set off, he crafts a sturdy set of armor for Ilya. Then, turning to Merc, he asks if she can track down a specific type of clay. Wasting no time, Merc sniffs the air, picks up the scent, and leads him straight to the spot. As Joshua starts digging up the clay, Merc curiously asks why he needs it. He simply tells her it's useful, then gives her a quick demonstration by shaping a cup. He explains that it's much
Paper
sturdier
Dragon,
than wooden
Lurk.
alternatives. Joshua continues that the material can also be used for crafting tiles and bricks. Handing the task off, he asks Ilya to have the villagers dig up more later. With that settled, he leads the 3 ladies to the riverbank.
Enjoy
Upon
your
seeing
lurk.
the river, Ilya comments on how wide it is, but instead of worrying, Joshua begins crafting a series of bridge steps and leaves everyone stunned. With this, not only do they avoid getting
Stream
swamped,
elements.
but they
Hi
also
everyone,
don't have to
as a
worry
heads
about
up I
being
have
swept
sleep
away by the
apnea
current.
and tend to fall
As they
asleep
walk
sometimes
across,
in my
Joshua
streams.
continuously
Please
adds
be
new
patient
steps
with
to
my
the
disorder or
bridge
try
and
waking me up
showcases
with
his
my
slick
redeems.
Fortnite building skills. Curious, he asks Merc how she managed to cross the river before. She explains that to the north, the river narrows enough for her to simply hop across from rock to rock. As the others enjoy the scenery, Joshua notices Merc quietly sniffing the mountain air. He realizes the hardship her people must have endured and briefly wonders if there's something he can do to help. However, he quickly pushes the thought aside, reminding himself that fortifying the wall is the priority for now. Once they cross the river, Merc leads them straight to the kind of place Joshua had requested. With his keen eye, he immediately spots signs of rocks being cut away. Curious, he asks Merc if she's ever encountered anyone here besides the boars. Merc shakes her head, explaining that she rarely visits this area since the monsters are too tough to handle. Meanwhile, Joshua sees no immediate threat and just a few rabbits hopping around. Sensing no danger, he pulls out his legendary drill and gets straight to work, cutting into the rock. To everyone's shock, the moment Joshua starts drilling, the rocks at the center suddenly shift, gathering together to form a massive golem. Joshua freezes at the sight and quickly yells for Ilya to wait, but she's already leaped into action. With a swift slash, Ilya severs the golem's leg, only to watch in disbelief as it regenerates within seconds. Realizing her mistake, she apologizes to Joshua for acting on her own, admitting that her weapon is useless against it. Joshua quickly points to a glowing red stone embedded in the golem's core, explaining that unless they break it, the creature will keep regenerating. Before they can come up with a plan, the golem suddenly launches a barrage of stones at them, forcing everyone to scatter. Joshua quickly comes up with a plan and instructs Met and Ilya to destroy the red stone as soon as he exposes it. After making sure that Merc is safe, he dashes straight toward the golem. Ilya gets worried and calls for him to stop, but he insists that he's the only one who can pull this off. Without hesitation, he activates his absorption magic, explaining that since the golem constantly replenishes its rocks, he'll absorb them at an even faster rate to weaken. Once he's absorbed enough, he signals the two. Met leaps forward and lands a powerful strike on the golem, clearing the way for Ilya to finish the job. Ilya, already waiting for the right moment, dashes in and slashes through the crystal. Joshua catches the now split crystal and praises the two for their excellent work. He then shows them the puppet stone of the golem, explaining that it's usually fragile like glass, and crumbles once the golem is destroyed. However, since Ilya cut it cleanly in half, they can now use it to create 2 rock puppets instead of just 1. Curious, Ilya asks if the puppet monsters might turn against them. Joshua reassures her, explaining that the puppets obey whoever's name is engraved on their stones. He also adds that even if the stone already has someone else's name on it, they can always overwrite it. Joshua decides to make one right on the spot and uses the crystal to craft a golem. Ilya is left flabbergasted, baffled by the sheer number of things our boy can create. After completing the puppet golem, he orders it to cut out a cube-shaped rock from the ground. The puppet monster immediately follows the command, pulling out a massive rock. Seeing this, Met takes it as a challenge, declaring that she'll lift an even bigger one. However, after struggling for a moment, she ultimately admits defeat. Joshua, on the other hand, is more than satisfied, considering the puppet their newest and most reliable partner. As the scene shifts, the demi-humans erupt into panic at the sight of a massive golem approaching their village. Met quickly steps in, trying to calm them down by explaining that the giant creature is actually a puppet golem and their new ally. Meanwhile, Ilya turns to Joshua, eyeing the pile of rocks he brought along. She asks what he plans to do.
Ko-fi Streambot visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
However, gathering enough materials will take time. For now, our hero focuses on reinforcing the north gate, recognizing it as their weakest point. He channels his magic and erects a towering wall before them, leaving the demi-humans in awe. Even Joshua himself can't quite believe he just pulled off something so massive. Joshua then declares that the next step is to test the wall's strength. Without missing a beat, Med eagerly pulls out her weapon, but before she can unleash a Hulk smash, Joshua stops her as he points out that the wall would definitely collapse with her strength. Just then, Joshua remembers the fire mages and realizes he needs to speed up the rebuilding process. Determined, he shifts his focus to constructing the walls entirely out of stone. Using the rocks brought by his golem, he continues fortifying the village at an impressive pace. Judging by his progress, he's confident that the wall will be complete by the next day. As for the wooden materials salvaged from the old fence, he figures they can be repurposed to build sturdier houses for the villagers. As Joshua is busy working on the wall, Met comes running and shouting his name. She frantically asks if he has seen Merc, explaining that the wolf lady has been missing since morning. Her worry is evident, and Joshua pauses to take in her concern. Back when the werewolves first arrived in their village, Met didn't think much of them, but after seeing how hard they worked, her feelings changed, and now she's more worried about them than anyone else. Seeing how anxious she is, Joshua reassures her that he'll look for Merc and asks her to focus on preparing food in the meantime. Looking around, Joshua stumbles upon the village chief and asks if Merc is with her. Even Ilya doesn't have a clue about her whereabouts. With no leads, the two decide to ask some of the werewolves, who are hard at work. The werewolves inform them that their chief's daughter ventured off to the south, hoping to find some good mushrooms. Just as Joshua and the village chief prepare to go after her, the werewolves stop them, expressing their gratitude. They argue that Joshua and the others have already done so much for them and insist on handling the search themselves. Hearing this, Ilya starts lecturing the werewolves and tells them to stop pushing themselves too hard. She firmly states that she would never want them to hurt themselves for the sake of repaying a debt. One of the werewolves nods and assures her that he understands her concern and will pass her message along to the rest of his kin. With that settled, Joshua and Ilya set off toward the southern river, Joshua silently hoping Merc wasn't swept away. As the sun begins to set, they quicken their pace. On their way, Joshua relates to Merc's struggles and tells Ilya that he knows exactly how she must be feeling. He recalls how, when his hometown burned down, he was just a kid. No matter where he went, people drove him away, seeing him as nothing more than a useless burden. Ilya interjects, finding it hard to believe that anyone would be so cruel to someone as kind as him. But Joshua shakes his head, insisting that he really was useless back then. Desperation pushed him to train relentlessly, not only in magic, but also swordsmanship. Seeing Merc, he can't help but feel she's going through the same thing seeking approval, just like he once did. Ilya grows nervous and asks Joshua if he means that Merc fears being driven away if she can't contribute. Joshua nods, explaining that some demi-humans actually do that. Worried that the girl might end up hurting herself, Ilya insists they talk to her right away, and the two hurry ahead to find her. As they scan the area near the eastern river, Ilya suddenly spots Merc and quickly points her out. Joshua looks over and finds the wolf girl sitting alone on a stone in the middle of the river, with no way to cross back. Joshua quickly puts together a bridge, figuring the poor girl might have gotten stuck here because of the rising water. As the bridge reaches her, Merc wastes no time jumping on and immediately questioning Ilya and our hero about why they're here. Since Joshua is too much of a softie to ever get mad, Ilya takes over, snapping at Merc for wandering into such a dangerous place all by herself. Not wanting to face Ilya's wrath, Merc quickly ducks behind Joshua and insists the place isn't dangerous at all. Ilya keeps scolding her like a worried mom, making it clear she never wants to be put through this kind of stress again. Once Merc promises to behave, Ilya, remembering Joshua's advice, softens up. She reassures Merc that she and her werewolf friends have been a huge help without them. They never would have found the play. With a bit of clever wording, Ilya nudges Merc toward realizing that the werewolves have strengths humans lack, and by working together, both sides will have much happier lives. Merc finally gets the point and agrees, shaking hands with Ilya. With that settled, Joshua argues that it's about time they head back home, but Merc suddenly pulls out a basket of mushrooms she gathered. She proudly explains that these aren't just any mushrooms but magical ones, and besides being food, they can even be used as medicine. As they get home, Merc sneaks a peek at what's cooking. The moment she spots fruit mixed with meat in the pot, she can't resist taunting Met, questioning if she even knows how to cook. Joshua steps in, throwing in a mild jab at Met himself before reassuring everyone that, based on his past experience with her cooking, there's nothing to worry about. After the food is ready, Merc takes a bite and is unexpectedly delighted. Instead of complaining, she declares that this might be the best meal she's ever had. Met proudly mentions that she even added the mushrooms she brought along, which seemed to have won everyone's approval. Just before Met starts gobbling up the food like Pac-Man, a sudden noise comes from the rooftop. When they look up, they spot a new kind of demi-human one with wings. Met gets curious and wonders if the newcomer is after her meat and steps forward to ask. But before she can, the girl suddenly faints. She plummets straight down, but before she can hit the ground, Joshua quickly sends his slime ahead. It stretches out just in time and cushions her fall as she lands safely on its bouncy surface. The gang stands there looking bamboozled, all wondering what kind of demi-human the little girl is. Met gently scoops her up while Joshua reassures the pained girl that she's in good hands. He asks Ilya to prepare a bed for her, and in the meantime, Met hands her a warm cup of soup, sending her straight into dreaming. Though Joshua is relieved that she's finally asleep, Met remains puzzled, unable to pinpoint exactly what species the girl belongs to. Later, when Merc is sneaking away some meat like a cheeky little gremlin, she smugly boasts her knowledge that the girl is a Tengu. The little wolf explains that she knows this because the Tengu live near the mountain where she grew up. Ilya calls out to them, saying that her bed is ready, so Joshua casts some healing magic on the girl before tucking her into a nice and cozy blanket. Our hero asks his buddy Wiz to keep an eye on her while he's away, especially since the entire village is eyeing her down like she's Taylor Swift. Met quickly pulls the crowd away by announcing that the food is ready. After that, Merc surprises Joshua by saying that it's awesome that he can use two magics since even using one is out of the ordinary. Joshua is amazed by her guess and asks how she knew, to which the wolf smugly replies that she can sense anyone's magical talent. When Joshua asks if she knows any magic, Merc hesitantly demonstrates her wind magic outside by summoning a measly tornado slightly tinier than her. Ilya pats the poor girl's head while Joshua changes the subject, instead asking if she has a clue about her crest. Merc tells him that hers is the white wolf, said to have an affinity for healing and ice magic. This gives our boy an idea, so he asks her if her mom taught Merc anything about them. She answers that her mother didn't really know much about magic. This surprises Joshua, so he decides to give her a crash course on sorcery.
Kaito Destiny Jin Myers, welcome to my channel.
But before that, Joshua crafts a
Jin
wand
Myers,
just as
hello
miniature
and
as
welcome.
Merc. With that, soon she focuses on the target, and the water
At
instantly
Kaitotstani
solidifies,
Jinmyers,
freezing to
welcome to my
as she
channel.
shakes it up and down. Joshua makes the cutie pie
Hello
blush
and
with a
welcome. My
shower
name
of
is Kaito
compliments
I'm
and assures her that
currently
with enough
playing Ark Survival
practice,
Ascended
she'll
on
get the
the
hang of it
new
in no time. Out of
remade
nowhere,
map
an idea strikes
of
him that
the
her
island.
magic can be used for some new
And,
facilities. The next
yeah.
morning, while their guest is sound asleep,
I don't know
Joshua
what's
gathers
been
her family.
fully remade
Pokemon
on
community
here,
game A Wild
but
Glimmet appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Solid and safe. He openly admits his ulterior motive to use her ice as a freezer for her favorite meat and fish, so Merc is more than happy to go along. Joshua tells the little chief that he's counting on her since he's pretty much worthless at everything besides crafting. Merc silently stares at his sorry self, prompting him to awkwardly switch the topic, saying he'll go check on the village walls. But she asks to come along since she can hear the Tengu girl throwing a tantrum outside. The two rush to the surface, where they see the little girl acting tough in front of Ilya as she's dead set on leaving. Joshua casually asks the little gremlin where she plans to go with her tiny wings and suggests they introduce themselves before she leaves. His instant control over the situation sparks a hint of jealousy in Ilya. After an awkward silence, the lowly finally opens up and shyly mutters that her name is Asuha. Merc and Ilya return the gesture with a smile, but our boy brings her back to reality, reminding her that if she takes off again, she'll come crashing down again. To help with that, he offers to hook her up with a gadget. The ladies stare at him in shock and hesitantly ask if Joshua is going to craft wings. To their surprise, he simply cooks up a magic wand and tells Asuha to use wind magic with it to make flying
Pokemon
much
community game
easier.
glitch. No
The
one
lady
caught
chants
it.
the wind spell and unleashes a powerful gale of wind. Joshua gladly gives her the wand, and Merc is captivated by its special green stone, different from her own. Our hero explains that they got the wind magic stone from the dust slime, making it the perfect tool to help Asuha's itty-bitty wings carry her giant head. The little girl gives it a shot, and everyone is forced to shut their eyes as a powerful tornado engulfs her, launching her into the air. Both Joshua and Asuha are absolutely amazed that she's actually flying, while Ilya is speechless, seeing magic used so differently. He compliments Ilya for getting them the stone and remarks that the flying lowly doesn't lack talent either. Asuha finally lands and thanks him for the priceless gift before trying to return it. Joshua waves her off, insisting that nothing would bring him more joy than helping her fly. In return, he seeks a favor from the Tengu tribe, asking them to alert the village whenever they spot humans or any other threats nearby. Asuha readily agrees but mentions the need for permission first. Ilya assures her that their support will always be available and urges her to stay vigilant against slaves. After expressing her gratitude, the lowly takes off into the sky. That soon joins the group, casually noting that while Joshua and
Wisebot
Ilya
5
are far
viewers,
behind,
plus
that's
3,
exactly
alarm
what she
clock
wants
1
to
hour
do.
42 minutes
Keep
and
that in my
46
mango
seconds.
In a playful reminder about an old favor,
Well,
leaving the
here's
flustered
Scorpio.
chief with no choice but to ask if Joshua can craft a new weapon to replace the broken one. Once she tells him what it looked like, Joshua poofs one out with his magic, making the girl swoon over him. Met asks the chief to give it a shot, so Joshua anxiously awaits her song, thinking it couldn't be any less sweeter than her. But the ear-deafening screeches that follow make him beg Ilya to stop before she gives them permanent brain damage. The traumatized trio silently stares at Ilya as she excuses herself for being rusty. The chief vows to sharpen her flute skills, bringing Merc to tears, while Joshua contemplates whether the melody could serve as a war anthem. As he turns to check on the flying Tengu girl drifting happily through the sky, he silently wishes her a safe journey home. That, however, does not happen. The next day, Joshua beams with satisfaction, seeing how well the golems and slimes have reinforced the village walls. But his excitement fades when Merc, who is visibly anxious, rushes over to inform him that the northern guards have spotted a massive fire. At the northern wall, Merc peers through a scope, quickly identifying the blaze sourced the Tengu village. Concerned they may have been attacked, she stiffens as Ilya steps up behind her, urging Joshua to prepare everyone for an emergency. Just as he turns to rally the villagers, his eyes land on Asuha, limping toward them alongside an injured flock of her people. With no doubt that the slavers have struck again, Joshua rushes forward, demanding to know what happened. Tears spill from Asuha's eyes as she reveals that her entire village has been reduced to ashes. Even the sight of Joshua, a human, makes one of the Tengu kids scream in panic, and upon hearing his cries, chaos ensues among the winged demi-humans. Ilya chimes in, saying that Joshua would never hurt them, but they couldn't care less about the hornless girls yapping. Asuha convinces them that Ilya's people saved her life and allowed them into the village without hesitation. Both sides exchange apologies before the chief assures them they can rest without concern. Merc steps in, offering to heal anyone injured, and Asuha explains that the wounded are only a small group who managed to escape. The rest were either taken or burned alive. Joshua, puzzled by the sheer brutality, listens as she hesitantly describes a human who summoned massive flames. His thoughts instantly connect to the same fire sorcerer responsible for the attack on Merc's village. Asuha recalls how the mage reduced the Tengu forest to ashes, making it effortless for weak-foot soldiers to capture survivors. Joshua, knowing only one fire mage with that level of power, asks what the man looked like. She describes him as wearing a purple robe and endlessly rambling about being the child of a fire deity. The moment she says it, a name from his past streams through Joshua's mind. Asuha then reveals that on her flight back, she passed through the west, where several of her friends vanished without a trace. There, she spotted a human town where the horned demi-humans and werewolves were forced into slavery. Joshua and Ilya's faces go pale hearing this, and Asuha continues that once she told her father, who left to get some milk and never returned. The very next day, she discovered him among the victims of the sorcerer's flames. Hearing her story, Joshua concludes that since no human settlements should exist in this area, the only possibility is the Cortesia Company. Realizing an attack on the village is inevitable, he pushes them for a preemptive strike before his wafus end up cooked. Without wasting time, he calls Ilya, Met, and Merc to form a battle plan. Rather than waiting like helpless prey, he suggests they take the fight to the enemy. Ilya agrees that the slavers' atrocities cannot be forgiven, regardless of their shared race with Joshua. He repeats that attacking first would give them the advantage. Met, fired up, admits she has long dreamed of crushing the scummy humans. However, Joshua reminds her that charging recklessly isn't an option. Their priority must be saving the hostages. Merc asks if he intends to weaken the enemy by drawing them out before storming the fortress, and he confirms the strategy. To make it work, though, he tasks the slimes and werewolves with digging up large amounts of a crucial element in the trap he plans to spring on the scumbags. He then catches Merc off guard by asking the werewolves to act as decoys, using their unmatched speed to lure the slavers out of their base. Finally, he turns to Asuha and requests her to scout the enemy camp's exact location so they can set up their traps and deliver well-earned retribution. The lowly brigade promises not to disappoint. After Merc departs, Joshua gives Asuha a heads up that he will need her wind magic later. With that, they part ways. Shortly after, Ilya and Med arrive, and he hands over command to them, explaining that this time, he intends to be the bait. Both women turn pale and try to dissuade him. But knowing exactly who his enemy is, Joshua resolves to face them himself. He instructs Ilya to wait for his signal at the gate and expresses his gratitude for always standing by his side. Turning to Met, he orders her to repeat his commands exactly as he gives them and mentions his plan to arm the towers. Out of nowhere, he conjures a ballista, leaving the ladies baffled by the unfamiliar weapon. However, the moment Met hears it fires enormous arrows, her eyes gleam with excitement. Just as she prepares to test it out, Joshua tells her to hold off, reminding her that it is their trump card. At the same time, a sudden interruption grabs their attention. The golems and slimes arrive with boatloads of coal, and our crafty mage shares his plans to make it into a flammable diarrhea that their Tengu squad will dump on the Cortesia scum. He explains that they'll shoot lit arrows at them afterward, causing a wildfire worse than the Amazon rainforest. The scene shifts to Joshua directing a villager on where to position a hay trap when he notices the lowly brigade approaching. They inform him that their enemies are only a few minutes away. Without hesitation, Commander Joshua orders them to flank the approaching forces and capture any deserters. When the young fighters express concern about him facing the enemy alone, he reassures them that he is never truly alone, counting on steadfast allies like Ilya and Met. More than anyone, he believes it is his responsibility to put an end to human greed. As the scene shifts, the humans pursuing the werewolves find themselves drawn toward the northern wall. Uncertain if their prey is still nearby, they grow uneasy at the sight of a massive fortress ahead, questioning whether they have mistakenly taken the wrong path. Frustration spreads among the hunters as they begin blaming one another for losing the werewolves' trail. The argument threatens to escalate, but before it spirals out of control, their leader, the fire mage Burnish, catches sight of a werewolf standing atop the wall. Noticing this, Joshua steps forward to try and talk things out. Burnish demands to know our boy's identity, and Joshua quickly states his name before pressing him about what he has been doing with the demi-humans. Recognizing the name,
Wisebot new follow, S, Matt underscore radioactive underscore cobalt 20, welcome. 244 followers, plus 1. Botrix official thank you for the follow at Matt underscore radioactive underscore cobalt 20. Kaito Destiny Matt underscore radioactive underscore cobalt 20, thanks for following. At Kaito Destiny Matt underscore radioactive underscore cobalt 20, thanks for following.
Greatly appreciated.
Matt underscore radioactive underscore cobalt 20 yip. Kaito Destiny Matt underscore radioactive underscore cobalt 20, welcome to my channel.
But hello and welcome, my name is Kaito Destiny, I'm the Blue Fluffy Dragon. Currently I'm playing Ark Survival Ascended on the remastered / remade island map. I don't know what's been changed here, but it's exploring and trying to find out. There we go. And a drinky. Kitty, lay down. Kitty. I'm currently also watching some anime manga recaps here on YouTube, so I hope you enjoy that too while we're watching and chilling and relaxing. There we go. I might have to grab my inhaler. I'm having a little hard time trying to breathe. But I have my kitties here also cuddling me and snuggling with me. Beep boop. Boop, 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 beep, boop, beep, boop. Fear the love, fear lots of love and support all around. Oh, my legs. My legs, they hurt. Alright. While we keep on flying here, back to my base location. Continue the manga.
The boy's suspicions, and he furiously responds that he remembers Burnish, insisting that he put an end to his slave trading business and go to school where he belongs. In response, Burnish mocks Joshua, belittling him as a magic engineer who barely managed to enter a magic academy while boasting about his own status as an honor student at Verso's Magic University. As Joshua anticipates, Loeb's cousin Burnish mirrors his arrogance, judging others solely by their crests. Burnish repeats his question about the slave trading, pointing out that it is forbidden by the temple. With a casual tone, Burnish dismisses the rules as something meant for the weak, claiming that his actions are not for money, but for his own amusement, a remark that fuels Met and Ilya's anger. He adds that no experience at the Magic University could ever bring him the same thrill, describing the screams of the demi-humans as a sound he finds soothing. Continuing to mock Joshua, Burnish expresses relief at not being born a loser like him. In an attempt to provoke him, Joshua fires back that he'd rather die than become someone as cringe as Burnish. Enraged by the insult, Burnish declares that Joshua should feel grateful to die by the hands of a magician as superior as himself, unleashing a high-level fire spell at him. Driven by fury over the innocent demi-humans Burnish has slaughtered, Joshua uses his magic space, releasing a shower of powdered coal just as planned. Burnish quickly realizes what Joshua has done and, seeing the inevitable outcome, he yells at him to stop. But it is too late. The powdered coal has already caught fire.
Serve the asshole.
Extinguishing the flames is nearly impossible. As the fire spreads, Burnish and those around him pee their pants, and their panic only gets worse as Asuha and her kin continue to rain down more coal. The remaining hunters, overwhelmed by fear, scream and scatter in a desperate attempt to escape. However, their fate takes a cruel turn when those who manage to flee towards the forest find themselves face to face with the very werewolves they had been hunting. The creatures emerge, ready to claim their revenge. Even Ilya, without a shred of mercy, ensures the hunters meet the brutal end they rightfully deserve.
Okay,
Met,
now
along
we'll
with her
pull
people
the
and a few
metal.
werewolves, charges at the fleeing humans, catching them off guard. The sudden attack throws the remaining
Wood.
hunters into a panic, forcing them to abandon the forest route and rush toward the riverbank instead. As Met races
Light the
back,
fire.
ready to
Pokemon
strike,
community
Joshua
game A
calls out,
wild Surfetched
instructing her
appears
to
catch
capture
it
the men's
using
lives so they
Poke
can be
Catch.
questioned.
Winners revealed in
Noticing Met's
90s.
eagerness, Merc voices concern that she might accidentally kill them, suggesting the task be left to her instead. Without hesitation, both Met and the werewolves continue their pursuit.
Cuddle cutie.
Meanwhile,
Oh,
Suha,
my baby
still
boy.
visibly
How you
nervous,
doing, Oliver?
approaches Joshua and quietly expresses her gratitude for
Kissy
his
on the
help.
forehead.
Joshua, wearing a sad expression, admits he's also relieved they managed to take them down. With victory in sight, some of the demi-humans start discussing whether they should attack the enemy base and rescue their captured friends. Ilya turns to our boy, asking if that's really the best course of action. But Joshua hesitates as he can't stand the thought of losing anyone. Instead of shutting the idea down completely, he offers an alternative. Their goal isn't to seize the base, but to free the captured demi-humans. Seeing Met return with the ones who tried to escape, Joshua quickly crafts a mask and puts it on, confidently commanding everyone to follow his lead. After tying all the soldiers up, Joshua acts like he's grown a pair and demands they tell him how many men are in their fortress. The men ignore him until Ilya parks her sword right by their necks and gives them 10 seconds before they kick the bucket. One of them instantly shouts that there's only 50, and the rest also confirm his statement. So, Commander Joshua orders his Tengu and werewolf squads to head to the Cortesia Company's base with the soldiers in tow. Joshua is surprised to learn that they have the
Pokemon
advantage in
community
numbers
game
and Ilya
Surfetched
asks if he
escaped.
has a plan.
No one
Our
caught it.
hero confidently brags that he has a big brain plan to bring
Let's
everyone back
see,
without
we
bloodshed and
need...
catches the chief off
okay.
guard. Joshua then asks Met to station half of her forces here to avoid any mishaps, so she wishes them luck despite wanting to join him. With that, he takes the demi-human army with him toward the enemy
Okay.
base. On his way, Merc informs him that they are mere minutes from the fortress, so Joshua stops everyone to go over the plan one last time. With a goofy grin on his face, Commander Joshua asks everyone to simply surround the fortress without attacking, a plan that Merc seriously doubts will work. He explains that the enemy is free to use their hostages as meat shields.
Crafting,
That's why they need to
crafting,
surround them with
crafting.
such pressure that
Fairy.
they lose all hope.
Uh,
Although Ilya isn't convinced in the slightest, the chief puts her trust in Joshua's brain smoother than a baby's bottom. Once everyone is in position, Joshua asks Wiz to distribute the stack of torches he's made to their army and instructs everyone to grab torches in both hands and circle around the
Okay.
enemy base. On his command, they light their torches one by one, and the three factions of the Demi-Human Alliance take a side, along with their hostages. Finally, Joshua tells the girls to follow his lead, and our hero leads his army straight to the enemy's front gate. Inside the fortress, the soldiers think that the pyromancer, Sir Burnish, is back, but they immediately wet their pants seeing the crazy number of torches approaching them. This ear-deafening screech that assaults their eardrums soon thereafter makes them think they're under attack, so they rush to inform their leader. Joshua smiles at his plan going smoothly, while Ilya is proud of her powerful flute attack. Suddenly, the castle Sir Kavis shows up and demands to know who is playing the horrendous music. After losing his words for a moment, Joshua surprises everyone by saying that he's come on behalf of the Fendel Alliance, a name as popular as Soulja Boy's new album. After questioning his life choices for a moment, Joshua yells that the demi-humans have banded together and now want their hostages back. When Sir Kavis calls him delusional, Joshua tells Fatty that he'd better listen because the sea of torches surrounding his base has already put out the molten moron Sir Burnish. Hearing this, Fatty is unable to believe himself, but his men report that the wannabe warlock was wiped out in seconds. Reminding Kavis that he's surrounded, Joshua tells him to free everyone or meet his maker. Before Fatty can even respond, our boy threatens to crush him under his golem's feet. The leader instantly changes his attitude and begs Joshua to uphold his part of the deal.
Let's
Joshua
see.
reflects Kavis's words back at him, and Ilya barely scrapes his shoulder to assert dominance. Fatty immediately commands his troops to release every last prisoner, who comes flooding out the front gate. Joshua asks his party to double-check if anyone's left inside. Once the girls return with all the survivors, Ilya bites her lip as she shares that the missing ones have already passed away. Joshua suggests that they should leave and interrogates Koppus to make sure he's released every last one. Fatty confirms this and promises to disappear forever, but Joshua doesn't take prisoners and sends all the slave traders to the Slammer. Later that day, when Merc asks our hero what the Fendel thing was, Ilya catches on that it refers to the Demi-Human Alliance. Now that their mission is complete, she feels sad that it's time they walk their own paths, but Merc and Asuha assure her that they'll be buddies for life. Joshua seconds their sentiment and cheers Ilya up, but he instantly freezes up when she suggests they decide on a leader. Joshua sweats harder than a Fortnite kid during a build battle as the ladies shower him with compliments and beg him to be their representative. After making a last-ditch excuse that he's a human, he folds to Ilya's smile and ends up becoming a mascot of the Demi-Human Alliance. The party returns to Met and the others, celebrating the hostages' return. But what concerns Joshua are the giant pillars of smoke nearby. Best girl, Met smiles cheerfully as she confesses it's coming from the love-filled dinner she made for Joshua as his wife, making him freeze up. But before Met can declare their marriage in front of everyone, Ilya towers over her and stares directly into her soul, calling her for a measly side check.
Love Shack,
However,
baby,
seeing
love
Met
Shack.
not budge from Joshua's side, Ilya blushes harder than ever and asks him to marry her instead. Even though marriage isn't even on his to-do list, the ladies throw themselves into battle like rabid dogs, to the point that Ilya treats Asuha's simple dinner like a disgusting meal. The winged lady leaves all the ladies speechless by bragging with a straight face that she's obviously best girl. Smiling wryly at the women, Joshua prays that his harem life doesn't spiral into a drama. While everyone is having a blast, the ladies start wondering where he's wandered off to. Meanwhile, our hero takes a stroll in the south, feeling good that the demi-humans can finally chill in peace, though Ilya's tiny village seriously lacks enough houses for everyone. Bob the builder then casually lays down 200 houses, astonishing the chief, who thanks him for
Ko-fi
being the
stream
best.
bot visit
He
Kaito
feels bad
Destiny's
for being
KO5
overworked
page
all
at
the time,
URL.
but the chief reminds him he's the one putting in the hard work, leaving him feeling all warm and fuzzy inside. Her cuteness snaps him out of his guilt. He brings up an idea to set up some
I
fields
love
for
stories like
sustainable
this.
food
They're so
supply.
cute.
She recalls hearing
And
about
the
this
bad guy
old
always
practice
gets their
from
ass
the
whooped. I
kidnapping
just love it.
process. So since labor isn't an issue, Joshua points out that all they need now is seeds and cash. He looks confused when he asks if she's ever heard of seeds, which he describes as being fluffy like cotton candy. Ilya gets what he means, but says they're not really found around here. So he decides his next mission is to track some of them down. Ilya grumbles about them wandering off alone once again, but when he tells her to relax before she gets a stroke, she calls him out for never taking his own advice. After a 2-day break, they stand on the village wall, watching the place go on. Joshua mentions that a water supply would be pretty nice, making the chief shiver as she wonders if he's about to summon the whole ocean this time. He quickly clarifies that they'll just dig a channel from a nearby river, and by tomorrow, the villagers should have it ready. The chief is absolutely awestruck by how amazing he is before shyly asking if he has time for a little selfish request. She gets all giddy as she gushes about this incredible bathing spot in the mountains. The moment Joshua realizes she's talking about a hot spring, she lights up, rambling about how insanely good they feel. Seeing her blushing face, our boy is unable to refuse. He figures they'll have to go straight to the source since heating up water themselves isn't exactly an option.
3 keys
Ilya
here.
practically vibrates with excitement at the
4
thought
keys
of a
here.
hot spring date,
Mm.
but her joy comes crashing to a halt the second Met, and the lowlies barge in on their steamy alone time. Merc argues that it's unfair to hog all the fun, while Met insists she's only tagging along as a bodyguard. Not buying it for a second, Ilya snaps that there's no bodyguarding happening in a bath towel, while Joshua just chuckles at the eager ladies getting ready to take a dip. When they finally reach the breathtakingly scenic hot springs, Joshua dips a hand in to test the waters, only to get roasted by the boiling heat. Ignoring his suffering, the girls immediately start squabbling over who gets to wash his feet. Meanwhile, he's too
Love
busy
Shack,
staring in shock
baby,
as Merc and
Love Shack.
Asuha casually play with the scalding hot water only to yelp in pain a second later when reality slaps them. He begins planning a method to make it cool enough to enjoy, when suddenly, everyone freezes upon hearing a rumbling as if Irene is about to come skinny dipping. But Merc tells him that it's most likely coming from a large herd of boars traveling very close to the village. Joshua apologizes to the ladies for asking them to postpone their bath and promises Met that he'll make one in the village just for her. After sending Asuka back to inform everyone, the group rushes through the forest toward the loud noise. Puzzled by the massive cloud of dust rising in the distance, he starts worrying that the creatures might be the Demon King's tamed beasts, though it's odd for them to show up in such a remote place. As he wonders why they're moving so slowly, he suddenly realizes that the big black furballs are fleeps, a highly sought-after breed monopolized by the demons for their luxurious fur and milk. While the party tries to figure out why they're here, one of the beasts suddenly curses at him for daring to block their path. Our hero quickly catches on that this talking one was probably trained by the demon army. Before anyone can react, it boldly announces that they're here to steal the yummy grass and will trample over anything in their way. Their leader, Ceres, commands the fleeps to mow the humans down. Shocked by the sudden aggression, Joshua shouts for Ilya to retreat, knowing they're outnumbered. But before anyone moves, Merc instinctively steps forward to face them, completely unfazed as her body moves on its own. Just then, the other werewolves arrive, so Joshua tells them to fall back. But to his surprise, the fleeps freeze and flee. The panicked fluffballs start whining about how the doggies are way too scary, and that's when it finally clicks that these demi-humans are no different from regular wolves and sheep. The wolf chief seizes the moment, ordering her people to surround the terrified furballs, sending them into full-blown despair. Wasting no time, Joshua materializes a fence like he's playing Minecraft and successfully traps the herd. Sweating harder than weaves at an annual convention, the sheep spot reinforcements from the village and lose their will to fight. The leader snaps at her trembling flock to stop whining and fight for their proud right until she freezes in place, staring at Ilia's giant blade hovering inches from her fluffy face. Our Lady's death stare squeezes out one last bang before the defeated leader curls up in surrender. With Ceres going down so easily, the rest of the sheep quickly lose their footing, making Ilya wonder what should be done with them. Joshua steps in, assuring them he means no harm and asking their leader what brought them here. Ceres hesitantly explained that after humans attacked their tiny shed, that's when she and her flock saw an opening and took off. Joshua doesn't sugarcoat the reality check. There are more humans up ahead. The fleeps immediately burst into tears, prompting Ilya to scold him for being too harsh. Giving him her best puppy eyes, she suggests bringing the demonic mutton chops into their alliance. Seeing no harm in it, Joshua offers the fleeps a home in the village in exchange for their prized fur and milk, of course. Ceres beams with excitement, and the two shake hands on the deal. Later that day, she requests a nice, spacious house near the river, so our hero casually blinks a massive barn into existence, nearly making the sheep pee their wool. They immediately start revering him as stronger than the overlapped demon lord, and Ceres happily offers to strip her fur on demand, saying it's way too hot anyway. After Asuha gets her fill of petting world-class fluff, Joshua notices the entire flock already snoozing around him. Speaking on their behalf, Ceres apologizes for their exhaustion and extends an offer that if he ever needs a bed, the fleeps, famously used as portable mattresses by the demon army, would be more than happy to help. Joshua happily takes up the enticing offer, and by nighttime, he's knocked out on a bed fluffier than clouds. Lost in his dreams, he instinctively squeezes something plump, only to be jolted awake by some rather suggestive sheep noises. Ceres, smirking, teases him for getting a little too comfortable, joking that he must be seriously down bad to start playing with her in his sleep. She teases him to be a bit more considerate, even if he's clearly eager to try some of that milk. Before anything naughty goes down, Ilya shows up with a menacing look, ready to bonk the randy sheep girl back to her senses. Seeing the clueless sheep girl sweating in confusion, Ilya calms down and drags Ceres away to the
She turned into human form, scared shitless.
especially the milk. The noise wakes Met, who hopes the innocent sheep girl doesn't get a painful butt whooping. A few more days pass, and Joshua's progress in fishing, agriculture, and the newly upgraded fleet fur beds leaves the locals utterly impressed. But the biggest game changer is something no one ever thought possible. A river now flowing directly through the village. Seeing Merc practically vibrating with excitement, ready to dive in, Joshua reminds Met loud enough for Merc to hear that the water is meant for drinking and watering the fields. With a cholera crisis averted, he heads out to check on the slave hunter's castle. Met grins, declaring that she's the perfect partner for this mission, while Merc eagerly insists on tagging along too. The wolf Loli says she'll go on ahead, so Joshua bids farewell to the future meatballs before following after. As they move through the forest, Merc suddenly rushes back, looking visibly alarmed. Something is wrong because everyone they see at the fortress is no longer alive. How did a fortress full of slave traders end up as a ghost town overnight? And more importantly, what kind of monster wiped them out before Joshua and the gang even arrived? Drop a cute demon girls in the comments if you're hyped for part 2, because you don't want to miss what's next. Don't forget to leave a thumbs up too if you enjoyed the video. As always, appreciate you watching. Can't wait to see you in the next one.
Pokemon community game A wild purloin appears, catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Let's go to the next one I have here.
Whether it be building houses or growing vegetables, Masa is still doing the same thing he did in Japan. The only difference now is that he's doing it in a different world. In a rural village in the country, Masa wipes off his sweat after finishing his stocking duties, only to be handed a list of other jobs to accomplish. The question of handling the tasks really does fall under his responsibilities, but such is the life of a rural home center guy. A home center is typically a retail store that sells everyday goods and necessities. At least that's how it should be. It's different when you're in the countryside, from orders and deliveries to just about meeting every single request under the sun, including machinery repairs, gardening and landscape care, construction, surveying, and pretty much everything a customer could possibly need. Thanks to that, employees rarely get any days off, almost like in a black company. But when Masa sees the villagers' grateful smiles, he's reminded that he never once considered it bad work, at least not until today. He's finishing up with another all-nighter, thinking about how old his body has gotten. Suddenly, his vision began to blur. Everything turned white, and it felt completely out of the norm. Right when he was about to collapse, an off-force swallowed him up, and then he felt his body arrive at a different place. He had no idea where he was, as everything around him was white, and even his clothes had become so baggy, as if his
Pokemon community game Purloin escaped. No one caught it.
A voice came out to congratulate him for his grand selection. A woman appeared in the sky and gracefully descending to greet him. The goddess Mari says he's going to be reincarnated into a fantasy world filled with magic and beasts. With his destiny sealed, she asks to bring him over to this world. Masa groaned as he opened his eyes. Instead of his usual alarm, the sound of a woman's voice woke him up, but to his confusion, he saw a couple of bunny ears. He jolted up, fully awake from surprise and unexpected encounter. With curiosity getting the best of him, he reached out and touched the ears, confirming that they're real, soft, and warm. The girl backed away, feeling infringed on by the contact. Apologizing, he then asks to know who the bunny-eared lady is, so she corrects him, saying she's actually a lapine with real ears. Despite his shock, he stood from the encounter with the rabbit folk. He wasn't in a dream like he expected, and was actually transported to the other world, Alstaicha, like the goddess said. It was a vast and green land. However, it was more problematic than enchanting. Starting from zero in a different world was too hardcore that he began panicking. May watched him mumbling to himself, and froze as he suddenly turned to stare at her. He then asks if she can take him to where she lives. Truth be told, he doesn't really have anywhere to go, so he needs a big favor. Unfortunately, he's human, and the others would be mad if she brought him there. According to their adults, humans are cruel beings who don't like anyone that isn't them. Just like in mangas and games, his kind must indulge in slavery or the likes. Still, he asks the girl to talk to them for him. Their conversation is interrupted as they feel something coming from behind. Approaching them with a sinister smile was a hobgoblin nearly steaming with power. It's so strong that it takes a whole group of adults to beat one. Since it's covered in scars, it must be one that was separated from its pack. She pulled on Masa's arm, saying you'll have to run away now, even tearing up as she desperately tried to convince him. However, this had the opposite effect. Instead of retreating, he affirms his resolve and pushes her behind him, telling May to run away while he keeps the monster busy. If it really is that dangerous, he can't have it following her back to her. She tries to warn him about what might happen if he fights, but he already knows that, and nonetheless tells her to just go already. The young man sighs while she left, not knowing what he was even doing. After seeing her troubled face, there was no other choice but to protect her. Adrenaline was pumping as he urged the monster to come at him. It does as requested and swings its hammer at the young man. It was strong enough to wreck the ground he was standing on. Even though the hit didn't land, he was still pushed forward. The goblin smiled, as if mocking his weak body. He was frustrated, and thought about how he just needed one ability to have a chance. Feeling like he has no other choice, Masa threw something at the window. A water bottle hit the goblin's face, and Masa looked at the thin, recyclable plastic in disbelief. The monster couldn't help but laugh at his pitiful attempt to save himself. With its terrifying smile, he knew that it was all over. However, it suddenly slipped on the bottle as it was stepping forward. Before the young man could even make sense of it, the enemy's head hit a rock, knocking it out cold. He actually chuckles and acts like someone filing a police report on the street. A hand appeared out of the portal and smacked his face, asking what he was doing. She says she summoned him near a peaceful human village, so why was he so far out? Now, he's being mauled by goblins and already playing with death on his first day. To his surprise, he sees Mari angrily looking down at him, questioning why he wasn't using all the strong skills she gave him. The day before the reincarnation, the two were talking about moving to another world. Because of a god losing bet with her, he's been assigned to a world she manages. Confirming his identity, she one-sidedly goes on about his new age, job, and skills. He butts in to bring up his own concerns. He still doesn't believe it's true, but it unfortunately is, and he has no option of refusing. The shock of reality hits him. As an all-knowing goddess, she understands that doing this blindly must be nerve-wracking. To ease his mind, she's prepared a personal blessing and offers him 3 skill granting vouchers. This is something he's familiar with, and comparable to abilities in the games he likes playing. While she was starting to push through with the process, a hand appeared out of a portal and firmly grabbed her shoulder. Hesty gave a chilling smile, telling the Mari to give him 8 vouchers. Her skin crawled as the elder goddess said that she must have misspoken for some reason. With this, the troublemaker daughter is borrowed for a moment, since they have something to discuss. Normally, the ones who made the bet should be the ones apologizing, but Hesty was going to do it herself. Her husband, Zeus, and their child caused trouble, which she's sorry for. Masa recognizes their judges as the ones who make mythology. When enforcing divine contracts, they can manipulate the chosen soul by granting blessings. They can bestow things like local lineage, but once they descend, gods can no longer intervene. What's more, the daughter was only going to give 3 tickets instead of 8, intending to take some for herself. He scowls at her in anger, but Mari acts like a child who can't hear her faults. Moving on, they summon a skill slot machine. They'll be using this divine tool, since they can't give him anything specifically. There's a rule that doing 10 pulls grants 1 extra spin. Hesty gets a great idea and grants him 2 more tickets, from Zeus and Mari as an apology. The daughter has no power to object, so she just emphasizes how much of a blessing it is to receive 11 skills. Brushing it off, he excitedly starts the 11 skill pull series. The first thing he gets is a level 3 appraisal. What comes next is a level 4 stonecraft. It all seems calm, but the goddesses confirm that his luck is great, so a few nice ones should appear. However, he continues to get a bunch of plain abilities like dismantling, mining, and leathercraft. As the pulls went on, he gets a fairly high-level dimensional storage box, blacksmithing, alchemy, healing magic, and deforestation. Masa's luck stats are absurdly high, but his skill levels are pitiful. Lastly, he gets the extremely rare map skill that shows him the area within a 3-kilometer radius. His eyes seem to water, as life was basically telling him to be a carpenter. With that said, his skill assignment is over, and it's time to descend to his new world. He's snapped awake from the memory. A skill ticket is only created when a god and mortal bears a child, and he used 10 of them. He reasons that he had no way of fighting with the skills he has, but Mari is in no mood for excuses. She reminds him that he isn't on Earth anymore, and has to do something with the goblin. The young man is handed the monster's heavy and spiked club, told that it's kill or be killed out there. If he wants to live, he has to face reality with his heart and accept it. For now, the best option is to end
Okay,
things
we
with
got
1
the
clean blow.
berries, we
When
got
he does as told, she commends and
resources.
tells him to check his status screen. Masa is annoyed by how much she's rushing, but obeys her anyway. He calls for his status screen with his mind, and they see that he's leveled up from the experience through the fight. With the valuable lesson, she moves to heal him up and teleport him to a nearby village, but he suddenly stops her, saying he met a girl just a few moments ago. She's surprised, not expecting there to be a human so far out in the woods, so he explains that the girl is actually part of a rabbit folk tribe. As Mari urgently insists that he has to help her return to her village safely, a hand grabbed her. She turned back in frustration, demanding to know who it is, and is met with Hesty's chilling glare, telling the goddess to stop interfering with humans. The young one is dragged back into the portal, and Masa is encouraged to live as he pleases in a brand new world. Right when they disappeared, a familiar voice called to him. It was May, returning with a bunch of adults who were armed to help him out. He smiles at the girl, crying as she embraces him, saying he made it through in one piece. Her kin then thanks him sincerely for putting himself in danger to protect a stranger. They get back to work and ask about the goblin, so the human just points to the spot where its body lay. Everyone stared in shock, unable to believe that he beat it on his own. As usual, he sheepishly laughs it off, saying he was lucky enough that it got into an accident. The situation was ridiculous, but the more pressing matter for him is where he was going to stay. Fortunately, they talked about this on the way, and agreed to welcome someone in need. His eyes beamed with hope and gratitude. Opening their home to someone who risked his life to protect May is no big deal at all. The first thing he needs to do is meet their chief. Everything happened so fast earlier, so they didn't have time to talk. Now, May finally introduces herself properly, but the image of her calling him her big brother makes his heart tingle. As his reaction makes her worry, he says he just never expected that anything like this would happen. It's his turn now, so he extends his hand and introduces himself with a smile. There are a lot of doubts in his mind, and he isn't even sure of what he can do. Either way, his free life in another world begins from there on out. Masa was a 36-year-old hardware clerk until he went on his way home one day. A goddess named Mari summoned him without any warning or regard for his situation, and he was reincarnated to another world. Despite getting 11 divine tickets, he didn't receive any useful combat skills, and to top it off, he was immediately attacked by a goblin in the woods. He honestly thought that he was done for, but because of a fateful encounter, he was brought to the Rabbit Folk village. From the entrance alone, he sees a fairly wide and bare settlement, but that didn't make it any less mesmerizing to the otherworlder. People stared as he walked through the village as a human. There are only a handful of residents, but they all help each other to get by. As such, May would be so happy if he thinks of everyone there as part of his family. He's grateful, but couldn't help but notice that the defensive fence was just a bunch of logs tied together. Considering the houses as well, the civilization felt like it was in the Stone Age. Told that it's been just 2 years since they set things up, Masa thinks about how tough they must be having it. They reach a larger-looking hut, which is where he'll be greeting the village chief. He's led inside and sees Toro arranging a bunch of arrows on the ground. Fortunately, the head greets him with warmth, already having heard of him. He doubted his own ears when he first heard the news about the human that day. The chief looked pretty young despite his position. Masa bows and thanks them for being so accommodating to him. If they hadn't taken him in, he'd probably be eaten out in the woods. On the contrary, Toro says they're more grateful that he risked his life to protect May. With that said, he formally welcomes the young man into their village. It might feel too fast, but for the time being, he'll have to stay at the child's house. Her father died at a young age, so she and her mother are looking for an extra pair of hands. While he doesn't personally mind, he worries about it being uncomfortable for someone her age, but she says he's more than welcome to be part of their home. Again, he's extremely grateful for their hospitality. Since the sun is already setting, he can focus on settling in, and they can talk about village matters tomorrow without worrying about things. They're being so kind to him, and he wonders if there's anything he can do as an outsider to repay them. Right as Masa was walking out of the chief's hut, he remembers his old life as a hardware store clerk. Thinking about all the experiences in his previous life, the divine skills granted by the goddesses, and the current state of the settlement, something important clicks in his mind. It felt unfortunate at first, but he realized that there was something he could do for everyone. He loudly and urgently calls to the chief, repeatedly saying that he found the perfect thing he can offer. With that said, he still needs their permission. He asks the chief if they'd allow him to make improvements to the village. It was a bold and daring proposition, especially from an outsider who just got there. He emphasizes how he can step in to improve the houses and general living conditions. Toro puts his excited feelings on hold for the time being. While he's certain that the human isn't speaking on a whim, he sternly reminds him to be mindful of the situation. People would naturally get nervous if a guest who just arrived suddenly wants to remodel their homes. This is true, and he understands that trust takes time to build. However, he's already noticed the problem and can't just let it be. Without safety, none of it matters, and everyone will just keep getting hurt all the time. Given their situation, they can't afford to delay preparations due to fear of an outsider. Masa was as nosy in his old life, but he's someone who can't sit still without giving it his all. As such, he fervently wishes to do what he can to help the village that took him in. Even if he messes up, he promises to fix things one way or another. Such is the conviction he developed while working at a hardware store in the countryside. Respecting his passion and determination, Toro asks about the first thing he wants to tackle. After all, it's obvious in his eyes just how serious and sincere he is. The chief also agrees that the village needs improvement and that they've also talked about it. Thanking him for the trust, Masa says he'd like to start with what stands out the most. It was easier said than done, but nonetheless, he gets to work by first checking his skill list again. What he'll be capable of will be somewhat dependent on the abilities he received. There are some he's never seen, likely developed innately. Since there are so many, he decides to test everything out one by one. With bright eyes, he appraises a hatchet and sees a detailed description of the tool. Amazed by the quality, he makes sure to be careful not to break what he borrowed. The skills seem to work without any prior experience needed. Scrolling through the list, he looks for other things that might be useful. Masa sees a wood-cutting skill that doesn't need a tool among his abilities. He walked up to a tree, skeptical but eager to try it out. Merely putting his hand out, he feels something happen, but doubts his eyes as he doesn't see anything change. To his surprise, the tree falls to one side, cut completely clean from its
Pokemon
base.
community
Aside from
game
it
A
nearly
Wild
falling down,
Gargonicle
he
appears
is still
catch it
consumed
using
one-sixth of his
Poke
mana.
Catch.
That's the
Winners
cost of
revealed in
using the level 1
90s.
skill, but there doesn't seem to be any issues. For the time being, farming and blacksmithing are unneeded, so he sets his eyes on a processing type of ability. Among his list is masonry, which looks useful for his current task. Like before, he doesn't need any tools to make it work, so he goes ahead and takes a stone from the ground, intending to turn it into a cube. It changes shape in the blink of an eye. The surface is rough, and it took 1/10 of his mana, so it might be affected by the size. Next up, he'll dry the wood he just cut down, with the perfect skill for just that purpose. Since the level is the same with masonry, he can compare the efficiency of the two. He wants to use the tree trunk as a major material later on, but he still has to remove the moisture. It'd normally take years without any tools, or months with costly equipment. However, it looks like the skill will allow him to do it in an instant. Giving it a try, he holds his hand out just like earlier. The sun was about to set, and May was in the woods fetching Masa for dinner. To her surprise, she sees him on the ground, passed out with a log on top of him. He was clearly in worse shape than when he fought the hobgoblin. This must be the mana depletion people talk about, and he must have overexerted himself. That said, there was almost no distortion in his work, and he managed to turn the wood into usable lumber. While he's ashamed of passing out, it was time for dinner. They head back to May's house, and he meets the child's mother for the first time. She introduces
Whoa.
herself as Lulu.
Like
asks
mother,
him
like
Pokemon
daughter.
community
Very
game
cute.
Gargonicle
as
escaped.
usual, the child
No
goes
one
on and
caught
on
it.
about how he saved her from a hobgoblin. It was time for the welcome party, so everyone took a seat. Their home might
Hello,
not be
little one.
lavish,
What are you
but
doing
it'll
here?
keep out wind and
With your
rain enough
parent?
to be called his home. Again, their kindness knows no bounds. Thanks to the hospitality of the rabbit folk, it seems like he'll be able to manage in this new world. From there on out, he'll be sure to do his best and start living life to the fullest. He has no idea how much he'll be able to repay the debt he has to them, but he'll do everything he can, with all the might in his body. Tomorrow, he'll be starting with the village's home improvement plan. It was finally time to improve the village, so Masa gathered a bunch of important people at the entrance, where everything was going to start. The first order of business is reinforcing the fences defending their home. After the chief told everyone about him helping out, people have been buzzing with excitement. They ask why he's choosing to start with the fences of all places. No matter what project, safety comes first, and a wooden wall won't keep monsters out. From the base up to a set height, Masa is thinking of making it out of stone. There's a lot of material from the nearby field, and it'll surely be much sturdier from the front. One worries that they don't have the manpower to haul that much rock to the gates, but he says it'll be a fine, even if they need to surround the entire village. After all, he and May already hauled and brought everything necessary this morning. He releases tons of stones and boulders from his dimensional storage box skill. With that, bringing things over won't be a problem for them at all, but people are still shocked that he even has that skill in his arsenal. Misunderstandings and rumors start to brew from this alone. From the start, it already did feel like one of the rarer skills that he rolled in the slots, so he decides to keep it under wraps. Moving on, they now have to help each other stack the stones on top of each other. A couple of villagers got to work, but are immediately stopped by the project leader. If they just pile things up, the wall will collapse with barely any force applied to it. There's a proper way of doing it, and he'll clearly give everyone an example. Masa handles an entire portion on his own and shows everyone. The main difference is the size and order of the stones they used, as it generally affects integrity. It's okay from the front, but the depth is what actually matters when considering strength. They'll want to focus on maximizing the surface area touching each other. By increasing this, they can get a tighter fit that's harder to damage or move around. Just changing the way they're stacked makes a huge difference in the quality of the wall. He also has a trick for when their settlement grows. When building the outer layer of stones, they can use backfill, which is something even castle walls use. The inside is lined with large stones and filled with smaller ones that'll help the rainwater pass easily. allowing the sturdy fence weather rains without much trouble. That's more advanced stuff, and they can just focus on the simpler things for now. Ready to give it their best shot, he takes the lead and
Kitty
encourages
cat.
everyone to follow his steps.
My kitty
Masa
cat
is
just
acting
passed
all
out.
high and mighty now, but laughs as his bosses always used to scold him. Just then, someone else called to him, asking for a moment to talk. It's the women of the village, who were told that he could make cooking and boiling much easier. He heard that they usually cook and prepare the meals for the entire village, and that they do so over open flames, which is why he wants to build a stove. They sharply, almost threateningly, ask if that'll come after the fence work, and he realizes that this wasn't a request, but a demand from the people commanding the kitchen. On any kind of site, he knew that making them mad would be dangerous. As such, he obediently promises to build the stoves alongside the fence, allowing him to barely avoid a huge conflict and please them instead. Later on, Massa meets with the women in the plaza. He will be handling the stonework for the stoves himself, but still needs their cooperation. They're eager to do anything they can, and ask if he needs anything aside from stone. To start things out, he asks them to gather other materials they'll be using, mainly clay, grass, and sand. He'll pack them in the gaps between the stone, leading to a stronger structure. The grass and sand will be mixed together with the clay, acting as binders and preventing it from becoming too brittle. May is assigned to lead the task, so she goes ahead to help everyone out. Meanwhile, Masa doubles down and tells everyone to let him know if they need anything else. Since he asked, they requested deep wooden bowls and utensils for eating. That won't cost too much mana, so he even throws in tables and chairs for everyone, as all of that would be helpful and easily doable with his crafting skills. Although it'll take a few days to complete, he promises to make it happen with time. They could even build a covered plaza that allow them to cook even when the weather is bad. His confidence and ideas surprise them. Not only is he intelligent, they're also impressed by his amazing craftsmanship. He sheepishly says that it isn't much, and are things he learned from his old work. This piques their curiosity even more, and they wonder what he used to do exactly. Truth be told, he just did everything that needed to be done, which was grueling work in itself. It wasn't anything special, just endless tasks that were constantly tough on his body. As it's all in the past, he excitedly encourages everyone to start building what's at hand. It was tiring as the days were filled with carrying heavy rocks. Fortunately, it was fulfilling to do things together with the villagers. Soon enough, even the houses started to be improved from simple huts to wooden structures. The bowls and utensils were also completed in no time, and he even began teaching them cultivation.
Ko-fi Streambot visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
It was always hot and tiring to work, but progress was constantly being made, and the Rabbit Folk village soon looked nothing like it did before he arrived. Standing amid all this was Toro, who couldn't believe how much his beloved home changed. He couldn't help but smile. After a few days, they all breathed a sigh of triumph, as the solid stone barricade stood tall to protect their home. Every one of them cheered with a mixture of pride and surprise that they built it themselves. Right as they were celebrating, a sharp voice called, telling them to stop and come quickly, as dinner was ready. The covered plaza was bustling as the entire village ate dinner together. It was much more comfortable now, especially with the new stove burning hot. Masa is glad that they liked it. While it's a shame that the forks aren't being used much, it's nice that they like the chopsticks. Just then, the chief spots him mingling with the others. Toro thanks him for all the work he's done, but the human insists that they all helped make it happen. Words aren't enough to express their gratitude, but sincerity is all that can offer at this point. May ran to hug him tight, joyful that the village is once again thriving because of him. He couldn't be happier. The sight of his happy face played in the Hall of the Gods, where the two goddesses watched things work out well, even without Mari's interference. She argues that she wasn't wrong at all, and that he's just lucky with how it ended up. The young man has 11 skills, so it's only natural for her to worry, but he went ahead and got even more skills all on his own. Simply speaking, he's an anomaly among humans, and both of them noticed from the start. Most people are born with a couple of gifts, but he's different. Hesti praises her husband for choosing such an interesting human to summon. The world's civilization and culture barely developed for 10 whole years. Masa has been there for just a while, but he was already serving as the key and catalyst to change all that. The young man really was something else. They can now live comfortably safely, although he insists that this is still just the beginning. At one point, they might even build brick houses and call themselves a progress. He doesn't want to bring it up, but the most important thing to him are the toilets, as doing it outside is getting old, since they're in a fantasy world anyway. He gets an idea and says he has something to ask her. He wonders if there are any slimes in the nearby areas. There's a colony by the cliff, but they're dangerous creatures that dissolve everything. Masa smiled as these are the exact conditions he was hoping to get. The village eventually has to discuss sanitation and hygiene. If they're going to get serious, they'll need materials, at least for a
Wisebot 6 viewers, plus 1. Alarm clock 2 hours 34 minutes and 15 seconds.
Turtle. I need turtle.
It suddenly grows completely cold and silent. He has no idea why the energy shifted. May confirms that the sea is nearby, and that they actually came running from that direction, which is where they used to live. May reveals that they escaped from the ocean. The rabbit man adds that they were driven out by the humans and starts to cry. Feeling their anguish, Masa can't help but feel disgusted by the turn of events. They were persecuted by humans, and yet the rabbit folk accepted him in their home wholeheartedly. To break the tension, he asks if he made the wood table awkward. He adds that if they want to make the settlement better, they need the materials that can only be obtained by the coast. Still, the place where they came from must mean the world to them. Sadly, he can't just drag them back there, so he is thinking of going alone to the sea. However, the next morning, he is surprised that May tagged along secretly. He tells her that she can't go with him since the journey might pose a danger to her. He adds that he only beat the hobgoblin because the beast tripped himself. It will be tricky if a horde of goblins were to attack them and they need to fight. She at least needs to duel with the beasts. The older rabbit chimes in and agrees that joining the expedition will be dangerous for her since she doesn't have enough experience on the battlefield. Upon seeing the village's chief, Masa feels grateful that he came to see him off. The old man gives him an armor to help him protect himself during his journey.
Angry tuna.
He requests that if Masa ever sees surviving demi-humans in their old village, tell them that they are safe and thriving.
Vassalode,
Masa
nice
agrees
level
to his
2.
request and assures him to pass his message. Silently, he also thinks of investigating the situation of the remaining beast folk in the area. With this, he also entrusts May, Lulu, and others to the chief. He looks at the rabbit girl with fondness in his eyes. The young rabbit cries as he bids goodbye and tells her to behave and be a good girl while he is away. After making all the necessary preparations, he leaves the settlement. On the fourth day of his journey, he starts running and feels the rush of the wind and scenery just flying by. He doesn't feel the tiredness of his body and his brain. At some point, he sees the sun is set. Along the way, he rushes to various points and manages to stay easy. As he goes on his journey, a group of men whose carriage stumbled over asks for help. He agrees to help them, but little does he know that the men are bandits ready to attack him. He fights all of them and in the end, defeats the bandits. Compared to the hobgoblin he ran into earlier, the group were nothing but a joke and he knocked all of them with the club he had picked. He was about to strike the bandit again and remembered the words of the goddess that evil humans should be taught a lesson. Despite this, he uses his healing magic and heals the wounds he inflicted. He couldn't quite bring himself to leave them with worse injuries. In exchange of letting them live, he gets their loot and the weapon he wanted the most. It was a win-win deal. While he was continuing his journey, the map suddenly reacted, and it led him to the seaside town he was looking for. He wonders if this was the town where May and the others lived in. With this, he readies his things before heading to the village. From a distance, he can see the watchtower from the distance being completely abandoned. As he walks further, it looks like the place was attacked and ransacked. Getting closer to the village, he is shocked to see a group of goblins in the middle of a raid. They all shift their attention to him and lunge at him. He drops his bag and
Tell me where the freak's at.
Welcome to the stream, ladies. Hi there, Amanda. How you doing?
Kaito Destiny, so too Mundler Shadow. Stream Elements look it's Mundler Shadow they were playing God Eater Resurrection. Go check them out and give them some fluffy cheers and support. Mundler Shadow at URL.
That came out of fucking nowhere, dude.
Are you going to fight the lion?
I am going to fight the fucking...
How you doing, Menda? You sleep well, bud?
The lion?
I am going to fight the fucking lion. What the fuck?
Alright, let's see here.
Gas gremlin?
But For everyone who's here watching and looking, I hope you're all doing well, having a great wonderful time. I have a kitty cat who decided to come over here and lay on my lap. She is comfy and snuggly and softly purring. Alright. Why is my friend's stream going Alright, I guess I have to refresh Twitch. Twitch is acting up. Alright, so anywho, I'm currently on Ark Survival Ascended. Currently on the new remade island map that was remade
Pokemon
by
Community Game A
Nakata.
Wild Yumusk appears catch it
And
using Poke Catch. Winners
currently
revealed
working
in
on building a
90s.
base so I could go explore later. But we also have anime manga once again back on stream, so I will continue watching that with you all.
He then draws his sword and swings it against the goblins. He easily strikes the enemies with the sword he got from the bandits. With this, he can finally use his only combat skill, which is the swordsmanship level 1. No magic, this is the technique he developed by himself and not from the system. Back in school, he discovered that he has talent in kendo, and so now, he can easily use its basics to fight. He showcases his prowess in kendo and strikes the goblins, seeing them fall one by one.
Kaito Destiny Mundler Shadow, welcome to my channel.
Then, out of nowhere, a boar with a goblin riding it is rushing in his direction. Masa is fighting with the boss of the pack.
At Kaito Destiny Mundler Shadow, welcome to my channel.
For the impact. He gets sent flying on the ground, but gets back up immediately. The beast rushes towards him again, running out of breath. He must find a way to deal with the goblin controlling the boar. Additionally, it is hard for him to reach the goblin with his sword while it is mounted on the boar, and getting close to his target means getting blown away by the insane charge speed of the boar. It feels like he is in a traffic accident. Just then, Masa realizes something. The boar is like a speeding car which will have a hard time braking when in momentum.
Pokemon community game Yumusk escaped. No one caught it.
Large log and uses it to prevent the boss from attacking him again. The impact of the lumber causes the goblin to get thrown from the boar. This gives Masa a chance to finish the job and impale his sword into the beast's chest. He grabs his sword and pushes himself to wrap the fight up. He then rushes towards the remaining goblins, who all try to escape from him to seek reinforcement. He panics, thinking it will be harder for him to deal with them when this happens. Just then, a barrage of arrows shoots in the direction of the running goblins. The Knights of Greatest Kingdom arrive, offering him help. One of the knights demands to know his identity, but since he is still reeling from the fight, he wasn't able to focus and failed to answer the question. Impatient, the man screams at him. Another knight chimes and apologizing on behalf of his subordinate, he introduces himself as Smith, the captain of the unit, and he is there for the goblin slaying quest. However, it looks like they are already late since Masa managed to deal with the goblins by himself, which is incredible. Masa thanks them for saving him. He finally introduces himself and shares that he has been traveling in search of resources. It dawns on him that the knights are the ones guarding the territory. Meanwhile, Smith figures out that maybe Masa knows something about the rabbit folk. However, the problem is how they are going to get the information from him. He finds it impressive that the young man managed to defeat the boss of the pack on his own. He then carries the conversation to find out if Masa is from a nearby village, asking other private details like his age, occupation, and if he is a skill wielder. Smith then straightforwardly asks if he wants to join the Knights. Masa pauses, understanding now that they want to recruit him. He declines his offer, mentioning that he has a debt of gratitude that he must fulfill first and going on a journey because of it. Impressed, Smith taps him aggressively on his back, rewarding him for his noble goal, unlike those knights who only care about money, women, and fame. The young man then asks where the old folks of the place go. The knight answers that they are taking refuge at the nearby village because of the goblin attack. Since the problem is solved, they can now call them back. Before calling them back, Masa suggests to dispose of the goblin corpses first, and asks if the man would be willing to help him. Smith seems clueless, so he explains that if they leave the carcasses in an open field, it might attract other beasts. Aside from this, if they rot, they can cause disease, so that's why they should dig a hole, burn the corpses, and bury them. The knights start to help and gather the corpses. It makes Masa think that the level of the civilization on the town side is not very high, because they let the corpses of beasts rot in the open field. He leads the way and finds the perfect area to bury the corpses. He then spots a hidden space behind and checks it, surprised by what he saw. Meanwhile, Hesti is shocked by the progress of Masa and asks Mari to rewind the scenes from the start. They saw how the man defeated the goblin boss while riding the board. Hesti asks for Masa's information they have on file. She reads that he was top 8 in the National Kendo tournament when he was in 9th grade. He was a runner-up in the boxing prefectural tournament in high school. She wonders if those achievements are normal for those chosen to be reincarnated. They wonder if something happened when Zeus modified his body for reincarnation. Masa isn't meant to have combat prowess, but right now it seems like he can fight beasts as well aside from those. Mari seems relieved to hear this, but Hesti points out that it is a dangerous situation since Masa can overthrow the balance of their world. Additionally, if they leave things as they are, there is a possibility that Mari can vanish. Back in the village, people thank Smith and his knights for saving their village. Because of them, they are now back in their homes and resume their daily lives. However, he clarifies that Masa was the one who dealt with the goblins himself. So, in return, they would like to hand him a reward as a token of gratitude for the bravery he showed. Masa hesitates at first, but accepts it later on. Smith then looks at the village chief, Garv, and asks if he can provide the reward. Garv looks conflicted since their village is poor, so any payment beyond the nightly service, where they are currently exempt from, will be hard for them to provide. Masa has another thing in mind aside from money. He clarifies that he is much more interested to receive wooden crates or water jars. Smith is shocked that is all he wants. The young man confirms, saying that he needs them to transport seawater and shellfish. Smith remembers that he came to the village to look for materials and asks if he is still completing them. Masa confirms again and reiterates that he needs materials for earthen walls. Smith looks at the chief and points out that what Masa is asking for sounds like a bargain for saving their whole village from the goblins. However, Garv pauses for a bit. He states that he can provide wooden crates, but water jars are a necessity for those who are living by the sea. Masa can see that the chief just doesn't want to give him the right reward he deserves. He chimes in and tells him that his village doesn't have to worry about water and storing them since they have a well near the fields. Garv is surprised that he knows about the hidden well. Masa admits that he found the source of water by chance in the clearing at the end of the narrow path. Because of this, the chief is immediately captured by the knights for hiding the source of water for his own personal gain. All this time, they thought that the water was scarce in the village, but it turns out that the chief is just selfishly having illicit gains. Masa is about to go on his way when the villagers try to stop him. They demand accountability from him since they don't know how to survive without their leader. Confused, he tells them that their chief was the one who should be blamed. However, they still refuse to let him go and even try to attack him. As a retaliation, he hits the man on the face. The others try to strike him down as well, but he overpowers everyone who tries to hurt him. Later, Smith sees the result of the brawl. Masa lightly tells him that villagers suddenly attacked, so he needed to take action. They were easier than goblins. Smith points out that he went overboard in an already chaotic situation. He then shifts his attention to the chief, asking if he is behind the attack. It looks like he planned to kill Masa and then silence the knights as well. With this, he holds the chief accountable for the attack on Masa. According to the law, he will be sent to slavery. Hearing this, the chief begs for mercy. Being a slave is as good as being handed over a death sentence, and he can't accept it. Masa smiles after seeing his reaction. He tells everyone that he is willing to forget what happened, and this will make the sentence effectively lighter. They would still serve time, but this would not make their lives a living hell. The chief asks what he needs to do to be forgiven. Masa replies that he needs to answer his questions. First, 2 years ago, didn't the land they are dwelling on belong to the rabbit folk? He then bravely asks what they did to the rabbit folk to drive them away from their home. The chief grits his teeth in anger and tells Smith to put the young man in his place. However, the knight doesn't side with him and instead asks if he is guilty of it. Just then, a knight named Eldo places himself before the chief, shielding him from Masa. The man is surprised by the knight's move, who then asks why he is so invested to dig an issue that was already from 2 years ago. Masa then reveals that he owes the rabbit folk a great deal. Looking at them, Masa can tell that Eldo and Garv are hiding something, and he is determined to dig it up. Seeing how resolute Masa is about learning what happened to the rabbit folk, Eldo decides to tell the truth. The man looks strong anyway, and seems like the type who would force the truth out of him sooner or later. 5 years ago, when the new king had just ascended the throne, he sought to expand the kingdom. Because of this ambition, the surrounding villages and settlements were conquered. One of those villages belonged to the rabbit folk. Eldo and Garv were tasked with conquering it. They succeeded, forcing the rabbit folk to flee their homeland, which was then absorbed into the kingdom. As a reward, Eldo was promoted to knight. and Garb was appointed village chief. In the end, it was the kingdom's greed that swallowed the rabbit folk's land.
Kaito Destiny Styimests, welcome to my channel. At Kaito Destiny Styimests, welcome to my channel.
James, hello and welcome.
Enraged, Masa demands that they release the demi-humans. Smith tries to pacify him, urging him to calm down. He understands Masa's frustration, but explains that the slaves are now considered property and cannot be released so easily. Using that logic, Masa asks if beating them and enslaving them himself would make them his property as well. Smith points out that his reasoning is flawed. Masa spits back that it was that same absurd logic which allowed them to enslave demi-humans in the first place. Smith explains that the situation is beyond their authority and that slavery is permitted by the kingdom's law. Boiling with rage, Masa screams, asking if it is truly acceptable to enslave such kind people. He forbids them from speaking of equality in law when they are nothing more than murderers. After venting his anger, Masa apologizes for being overwhelmed by his emotions. He gives them time to think about what they plan to do moving forward. As he walks away, a portal suddenly opens and a hand reaches out, slapping him hard across the face. Shocked, he sees the goddess, who immediately pulls him into the portal. She laments that she brought him into this world to help develop the country, yet now he is picking fights with its leaders. She fears that his actions could put both of them in danger. Masa rebuts that he was dragged into this world without his consent, which cost him the chance to ever see the woman he loved again. The goddess is affected by his words, but still tells him that his behavior was unacceptable. Masa backs down, admitting that he could not possibly fight an entire country alone. However, Mari's expression tells a different story. He tells her to reveal her secret, as she is clearly hiding something. She tries to walk away, but he grabs her hand, still demanding answers. She yanks her hand free, then finally gives in. With a worried expression, she tells him that he can wage war against a country if he truly wants to. Masa is confused by her claim of how strong he is. Mari explains that during his reincarnation, she adjusted his body to handle magic. This was a result of sending him to another world. Because of this, his mana efficiency has drastically improved. His current mana recovery rivals that of a great spirit, and if used irresponsibly, it could lead to disaster. Masa remains unconvinced, saying that he does not feel anything unusual within his body. The goddess replies that while he may not sense it, his mana is overwhelming. To be specific, even when he runs, his stamina barely depletes. His mana is also far easier to manipulate, and his physical strength exceeds what his stats suggest. Hearing this, Masa realizes that all these examples have already happened to him before. He assumed it was normal after reincarnating, but now he understands that it was abnormal. The goddess agrees and adds that while his level is still low, his power will skyrocket as his magic level increases over time. Masa finally understands and comments that she went overboard with modifying his body. She apologizes with a regretful expression, then vanishes without another word, leaving Masa behind in confusion. The next morning, Masa meets Smith, who informs him that the demi-humans from the village will be released. However, they cannot liberate demi-humans from other settlements, since Smith lacks authority outside his jurisdiction. Masa then asks about the status of demi-humans in other areas. Smith reveals that there are records of demi-humans kept in the city. With this information, Masa plans to head to the city and ask the authorities about the whereabouts of the other demi-humans. Noticing Smith's strange expression, Masa asks if something is wrong. Smith denies it, saying he is simply glad to be of help. Masa warns that if negotiations fail, he will resolve the matter by force. Smith urgently asks him not to do that, explaining that he arranged the meeting to avoid conflict. A carriage soon arrives to take them to the city. As Masa approaches it, he asks what kind of city they are heading to. Smith replies that they are going to the city of knights, Portolan. As they draw closer, Masa cannot help but marvel at how developed the city is. Smith agrees, adding that while it may not rival the fortress city, its defenses are second to none. He can't help but compare the City of Knights to the fishing village, which lacks basic knowledge and hygiene. The City of Knights also reeks of beast corpses. It seems like this is the standard for their world, and this extremely bothers him. In another thought, this might be a sign that freeing the beasts will be possible. Meanwhile, the knights see him laughing weirdly alone, which seems alarming. They are now heading to the council, and since they are meeting the leader of the city for the negotiation, he will have to verify his identity at the gate. Smith requests that he have his guild card ready so the guards could check. Masa suddenly looks nervous. When they arrived at Portalim's Adventurers Guild, Smith scolded him for not having a guild card. He compares the young man to a slacker since he was supposed to get the card when he turned 12. More than embarrassment, Masa is just glad that his secret as a reincarnated soul isn't revealed because of his lack of guild card. The receptionist of the guild welcomes him and instructs him to put his hands over the magic tool in front of him. He is amazed by how it will automatically generate the guild card. The receptionist explains that guild cards are a technology bestowed by the gods. She reminds him that fraud or forgery will be punished. She also adds that personal information can be kept private, but his name, registered guild, and criminal record cannot be hidden. Furthermore, the information is only used for identity verification and cannot be accessed by others unless the holder is deceased. Masa is quite shocked that their privacy protection is top-notch, since he didn't expect it. After the process, she hands him his guild card. When he receives it, the two knights behind him seem excited to see his stats. He carefully studies it and commands it to display his details. He nonchalantly views his card and thinks that it is simply like the status screen but in print. Meanwhile, the two knights are incredulous by how many skills are enumerated in his card. He tries to hide his skills, but it is too late now. The shocked knights talk behind him out of disbelief. Normally, an adventurer
Pokemon
would just
community
have one
game
or
A
two
Wild
skills,
Phoebus
but the young
appears
man
catch
has
it
more
using
titles on his
Poke
card
Catch.
than they have
Winners
ever
revealed
seen
in
before.
90s.
Masa tells them to keep his secret and let it slide. The two agree, not knowing how to make sense of his skill set as well. They discuss how they would make a believable story to tell the leader of the city. They need to make their story straight about his background or else they would be busted and punished for lying. Later, they finally arrive at the city hall where the meeting will be held. The receptionist welcomes them and tells them to head to conference room 1 for Masa's meeting. After getting permitted to enter the hall, they all feel relieved but also feel the pressure of being questioned. As they walk towards the meeting room, Smith explains that Masa will be meeting the representative of the city, which is the Grand Master of the Knights. Normally, this kind of meeting would be impossible, but the leader finds Masa interesting, so he agreed. They finally arrive at the room and are granted entry. Masa then meets the ruler, Lance. He can immediately feel that his presence is on a whole different level from the other knights. From this, he can say that this negotiation isn't going to be easy. He walks forward to the leader, thanks him for granting him a lot. However, Lance tells him to cut a small talk since he has been briefed about his agenda of wanting to free the young humans. Straightforwardly, Lance tells him that in this kind of request, he must have something valuable to trade. Judging by his demeanor, he doesn't plan on using money to talk. He is curious what Masa has in store to offer him. Masa quietly observes the ruler in front of him, who seems so calm and quite difficult to read. Without dirty tactics up his sleeve,
Pokemon community game Phoebus escaped. No one caught it.
Calmly and in all seriousness, Masa states that his offer to the city is his vast knowledge. Lance is in disbelief by his vague offer and demands him to elaborate for everyone to understand. Masa explains that with his knowledge, he will lower the death rate and improve sanitation and food supplies. Furthermore, he will increase jobs to improve productivity and living standards. If allowed, it would be great if they start with the carriages, as he noticed how bumpy the ride was. The carriages lack spring mechanisms to absorb the shock and make the ride smooth. He offers to make them carriages that are more comfortable and efficient with his advanced knowledge. He also adds that their horses should be barefoot. His discussion is interrupted when the Secretary of Lance appears and reports on something. Lance then tells Masa that he understands the importance of the knowledge he is offering. It is true that these improvements are what the city needs, but right now, he can't trust him because he has no solid collateral figure. Full of conviction, the ruler tells him that he refuses to trust someone that isn't offering a tangible asset. He needs the man to show him the results first. This might convince the villagers and him more to trust Masa. Confused by what he is saying, Masa asks if he means he should join the Knights. Lance already heard that he turned down Smith's offer, so he has given up that possibility. Right now, he demands results from him, so until he shows them the fruits of his knowledge, they won't be releasing the captive.
Freaking adding
so,
off.
he must work there until there are tangible results, or else he will be killed for lying to everyone. With this, he asks Masa again if he is still willing to negotiate when his safety is at stake. Masa agrees with full conviction, which shocks everyone. Lance accepts his decision and adds that improving the city's sanitation and the carriages will suffice. He promises that if he sees even the slightest results, he will hand over the dead humans to him. Seeing him stunned, he pushes the man to go over the paperwork with the librarian. Masa can't believe that the ruler is so generous with his offer. Lance tells him that they just have a difference in perspective. From his point of view, he gets to offload these men who might start a rebellion. This is a good deal for him that even starts a rebellion. Besides, they share the same belief that war only imprisons those who are weak, and it is nothing but an invasion. Masa warmly smiles at this, realizing that the leader of the city isn't corrupt at all. Lance states that he will issue a decree to gather the scattered demi-humans to free them. However, they will surely face an opposing side for doing this. He asks if Masa perhaps can think of how to deal with those who will oppose their decree. The young man excitedly thinks of a scheme. After contemplating, he proposes that he will challenge everyone who will oppose the freedom of the demi-humans to a duel. If they lose their right to complain. Lance suddenly perks up since the proposal sounds interesting to him. It would be a spectacle to watch, and it has been long since he got so entertained like this. However, the plan will be surely enough. Since they are the city of knights, they respect the strongest. And if one defeats the strongest, he will surely be the one on top, and no one will oppose his wishes. He then grabs his sword, much to Masa's surprise. Lance finds him worthy to be his opponent after he wiped out a goblin horde alone. He then raises his sword against the young man, challenging him to a duel. Masa is incredulous. He isn't sure how to fight the leader of the knights, especially seeing him so thrilled to fight him. This is what scares him, so he nonchalantly turns him down, stating that it will be troublesome if the ruler gets injured. However, Lance has already decided and commands Smith to check the arena's schedule for their duel. Without choice, Masa agrees to the duel and tells
Botrix, thank you for the follow at Shadow Master.
Shall I dispatch the welcoming drums?
Shadow Master, thank you very much for your
He
follow on
starts a study
Kick. It's
session
greatly
on the
appreciated.
basics like why we must keep things clean. He then tells everyone to gather people to disseminate the knowledge. With this, the knights start to gather their subordinates and leave the room. Masa looks at them with annoyance on his face.
Shadow Master, hey buddy, I'm also a streamer. Let collaborate together, let connect on Discord. Shadow Master 636.
He tells off the knights that as the leaders of their city, they must be the ones to learn hygiene first, so they can be a great model to everyone. Lance praises.
Oh boy. Alright, let's take a look here. See. I'm guessing this is a spam bot. Yeah, another account that has no videos, no clips, no streams, no nothing, no followers. You call yourself a streamer, yet you don't have anything set up. Yeah, no. And you also advertised your information on Twitch without, or on Kick here without even getting to know me first, and just think I will start streaming with you when I don't even know anything about you. Plus, who says you're even an adult and you're a kid? So I'm just gonna do
Kofi
the safe
stream
thing
bot,
here,
visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at
bam.
URL.
On my own safety and concern, it's best just to block you at this time, because, yeah.
Him for being thorough and leaves the rest to him to deal with while he trains. However, he refuses to let the ruler leave the room since he needs to learn as well. Later, Masa starts his lesson on hygiene. He expounds that they should learn how to dump their waste responsibly. Waste left in the open would attract insects and rats that bring diseases. So, to sum up his lesson, they must boil their water, cook their meat, and clean and wash regularly. The lesson is a basic human survival skill, but looking at the knights, they seem to need time to process everything. Lance is impressed that he can give a decent lesson, but doubts if hygiene can change anything. Masa points out that following proper hygiene will decrease the rate of death and illness from infants to adults. Aside from this, they will be able to prevent outbreaks of the plague. Hearing this, Lance asks who he really is. In their research center, the information gathered about the possibility of the plague is scarce, meaning the value of the information about it is far too great, making their deal hardly a fair trade. Confused, Masa asks why a good deal for them sounds like a problem. The ruler tells him that owing favors doesn't sit well with him given the nature of his job. Masa looks at him with respect, thinking that he is such an honest man. He decides to stop being modest and asks if he can use the forge. He needs to improve the carriage, and there are many things he wants to test. Lance gives his permission to him and will arrange it so he can use it first thing in the morning. Lance adds that while they have a proper forge, they don't have any skilled craftsmen. He elaborates that since they are on the frontier, The talented ones get snatched up by the big cities. As a result, they have a lot of materials in stock. When they visit the warehouse, Masa requests that he gather the men, and anyone will do. Incredulous, he states that they are going to do a full inventory of every single material. Frustrated, he tells them that no craftsman would like to work in that kind of workshop. He mobilizes the knights and orders them to do an inventory to count the stock and how much more they need. They also have to check for damage or defects in materials so the quality of their products won't be affected. While they are at it, they also need to clean the warehouse. Lance then gets his attention. The man tells him that as the Knight Order, they are capable of managing their resources just fine. Masa gets even more frustrated with his statement, because clearly, that is not the case. Things are scattered and he spots stuff covered in dust all over the place. Since he has worked at a hardware store before, disorganized things tick him off. Back home, he kept tens of thousands of items in stock. If they found out one number was off, they would spend hours to check it. Agitated, he commands the ruler to clean the back storage until spotless. Suddenly intimidated, Lance immediately agrees. Masa is now in his most serious mode and is about to show off his perfect skill in inventory. Later, he takes charge, leading the knights to get the workshop back in order. He leads them to put things in order, get them clean, and make sure that the inventory is fine. They spend all night finishing the task. The next morning, he is impressed by how improved and progressed the job is. He then looks at the inventory and is overwhelmed by the amount of fantasy materials on the list like black steel, vermilion ore, and mithril. He comments that there is way too much stock inside the warehouse, which is a waste for the city's finances. Unfortunately, shipments of the ore are still going even though it isn't being used. The secretary admits that it is because of the long-term procurement deal, and so they can't stop the shipment. The contracts were already signed before the city and will last for another year. Given the situation, Masa suggests that they use the ores first and process them into something usable and valuable. He has heard of tons of ores he has never even heard before, and if they play around with different ratios, they might discover some incredible alloys. Since the secretary seems confused, he explains that when they mix different materials together, they can yield different metals, like if one mixes copper and tin, they can produce bronze. Using bronze, they can create simple weapons. He even shows the man how to mix metals to produce alloys, and would love to try and make some stainless steel. The secretary starts to get really confused, so Masa thinks of a way to break it down in simpler explanations. He discusses that the ores aren't used much because they weren't strong enough with other metals. When one mixes another metal into a weak one, they can create a metal with new properties. The secretary finally understands and realizes that if the process is too complex, it would be difficult for an amateur craftsman to handle the workshop. With this information, he derives that they need someone tenured. He leaves the warehouse to process some papers and look for a craftsman. Alone, Masa wastes no time in trying out his blacksmithing skills. He checks his system status, but is shocked when he discovers that he can wield a sword by just thinking about it. Given how powerful the skill is, it is pretty much a cheat skill. He then tries it to see how much detail he can make his weapon. He uses the ores inside the warehouse and turns them into iron. He smirks, knowing how valuable this skill is. From the iron, he contemplates making a small weapon first. He then sees a knife hanging on the table and decides to make one. After eyeing the forge near him, he finally moves to make himself a weapon. He has always wanted to try and make one. So, he melts some iron and hammers it down to create a knife. He repeats the process until it forms into the weapon he designed. Moments later, he pulls the metal in a bucket of water. Suddenly, Lance appears behind him and is amazed to see Masa forging weapons with the things that he can do. Masa is shocked to see him since he didn't feel his presence. The man tells him that he has been in the village since noon and came by the workshop to finish the stock check and sharpen his blade. He then asks if the young man can make a weapon better than the junk around the warehouse, and offers that he forge one for the leader to test his skills. Lately, his sword has been so dull that no matter how many times he sharpens it, the blade is just beaten and overcast. This problem sometimes affects his duels, and is making it because of his great swordsmanship skills. Understanding his frustration, Masa offers to take a look at his sword and see what he can do about it. Additionally, he asks what the materials on his work desk are. Masa states that those are different kinds of components that, if they are combined, will create things that could help people in the town. The device he is working on could come in handy for lifting heavy things. Lance looks confused and has no idea how to use the device Masa offers. Although it wasn't included in the contract, Masa wants to try it out. He states that he will finish the device the next day, so Lance must come and give his opinion about it. The man agrees, saying that he is curious about it anyway. With this, Masa gets back to working on his device, and asks the leader to leave so he can concentrate. Lance starts to exit the workshop and looks back again. He can see that the man is so fired up and thrilled. It reminds him of the first time he took up the sword. He waves him goodbye and tells him not to overdo himself. As the night falls, Masa finally finishes the device.
Oh, my fluffy
He went a little
babies are all
overboard,
so
but
good.
doesn't mind this since he loves seeing people happy and feeling useful. Tomorrow, he will show everyone in the town the hard work he has put into realization. In addition to this, he also has to teach the folks how to use the device he has made and continue the lesson by meditation. He is also contemplating adding a crash course on crafting. As the morning arrives, Masa wakes up to the face of a woman he is unfamiliar with. After a moment, he recognizes her as the messenger of the knights. She complains that the knights dumped all of their errands on her since they are all busy studying. She came to pass on the message and remind him of the upcoming duel he has with Lance in 3 days. He should be present at the training grounds in the morning. She comments that he is quite a brave soul to challenge a man like their ruler since Lance is truly a battle junkie. However, this could also mean that Lance is fond of him. Nevertheless, she advises that he get prepared for the duel given that it isn't going to be an easy one. She also has the medical team on standby during that duel in case he would need it. He assures her that he won't likely need the medical team and he'll be careful. She comments that the duel seems exciting and she hasn't felt this thrilled to watch the duel for a long time.
Pokemon community game A Wild Absol appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Later, Lance and his knights are in the town square and waiting for Masa to appear. Just then, Masa exits from the well and is glad that Lance is already there. The ruler then notices that the device he was working on the night before is already installed near the well. With a cheerful voice, he requests everyone to gather closely. He mentions that he will be demonstrating drawing water from the well with the new device. This will make their lives easier, and it is also super easy to use. To start demonstrating, he calls a random female villager to try it out, emphasizing that women and even kids can use the device. First, pour some water into the pump hole. This will fill the gaps, removing the air and creating a vacuum. The vacuum pulls the water from below up into the pipe. Then, they need to move the lever up and down. The water will then start to draw out from the well into the bucket. The villagers are all in awe and liken the process to some sort of magic. Contented with the result, Masa discusses that the tool is called a pump. Since the Pioneer pump is successful, he plans to install them in the main town as well to make use of them. Next, he also plans to improve the carriage, since it is really medieval the last time he used it, and this will affect the trade. Masa inspects the bottom part of the carriage and sees that it is just a box with a metal axle running through the base and wheels attached. To improve the carriage, the passenger area needs to be separated from the wheels. The frame must be added on top, and the seating section should be suspended from it. After that,
Pokemon community game Absol escaped. No one caught it.
Masa explains that he only knows the basics and will need to test the vibration mechanism to see if it works. He starts by building the base. Using his advanced knowledge, he creates a blueprint, smooths the wood, and attaches the parts together until the body of the carriage finally takes shape. Once the first prototype is completed, he asks the leader to ride the carriage since he has already run out of mana. They attach it to a horse, and another knight drives it for testing. As the carriage moves, Lance finds it impressive since it barely shakes compared to his old one. The ride is not perfectly smooth, but it is comfortable and far better than before. Masa explains that he has a shock absorber suspension, something no carriage in their city currently has. With this design, the left and right wheels are linked by a single axle for springs. He also mentions that he can experiment with independent suspension, where each wheel moves and operates on its own. There are several types he could test in the future. On top of that, he plans to make the passenger section large enough to carry around 9 to 10 people. Lance is thrilled to hear this, as traveling during expeditions will become much easier. Masa agrees, noting that they need to consistently introduce new technology to make breakthroughs in their everyday lives and make things easier to manage. Hearing about the improved carriage, other knights volunteer to try it and see how comfortable it is. While the others are busy testing it, Masa calls Lance into the workshop to show him the other tools he has made. He promises to teach the craftsmen how to repair them. Sensing that Masa wants to discuss something else, Lance urges him to speak openly. Masa comments that the commander is right and admits that they need fairness in their negotiations. Lance agrees and asks what Masa desires in return for helping the village so much, especially since many of the improvements were not included in their contract. Masa states straightforwardly. Additionally, he asks to receive some of their surplus ore. Lance pauses for a moment, clearly contemplating the conditions. After a brief silence, he agrees, and Masa breathes a sigh of relief. With this, a treaty that will provide mutual benefits for both sides will be formed. As long as it does not interfere with their daily lives, Lance will permit it. However, he warns that other countries may not do the same, so the young man must remain cautious. Masa thanks him and calls him an honorable person. Lance bids him goodbye and tells him to give everything he has in their upcoming mission, saying that he expects a great battle. The comment sends a chill through Masa, knowing he is about to face a true
You gotta fight a
Masa
battle
is grateful that
maniac.
the negotiations with Lance have gone smoothly so far. It is only a verbal promise for now, but he believes that Lance is an honest man who will stand by his word. Exhausted, Masa decides to call it a day and rest to replenish his lost mana. Just then, the secretary appears and reminds him about the hygiene measure, noting that everyone is waiting. More knights soon arrive, seeking his guidance on the new inventions he introduced to the village. After attending to everyone's needs, Masa is finally able to rest after the exhausting day. Spent, he lies down on his bed and realizes how tiring it is to teach people who do not even know the basics. He remembers his days working at the Home Improvement Center, where instructors patiently taught him until he became certified. He suddenly wonders how everyone back home is doing. Masa opens his window and reminisces about the person he misses the most. However, she no longer shares the same sky or the same moon with him. If only he could tell her directly how he feels, and that he has given up on love if it is not with her. Mari appears, feeling guilty about his longing. She listens as he laments about wanting to give up on love and wishing he could have said goodbye. He tries to downplay his feelings, likening his experience to a poem about love that he once read years ago. It is tragic, but he is slowly learning to accept it. Curious, Mari asks what kind of person the woman was. Masa describes her as petite and adorably sweet. He confesses that for him, it was love at first sight. When they first met, she was working incredibly hard, and he fell for her tenacity. A few months later, he told her that he liked her. He was not good at expressing his feelings, so his words came out clumsy. That was when he learned that she had already been with someone else for years. After that, he left home. Despite everything, he remained hung up on her, but he still managed to congratulate her on her wedding day. What makes it strange is that he later met a girl in the Rabbit village who shared the same name. Her name was May, and seeing her shocked him, causing memories of his past to resurface. Noticing Mari's guilt, Masa reassures her that he is fine. He tells her that he has a new goal in life now, and that focusing on it feels refreshing compared to dwelling on the life he left behind. If anything, he is grateful to Mari for giving him a new purpose. Returning to her usual self, Mari agrees. After all, she is a goddess, and he was brought into this world specifically for his role. Masa looks at her, annoyed by her boastful tone, but notices the warm smile on her face. He used to think she was just a lousy goddess, but now he finds himself thinking that she is actually a cool one. Hearing the compliment, she smiles again. The sight makes Masa happy and gives him renewed energy to return to work. He bids her goodbye. As Masa resumes his tasks, Mari looks at the moon with a content smile on her face. 3 days pass. Masa is busy teaching, sharing, and spreading what he knows. His spare time, meanwhile, is all spent preparing for battle. Finally, the day of the duel with Lance arrives. Masa heads for the arena and is surprised to see so many people entering. He goes to the waiting room, where Lance is, to ask him about it. Lance is impressed that his opponent has actually shown up. Masa says he never expected to be the center of attention in the middle of the festival. Lance explains that his subordinates simply want to see him use his sword. He then looks longingly at Masa's newly forged sword and asks if there is one for him as well. Masa replies that no one hands out custom blades for a duel. Lance then takes out a black great sword, saying he will enjoy the duel to the fullest. Masa sees that it is forged from tougher ore, but the craftsmanship is about the same as the loner blade. Lance then asks his opponent about his own weapon. Masa draws his brand new sword. Lance smiles and says that once he wins, that new sword will be the talk of the night. Masa, in turn, smirks and says he will try to hold back as much as he can. Lance remarks that the last person who dared to talk to him like that learned their lesson the hard way. This makes Masa nervous, and he asks if Lance has any experience losing. The knight smiles and says, "Not anymore." Masa replies that all his careful preparation might have been pointless. Lance reminds him that Masa once wiped out a whole goblin horde, a feat not many can pull off. He adds that he wants his opponent to come at him with everything he has. Masa smiles to show that he understands. The two then walk out of the room together and enter the arena, where they are greeted by loud cheers from the massive crowd. Masa looks around, feeling a bit overwhelmed, and spots the messenger officer sitting in a rather fancy section. She smiles at him as the two fighters square off. A host then declares that the battle between them may begin. The The referee explains that the fight will be one round, winner takes all. The crowd looks on in anticipation. Victory will be decided when one fighter surrenders or can no longer fight. Finally, they are instructed to keep it clean, and the clash begins. The messenger girl asks an A what he thinks of the fight so far. He calls her Milady, a title she does not like. She remarks that Masa does not look like a warrior. They assume he might have a trick up his sleeve and guess that the fight will depend on his effectiveness. The two fighters continue to clash swords. Lance says he did not expect a human could match his strength. Masa asks if that means they can just agree he is wrong. Lance laughs, then makes a different strike, forcing Masa to take a step back. He uses his foot to sweep the blacksmith off balance. Masa falls backward as Lance moves in. He sees the knight's sword coming down on him and avoids it at the last moment. His face fills with fear as he asks if Lance is trying to kill him. Lance figures from his stance that he must have had some training. He continues to attack, noting that the young man's techniques are crude. Masa blocks one attack with the hilt of his sword. Lance compliments him but keeps on the offensive, while Masa desperately tries to avoid each hit. He realizes real combat is very different. He remembers that Mari said he could fight a whole kingdom, but with the way he is floundering now, that seems impossible. However, he has now confirmed what he needed for his plan. He decides now is the time to make his best move. The experience he gained at the rural station, everything he learned, all the lessons the artisans taught him, all will be put to use. He raises his hand and activates the skill, item box storage space. Lance braces for an attack, but instead, large logs rain down on the arena. The knight is surprised. There was no report of Masa having a rare skill. He still has no idea what the blacksmith is doing. Is he planning to use the logs as footing? Lance stands in the center of the debris. Masa sees his chance. He uses multi-skill activation to cast woodworking and architecture. The pieces of wood suddenly transform into multiple siege engines, their battering rams all pointed at Lance. Lance is stunned to see himself surrounded by siege weapons. Masa is pleased, as one perk of crafting skills is that he can build what he pictures in his mind. However, with his current skill level and mana, he can still only make basic tools. Still, he hopes a multi-strike assault will work. Lance now sees what the hidden move was. He swings his sword in broad strokes, slicing through the machines. The messenger watches with a curious look. Lance, meanwhile, is disappointed if this is all there is. He sees that Masa is trying to keep his distance to craft more items, so he decides to crush that opening with one decisive step. The messenger now looks worried and gets to her feet. Lance moves forward to end the fight, but is shocked to see that Masa now has a giant crossbow. He realizes that this was the blacksmith's plan all along. He must have built it beforehand, and now Lance is trapped. The arrow is released, and the knight knows he cannot avoid it. He raises his sword and meets the arrow head-on. There is a massive impact as Lance struggles with all his might. He is finally able to deflect the arrow with his sword, leaving the audience impressed. However, he is exhausted from the effort and sees that Masa is taking this chance to charge at him. Lance is too tired to defend himself, but can barely move his arms. Still, he figures he has a chance if he can force a lockup and pin Masa down. He raises his sword just enough to block Masa's attack. To his surprise, his great sword cracks from the impact and shatters. The proud knight falls back to the ground, defenseless, as Masa stands over him, victorious. Lance realizes this was Masa's plan from the start. He was certain his blade would be able to cut through the great sword. Masa smiles and replies that he only felt confident after he saw the edge chip on Lance's sword. He had actually tested it earlier on the one Lance had lent him, but since it was made of different material than the sword Lance used in the duel, it was still a gamble. So, he had to figure out how to buy time and ensure Lance would take the strike. That's why he used the battering rams and the giant bow. Masa admits he never thought Lance would slice the arrow instead of dodging it. However, that caused Lance to freeze just long enough for Masa to ready his blade. Lance is impressed that the blacksmith challenged him not with sword skill, but with craftsmanship. Masa says that's all he can do, as he activates his storage skill. He takes out a brand new sword and explains he couldn't hand it over before their duel. He holds it high and offers it to Lance, smiling as he calls it a token of gratitude. Lance is left speechless. Masa also acknowledges that he now stands no chance against the knight. Lance swings the new sword 4 times to test it, looking genuinely happy and thankful. He then tells Masa that he lives to fight. Each battle is a thrill. No matter the weapon, every bout teaches him something new and reminds him why he is alive. As a result, like-minded people gathered around him, and that made him keep swinging his sword even more. Then one day, he looked back and realized no one was watching. He adds that it's strange since the stronger he got, the less he actually fought. before he knew it, he was running an entire organization and got stuck waging invasions. That's why today felt so refreshing. He hadn't had this much fun in ages. He then tells Masa not to say he can't win just because he gave him a new sword. Winning a fight means growth, which means Lance will grow, too. Lance says that next time, Masa should be the future Lance, who will be even stronger, and adds that he's looking forward to their rematch. Masa says he'd rather not, but acknowledges they will cross blades again. Lance then declares Masa the winner as the crowd watches on. He adds that they will fulfill their promise and proclaims the Beast Folk slaves free from this day forth. Later that evening, in the Knight's Quarter Tavern, guests enjoy their meals. One man, Eldem, mentions he never thought a production-type skill would shine so well in battle. He then asks Smith if he's ever considered training under a carpenter. Eldem laughs and states that Masa has a lot of skills under his belt. Smith keeps praising Masa, but Eldem grows nervous when he notices Lance standing right behind them, hearing every word. They turn, stunned to see the knight. Both look at him nervously, but he tells them to calm down, explaining he's actually there to talk to them. He asks if they were the ones who brought Masa to the city. The Masa he fought and the one in the reports were vastly different and requests they tell him everything they know about the blacksmith. Some time later, Lance has been fully briefed. The knight realizes the young blacksmith is far beyond his expectations. Smith remarks that if those stats belonged to someone at level 60 to 70, he could believe it. Yet Masa is only level 16, and his stats rival Smith's, who is level 62. Lance now understands why they didn't share this information earlier.
Pokemon community game A Wild Dwebble appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
More interesting to let them know free. He adds that though they promised to win a match, it would be a shame to sever their ties here. Lance starts to give an order, but before he can finish, the messenger arrives. She says he just wants a reason to keep tabs.
Wisebot 5 viewers, -1. Alarm clock 3 hours 25 minutes and 18 seconds.
Adding that there are too many skilled folk lying idle as we learn that Lance is her uncle. A few days later, Masa is at the council hall's main entrance, wondering if he can finally hit home now that the beast folk are gone. Lance comes out and says it's fine. The reforms are already showing results, and once the beast folk gather, they will send word to their village. Masa says he understands, but then asks why the knight is covered in bruises and who he brawled with this time. Lance replies that he couldn't exactly fight back. Someone kicks the knight from behind and states that it was she who threw the first punch. Masa is surprised to see that it is the messenger. Lance explains she is his niece, Kaito, who is as fiery as they are. Adel says she is happy to meet him and will do everything to meet him since she is tagging along today. Masa is confused, as he had no idea she would be joining. Lance explains that Adel wants to see more of the world, and he is worried since it is dangerous for a woman to travel alone. Masa thinks that once the beast folk return, they will need more hands to expand the village, but a remote village is no place for a city girl to live. Adel insists she will manage just fine.
Pokemon community game Dwebble escaped. No one caught it.
Sees that Lance's blood definitely runs in her veins. He agrees that if she will lend a hand, it won't be a problem, but warns her uncle to be prepared since it could be years before they return. This catches the knight by surprise as he asks what Masa means, and Masa explains they will be developing the settlement into a proper town to make it safe for the beastskin. Lance looks hesitant, but Adel is determined and tells him not to stop her. The tired knight relents and asks Masa to protect him, which makes Adel yell at him for being protected. Lance's face then softens as he bids them goodbye, and Masa promises that once the or if the situation
This is good. This is good.
waving to the knights as he and Adel set off. Masa reflects on how his journey turned out to be longer than expected, but he was able to resolve the issues and even secure plenty of resources. He and Adel travel through numerous locations, camping out at night and enjoying the scenery as they go, eventually reaching their destination. Masa is pleased that, on top of everything, he now has a powerful ally at his side. He greets the rabbit folk and spends the next few moments bringing them up to date, knowing they will also have to figure out what comes next. For now though, he is glad to be back and just wants to enjoy the reunion. Mari watches it all while sipping tea, smiling happily as the screen shows that the world development bonus has been granted. Masa discusses with the chief the possibility of setting aside their grudges with the humans for the future. The chief worries that now that Masa's technology is fueling human advancement, they might become even more dangerous. Masa assures him there is no need to worry, as he has already spoken with their commander. He suggests they focus on expanding the settlement, now that many of their beast folk kin are free, and he stands up to declare his vision. He wants to build a beast folk city. The next morning, May and Anne wake Masa in his tent. The two girls complain that he is still not ready, especially since he was the one who said he had a big announcement to give. They head out first, but urge Masa not to be late for the announcement spot. Masa is still groggy and first checks his status screen to review the skills he can use for city building. He is surprised to see a new message. He presses it and discovers that Mari's sister, Era, has written to him. He has been rewarded with more skills due to his contributions to their world, and she hopes he can make their world an even better place for future generations. With the discovery of Era, Masa now realizes there is a whole pantheon of gods. He is glad to know there is a god who seems more responsible than Mari, a sentiment the goddess resents. He concludes that if he keeps accomplishing things, he will receive even more skill upgrades, so he takes his time reviewing all his new skills. Kaito may come back to yell at him for not trying to get up faster. Later, Masa goes to the gathering spot and tells the beast folk he wants to discuss the future of their settlement. He explains that now that other beast folk are free from the humans, their population will triple, and they will need to improve their food situation, protective walls, and other amenities. He announces that he plans to build a town near theirs. The rabbit people question whether they can build a town on their own and ask what kind of town he envisions. Masa answers that he will make sure they can do it, and that he wants a town where beast folk can live safe, happy, and free. His declaration makes everyone smile, and all the people instantly agree to help him. Masa can see they trust him without question and feels guilty. He shares with them, in a serious tone, that he can no longer hide who he is if they continue to trust him so completely. He reveals that he came from another world and was brought into theirs by a god. The people fall silent, making Masa think his story is hard to believe, but then, many begin asking questions about what kind of world he came from and what kind of god he met. Adel admits his story checks out, given how different he seems in culture and knowledge. Masa asks everyone how they can believe him so quickly, and they tell him it is easy to believe when gods are involved. Masa realizes that a story like his is easily accepted in a world where gods are commonplace. Chief also tells him their trust will never waver, as he stood up and protected them. This makes Masa glad to see he is loved, though now the people won't stop hounding him for more details about his world, much to his annoyance. Masa quiets the eager crowd by promising to share all about his world over dinner, then turns everyone's attention to the work ahead. He explains they must begin clearing fields and expanding their tents, and he assigns each person a task. Adel and May watch him expectantly, waiting for their own role, and grow weary when he hesitates. Finally, he asks them to produce slaked lime, calling it the secret weapon of construction, a job to trust no one, a responsibility that satisfies even Adel's pride. Masa shows them the kiln and cooking tools they'll need, instructing them to place seashells inside, add firewood beneath, and light the fire. He points to a bellows box beside the kiln, explaining that pumping it pushes air
Some
through the
decent
pipe and
stuff.
blasts oxygen into the furnace, raising the heat to 1,000 degrees. When the girls look puzzled, he clarifies that water boiling with bubbles means 100 degrees, and clay glowing red hot means about 1,000. He urges them to use this knowledge of heat responsibly and with safety in mind, reminding them that technology can bring happiness or misery, so they must always think before they act. He asks them to be careful with the techniques they learn from him, whether they succeed or not. May asks if it's okay to fail, and Masa pats both girls on the head, as he reassures them that failure is part of learning, and that they must also learn the right way to use technology. Adel and May's faces glow with the trust he's placed in them. Masa announces they should start heating the furnace and guides them through the initial steps before leaving to clear the land for the new town. At the site, he builds a blocked, flat flooring area, exhausting himself.
Ko-fi Streambot visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
Recover and realizes that, at this rate, leveling all the land for the town will take days. The thought of such exhausting repetition horrifies him, and he begins searching for another solution. His eyes land on the nearby cliff, and he remembers the time he spent with May and the rabbit folk below it, which gives him an idea. A smile spreads across his face as he runs toward the cliff's edge, and below, he sees the slimes in view. Masa brings a slime to the village, announcing that he plans to keep it there much to everyone's concern. The chief questions his reasoning, pointing out that slimes are monsters. Masa explains that he wants to use it to process sewage and food waste while also studying its nature. He mentions having seen documents in Portland stating that some monsters can be resistant, and he believes they can be used as resources, much like monster stuff. Privately, Masa does not voice his idea of building toilets using the sludge. The chief is impressed by the concept of utilizing monsters as a resource. Masa elaborates that he wants to establish safe building methods. He shares his additional plan to raise giant lizards to address their food situation. After considering the proposal, the chief agrees to let Masa keep the slime in the village, delighting him. Over the following days, Masa studies the slime and discovers it cannot climb higher than its own body height. He experiments by feeding it grass and wood, observing that it slowly absorbs and dissolves them. After several days of the same diet, he notices that while it continues to eat and digest the materials, it seems to grow tired of them. Based on these results, he concludes that the slime should have no problem digesting food waste. One day, a rabbit folk alerts Masa that the slime is not moving. Worried, Masa rushes to his pet and picks it up, finding it shriveled and stiff. He realizes it has become too dry and needs water. After placing it in a pond, the little creature revives. Later, rabbit folk bring more slimes for large-scale breeding experiments. From all his observations, Masa forms a hypothesis. Slimes are the world's self-cleaning mechanism, based on his finding that they decompose only impurities in dirty water. Through his slime pet, Masa feels the joy of discovery. One day, May asks if she can keep a slime as a pet. Masa hesitates, struggling to explain that slimes, while useful, are still potentially dangerous monsters. Reluctantly, he tells her she cannot keep one. Later, Masa informs the chief that he must leave the village again, having calculated that they will soon run out of timber and other materials. The chief agrees to let him go and even offers additional help if needed. Masa tells the chief that he has asked the gathering team to collect tree saplings and seeds because they need to plant them, explaining that while trees take years to grow, they can be cut down in an instant, so they must prepare for the future by giving something back to the forest and the mountains to maintain a rich environment, since they are the ones using its wood. The chief and Adel are impressed that he is always thinking 10 steps ahead. Masa instructs them to focus on fruit-bearing trees and to grow them to waist height in the village before planting them in the mountains. The chief asks when Masa will be heading out, and Masa reports that he will leave as soon as he is ready, making it clear he is going alone, fully aware that Adel plans to accompany him. The next morning, May and Adel meet Masa at the village exit to travel with him. May defends her need to come due to her knowledge of herbs and plants, while Adel insists she won't stay behind and she can broaden her horizons with him. The girls join forces, declaring they are coming even if he says no, and Masa reluctantly agrees, under the condition that they follow his instructions. As they walk through the forest, Masa explains that their task is not only to collect wood but also stone and other materials, specifically seeds and saplings they can eat or use for medicine, emphasizing his desire to grow them since they must live in harmony with nature no matter the cost. When the girls wonder why he thinks this way, he explains that humans in his world developed so much that many living things went extinct, teaching him that it is not good for humans to be too powerful, and in his second chance at life, he wants to live as if everything is precious to this world. The girls call him cheesy but feel joy seeing him uphold such ideals, making them excited to discover new things on their journey. Later, Adel gathers stacks of huge logs and realizes Masa has disappeared from sight. May informs her that Masa went elsewhere, making Adel wonder how far the man is willing to go to cut wood. May then hears the sound of a sword being swung in the distance with her rabbit ears, and they walk toward the sound, where they see Masa beheading a giant monster and its head flying off its body and hurtling toward Adel. Adel catches the head with her hands, freezing in disgust, and later, white with bruises from Adel's retaliatory hits, Masa apologizes and explains that the giant monster attacked him. May, amazed, identifies it as a worm, and Masa informs her they have similar creatures in his world that enrich soil and help plants grow. Noticing no nearby holes to suggest digging, Masa is puzzled, but Adel explains that the worm uses earth magic to travel underground without leaving holes behind, intriguing Masa with the magic-using worm. May adds that she has heard worms can be used to make bows, with their elastic and strong tendons serving as bowstrings and armor material. Masa asks if this means people might come to the forest hunting worms, but Adel doubts it, since very few can take one down, both girls staring at Masa as if he's unusual, while May cheerfully remarks it's not surprising for her big brother to defeat a giant monster. Masa considers how to use the worm for materials and whether hunting might become routine, prompting May to share that rabbit folk hunt monsters like giant lizards and eat birds called holo holo, volunteering to listen for the bird with her ears. Instead, she hears the sound of a vicious beast and is so terrified she breaks down screaming. They ask what's wrong, but she continues crying, and Masa recalls how scared she was when they first met, realizing she's even more frightened now. May grabs him, begging him not to go looking for the monster, and through tears warns he will die if he fights it. Masa assures her he won't fight it, but says he still needs to look at the beast to know what they're dealing with. May makes him promise to come right back, and after agreeing, she points him in the direction of the sound. Masa runs toward it and hides behind a tree to avoid being seen by the monster, where he spots a four-armed bear eating a giant purple horse, a sight that rattles even the mighty Masa. Masa hides in fear, watching the bear continue to eat its prey before it finally leaves, leaving him relieved. He reflects that he has never seen a monster like it before. Examining the corpse of the horse, he notes it is just as abnormally huge, with 6 legs, and appraises it as an assault savanna horse, a mutant species that evolved from a horse that accumulated an abnormal amount of magic power, making him wonder where it got such a source. He then considers what he might learn about the bear, but suddenly a drop of water falls on his nose, and a second later it begins to rain. Realizing he and the girls must return to the village to warn the chief about the bear, they hurry back. There, the chief tells Masa they have encountered the demon bear, explaining it, like the giant horse, has mutated into mana and is spotted every few years, its strength and attitude akin to a natural disaster. The chief expresses relief that luck was on their side, as the bear likely sensed the coming rain. Adel voices fear that the bear might return, but the chief reassures her, noting it is already the rainy season, when the demon bear becomes less active, and paints a picture of the lowlands flooding and grasslands turning into a vast lake. Inspired, Masa asks if the watery environment means sea creatures will migrate to the area, and the chief confirms that aquatic creatures become active. Masa stands up to leave, making the chief think he intends to find and fight the bear. But Masa exclaims he is already sick of repetitive food and wants to collect sea creatures while the opportunity is hot. Rushing outside in a hurry, he sees the forest fields now filled with water puddles and gets excited. As he walks around, he almost trips, looking down at the puddle and suspecting something must have
Pokemon
tried.
community game A Wild Nickit appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
But Masa effortlessly seizes the claw and lifts the creature up. He pulls a rope from his spatial storage and ties the crab so it can't move. Using his appraisal ability, he identifies it as a blue crab that turns bright emerald green when wet. Masa feels lucky to be in a place where he can find aquatic creatures so easily and grows excited at how many more he might discover. He proceeds to catch a variety of creatures from green, moss, crayfish, and poison toads to a stealth python, and, after gathering what he can, drools at the thought of the village finally having something new to eat. Mari suddenly appears behind him, startling the man. Masa asks what she's doing out on a rainy day, and she reveals she can't get wet thanks to her divine barrier. She explains she appeared out of curiosity about why he was suddenly hunting aquatic creatures, and Masa realizes the goddess has never eaten seafood before. Proudly, he tells her these are ingredients he couldn't ignore, and a curious Mari asks if they're really delicious. Seeing her intrigued, Masa grabs her hand.
Kaito Destiny Lucifer _ Fallenster, welcome to my channel. At Kaito Destiny Lucifer _ Fallenster, welcome to my channel.
Mari is skeptical,
Let's
so
see.
Masa asks her to sit while he prepares their snack. As the goddess watches him ready his cooking utensils, his hair wet from the rain, she grabs a towel and places it on his head, gently wiping it dry and asking him not to move so she can finish. Masa remarks he never knew she could be so kind, prompting Mari
Pokemon
to
community
slap her
game
lightly
Nickit
on the back,
escaped.
blushing as
No
she
one
tells him
caught
to
it.
stay still by the fire and warm up. She adds that he should consider it a reward for working so hard in the village and coastal city. They continue in a comfortable silence, both blushing and stealing glances at each other. Masa sets a dish of boiled crab on the table, and Mari admits it looks better than she expected, though Masa, still awkward about the towel whipping, can only manage a quiet, right. Mari tries to pull the shell from a leg, but it's too hard for her. Masa shows her the trick, pulling the limb horizontally so the meat slides out. After trying it herself, Mari takes a bite, and her face lights up at the delicious flavor. She praises the perfect balance of richness and sweetness. They share another awkward glance before returning to their meal. Once satisfied, Mari asks when she can take a crab home to her sister, Era. Masa remembers she's referring to the goddess who messaged him earlier. He offers her the leftover crab but warns it won't taste as good cold. Mari praises him again for his ability to make anything, saying she never tires of watching him cook, craft tools, and forge swords. Masa reminds her she was the one who gave him the skills, but she clarifies she's impressed by the knowledge and ideas that make his application of them special. He explains it's because he worked at a home center, where he had to be a jack of all trades, a rural home center on a massive lot, working from early morning until late night, especially early during the dry season for farmers. He describes studying how to handle and prepare seedlings for flowers, trees, and vegetables, listing the variety of skills he needed, including explaining everything to customers and complaining stressfully about having to do whatever the manager said, especially when understaffed. Mari sees from his panicked expression that he tells him it's still great that all those skills are coming in handy now. Masa regrets that they'll need to deal with the demon bear before they can continue building the town of the beast folk, admitting he came out looking for ingredients partly as an excuse to run away from his problems. Saddened, Mari stands and tells him she will never allow him to run away, adding that he has done so well for this world that she hates seeing him in a moment of weakness. He smiles and asks what she'll do if he tries to run, and she replies she'd never forgive him. Masa laughs at her attempt to look serious, embarrassing the goddess, then says he can't be a coward if a goddess says so, asking her to sit back and watch him take care of the demon bear. Masa returns to the village, where the rabbit folk report that the wall of the entrance is almost finished. Inspecting their work, he is pleased to see its stability and how it's beginning to resemble a formidable fortress, and he encourages them to keep up the good work. Surveying the preparations to protect them from the demon bear, Masa feels they are progressing well, though he wishes he had more time to level up. That night, while reviewing his skills, he is disappointed that most of his new moves are not battle-related. He tells me that they need more firepower.
You stupid!
She asks if he means fire magic, recalling that Foxmen are skilled in magic and wondering if any of those behind might be magic users. Masa considers asking Lance about finding a foxkin to teach him, but Adel interjects that beast folk with magical aptitude are rare. Reflecting, Masa realizes he hasn't seen anyone use magic since arriving in this world, and asks Adel how many people in the city can wield it. She can only think of one or two, growing angry at the thought that Mari misled him by describing a world where sword and magic clashed. Suddenly, Masa hears a sound and checks his status screen, discovering a new message. Adel and May are amazed, seeing a status screen for the first time, and Masa explains the goddess gave it to him, admitting he also thinks it's cool. He reads the message from Era, which explains that this world is still finding
That's right,
its footing
die,
in
bitches.
science. While some monsters use magic as a natural trait, humans, beastmen, demons, and dwarves have yet to decipher
Fucking
its
hate these
principles,
bastards.
and she looks forward to Masa's efforts to advance magic in the world. Intrigued by her expectation that he spread magic, Adel asks if he can even use it, and he casually replies that he can only use healing magic, a statement that leaves both girls staring at him in amazement. Masa wonders if the goddess means for him to teach magic, worrying he doesn't understand its principles enough to qualify, but then realizes what he must do: build a facility for learning. He declares that he needs to open a school. Masa tells May and Adel that a school in his world is a knowledge-learning facility. Adel imagines that his world must be filled with knowledge and technology far beyond theirs. Masa pulls out a cell phone from his storage space and proudly shows it to the girls as an example of his world's technology. The girls can't comprehend how the tiny box is supposed to be the pride of his world. Masa turns the cell phone on and is surprised to see that it is still active.
I got a
He
visual
wonders if
glitch.
this means time stops in his storage space. He tells the girls that his device lets them talk to people from faraway lands. He continues to say that it can take photos, record videos, and let them listen to tens of thousands of songs. He tells them more, overwhelming the girls. He shows them how it works by taking a photo of the girls together. He plays music, plays video games, and uses the calculator to show them how to count numbers with it. The next thing Masa knows, it is already nighttime, and he just realized that he wasted the day having fun with his phone. He refocuses on thinking about how he can teach magic when he has no detailed knowledge of it himself. He wonders why the goddess, Era, wants him to do this. Thinking about the goddesses gives him an idea. He mischievously asks out loud how magic works. As he expects, Mari comes out of a portal to tell him how to use magic. The goddess then realizes that she got tricked into being summoned. Mari explains that healing magic is different from the others, and that he has only performed magic once, when he made his final strike on Lance in their duel. She explains that he subconsciously imbued his sword with magic, which made it stronger. Masa remembers using what he thought was magic on himself and bandits, so Mari assures him that he only used skill back then. She explains that gods grant skills, and that they manifest according to how the recipient imagines them. She explains that Masa uses his skills according to his knowledge of home improvement and games. She says that true healing magic requires medical knowledge, and that recovery takes time even with that. Masa realizes that this is the reason all his skills are tailored to his knowledge set. He asks now how he can use magic like he did in the duel. Mari reminds him how he can feel the magic flowing through his body when using a skill, and that he even ran out of mana once. She advises him to imagine mana as his energy source, and that he needs to let it flow while picturing a phenomenon he wants to create and then amplifying and manifesting it. From her explanation, Masa is confident that he can pull it off. He asks if it is okay for her to explain this much, since it can be seen as a major interference. Mari says it's fine, but her scared face makes it obvious that she worries Hesty will lecture her. Masa grins as he tells Mari that she just can't stop worrying about him. The goddess punches him for his cockiness and tells him not to push his luck. She admits with an embarrassed face that she is just helping out Era. Masa smiles at her and praises her for being a good big sister. After talking to Mari, Masa added studying magic to his daily routine. Meanwhile, life in the village resumes peacefully now that the anti-bear defenses are complete. Masa feels they wasted a lot of time since the demon bear never showed up anyway. While Adel tells him the bear not coming is the best outcome, Masa still worries this just means the bear will come next year. May thinks the most important thing is that the village is safe. The chief agrees, and is at least glad they gained some useful arrows from the experience. Masa recalls that he means the arrows he made, which he added barbs to. He grins smugly at the thought of how hard the barbs are to pull out and how they are coated with poison. The chief tells Masa the hunting squad loves his arrows and shows them practicing on the firing range. He remembers the bows they are using are made from the tree monster. Masa asks the squad how the bows strung with worm tendon are performing. The squad falls into awkward silence, unsure what to tell him. They explain that the strings are strong, but even their strongest villagers can't draw them properly, so they go unused. The villager holding one asks Masa to demonstrate. Masa takes the bow, aims, and fires with extreme speed. The arrow shoots so fast, it shatters the target and pierces the tree behind him. Masa realizes he accidentally coated the arrow with boost magic. He tries not to worry, telling himself the arrow will eventually stop. They then hear the scream of a wild beast. The watchtower sounds the alarm, announcing movement near the northern cliff. They declare the appearance of the demon bear. Everyone prepares for evacuation. Masa tries to excuse what he did as a total accident. The chief tries to remain calm and reminds everyone they prepared for this. He tells Masa they can handle it. With conviction, Masa agrees. He asks the chief to coordinate evacuations while he instructs the fighters to get to their positions. He then orders the hunting squad to follow him to confront the demon bear. Adel and May worry for Masa, but he pats their heads and tells them the village is in their hands. Masa then leads the hunting squad as they rush toward the danger. Adel assures May that Masa will be fine. The rabbit girl answers that she believes in her big brother. The two girls stand tall and yell for Masa to do his best. Meanwhile, Masa is hiding behind bushes as he watches the demon bear wreak havoc among the trees. He is nervous to see the bear, which is now wounded in its left eye, looking incredibly furious. He signals the hunting squad positioned on the cliff above to get ready. Masa plans to lure the demon bear directly beneath the cliff, so the hunters can fire down on it. He tells himself that if he fails to draw the bear to the right spot, it will mean his death and the village's destruction. Masa raises his hands, signaling the archers to take aim. They fire, trapping the bear in a barrage of raining arrows. While the bear is distracted, Masa slashes at it, but the beast doesn't seem to feel the attack. Instead, it looks directly at Masa. Masa then runs, trying to lure the bear toward him. It quickly catches up, and Masa blocks its fast strikes with his sword, growing overwhelmed. Just as its claws are about to hit him, the bear suddenly jerks in pain and stops attacking. Masa realizes the poison from the arrows is taking effect. Relieved it's working better than he expected. The archers fire another volley, and Masa runs as fast as he can while the bear is distracted. The bear bears the brunt of the arrows until it finally goes down. The hunting squad cheers their victory. Masa approaches the bear with disbelief that they actually won, checking his status window to see if his EXP increased, and is glad to see he gained a massive level up. Just as he thinks they can return home in peace, Masa takes a closer look at the bear's face and realizes its fur markings are different from the bear he saw before. He warns one of his hunting squad members not to come any closer, just as he states this isn't the bear he originally encountered. He fails to notice that another demon bear is already behind him. The others cry out in fear for Masa's safety. Masa is struck by the demon bear's paw, his ribs crushed by the impact. The force sends him flying, shattering multiple trees in his path. Gasping for breath, he tries to rise and looks down at his side. Not only is his armor broken, but the skin beneath is dark red and swollen. The bear closes in, looming closer with each step. Masa attempts to stand, but the pain from his wound is too severe. The bear swipes trees aside as it advances. An archer fires an arrow, but the bear catches it barehanded, then shifts its attention to the rabbit folk on the cliff above. Seizing the distraction, Masa draws his bow and fires, injuring one of the bear's limbs. He smiles defiantly and tells the bear he can still fight. The hunting squad watches in horror, certain Masa is about to be killed. Masa slowly rises, channeling healing magic into his wounds as he staggers forward. He runs as fast as his body allows, convinced he still has a chance if he can reach a certain place. But the bear catches up before he can get far, striking him again and again. Masa struggles to keep moving until he's cornered, his strength nearly gone. He can feel his healing magic faltering, and he can't focus enough to sustain it. With the bear standing over him, he believes his end has come. Masa regrets dying just when he's found people he wants to protect. He closes his eyes, accepting his fate. Then his eyes snap open. The bear is being struck by a melee weapon wielded by Adam, each blow carrying enormous destructive power. The girl shouts at the beast, declaring she won't hold back against something that tried to kill the man who broadened her horizon.
Fuck it, it just stops right there. Come on. It was getting good. Alright, well, let's see. We got one, two. It's 10 a.m. my time.
That's a full bird dragon, actually. It's just a small dragon meat. It's the terrible terror. You're adorable. Soft milk. So is it you're supporting spending money? Nope, never, never in your fucking life.
How are you, Milk? How you doing? You should do it.
The only time I will say to you that you should spend money is if it's on someone else.
Pokemon Community Game A Wild Mean Shao appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
On someone other than me.
Let's see.
know about that.
Good, good. Should just work best ever. But
Kitty
good.
Cat is just staring.
Okay, spend it on me and I'll give it back to her. Yeah. Equipment exchange.
No.
Give me a balance, that way I can put it on her.
No.
Yes, balance on me.
Don't worry about it.
How am I balancing on her?
Don't worry about it.
How are you? Yeah.
Get off the table, football.
Balancing on you.
Why?
I don't know. It was cat thing. I don't know, Becca. Why? Okay, I love it, but it's also really cool that you and Kibber are like back-to-back civvies. I know, aren't they? Back-to-back civvies. Meanwhile, I'm over here keeping Wispy's food.
I had work in the morning, but had night shift last night, so I am so sorry.
Pokemon Community Game Mean Shao escaped. No one caught it.
She turns like gonna hit in the face with boobs.
That happens a lot.
I'm not complaining.
Well, good.
It's okay because Teddy's getting hit with the other boob.
Alright.
It's a growling, isn't it? I see it. It's a growling. No. Baldur's Gate. More fun. More fun with your Baldur's Gate.
Yeah. Your gay boulders.
Teddy art, not titty art,
La da 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 da. La da 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 da.
They can live. It's like these dudes. I'm gonna need to make them some.
They went and made a poo-up.
Please do eat milk.
Toothless did draw that one time. It's different.
Be fucking villagers of fucking. Yeah, please get some food in your milk. How are you that here?
Yeah, get some cookies in your milk. Look, it doesn't matter what bowl it goes in, just put the food in there.
No. No.
No, not bad. Still cat.
Still can't believe how fucking pink this one is.
You don't like the doll.
Picket is. Picket is adorable.
Yeah, well, that's all the insinuated additions to back.
No. No, I don't.
Okay, now let me see.
Look at the last 24 hours.
See. Okay, so now. Whew.
Milk can't get me. He's on a budget. Being good and responsible.
Hey, you want to see me be really irresponsible?
Ko-fi Streambot visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
The phone will stay there, Milk. Hi, Red. No.
Wait, Red? Does he call us dumbass? I didn't know we had to pay people for that.
Kitty, kitty, kitty.
I told you already.
I don't remember, so
Buzzberry. It's fun. What's that? Oh, roguelike with friends. They added a lot more variety. Yeah. I know, right? What the?
No, no, we were talking to Katie. Like, you had
no, no,
friends.
no, 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 no. At least my question was, you're playing with friends.
Oh, no, not right now. I was just saying you couldn't
Maybe have a
miss
small
on
nap, Hannah,
library.
beforehand, and then coffee. Oh yeah, no, go have a rest. Go sleep. Go have a mini sleep.
7 hours.
To have a
It's like
large
a whole.
sleep.
7 hours is a whole sleep.
Yeah.
Well, no, it'll be like 5 hours, so that she has 2 hours, so she can get ready and go there.
Yeah, that's
Whole
still a
sleep.
whole sleep. That's a whole sleep.
I learned to take that nap.
You just went, oh, I'm gonna go to bed and sleep for 8 hours without something being wrong with me.
Yeah, no. Usually I'm just mildly dying.
Usually it's like 4, maybe 5 hours tops.
Yeah. My body demands at least 8 hours.
That'll be changing soon. Sleep schedule. I'll be able to sleep for longer, I think, soon.
Fuck is a schedule?
Okay, what's this
I don't know.
PM here?
It might be something related to a shed.
Can this
Might
freaking
be.
egg hurry up and hatch? Are you shedding?
Why is that being
I'm
fucked?
I'm a bird. I'm old.
You also shit on cars.
I don't.
That's a lie. All birds do it.
I don't.
Squints.
There's a giant
What
dent
is?
in the fucking roof. What? Fuck! How big was that bird?
Fucked up.
The roof like caved in. Like, what the fuck happened?
Alright, let's see. Okay.
I don't eat bugs. Natural eggs. I have a cat. It's wasted on my fucking ears, Ellie. Just can't do that shit.
A holy shrine where several snotty-nosed brats are present to receive their gifts. Rina, seeing an altar for the first time, wonders about the gift they might receive and asks Kai
Supernova
if he's
underscore
excited.
Thelitoff
Kai
Chaos
agrees,
Boop.
saying that he's a little excited
Kaito
and
Destiny
adds that the gift
Supernova
thing has
underscore
been on his
Thelitoff
mind.
Chaos. Welcome to my channel. At Kaito Destiny Supernova underscore Thelitoff Chaos. Welcome to my channel. Kaito Destiny,
Hi,
so
Nova.
2 Supernova underscore Thelitoff Chaos. Stream Elements look at Supernova underscore Thelitoff Chaos. They were playing my winter car. Go check them out at and give them some fluffy cheers and support. Supernova underscore Thelitoff Chaos at URL.
Hey, Nova. Long time no see, bud.
Supernova underscore Thelitoff Chaos. Hi Kaito, been a while.
Yep.
Botrix official,
We are
thank
being
you for the
followed.
follow at
Shall I
Jedediah
dispatch the
underscore
welcoming
X1.
drones?
Here, I'll hop in Discord here so we can talk. Make it easy for you. God damn, what is with Twitch? It's all laggy.
Yeah, Russian. It's Russian. Don't worry about it.
Don't question.
Supernova underscore Thelitoff Chaos GTG for a bot. Be back later.
Oh, you gotta go for a bit? Okay. But hey, again, bud. Yeah,
Stream elements, feel free to come in and join the fun for crazy adventures through the worlds. URL.
Hi, Kaito. Yo, Dredge.
Alright, let's see here.
Bruh.
Pokemon community game A Wild Haidna appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Best reaction ever. My favorite part about this is check the fucking subtitles. Fucking censored the suka. It's not even an English word, but he fucking wrote it and censored it. But dedication, man, dedication. Look at this. Fade also, how you doing? Well, jeez, I've been talking to you and I'm like so weird. Okay, best reaction. Hold on, best reaction here. Hold on. Like, goodbye, bro, with a sad smiley face. Goodbye, bro. Goodbye, bro.
Let's see.
I don't fucking know what Bond stands for. I'm calling it Batman Isolation. Yeah, be quiet, kicks door open, and yep.
Pokemon community game Haidna escaped. No one caught it.
Oh, Batman. I mean, it's legally distinct Batman. It's a legally distinct Batman, but honestly, you know how Batman is supposed to be fucking, like how, like the criminals are supposed to be terrified of Batman and all that shit? Making a game from the perspective of the fucking, like, you know, mooks, basic ass criminals versus Batman, fucking genius move. Genius move. Like, there are no games like that of how, like, the villains are. I mean, okay, the closest thing we have is like fucking like the Suicide Squad game, but yeah, that's ass. Let's not talk about that crazy bad game. But yeah, Batman is supposed to be like, you know, using fear, be terrifying. Like regular ass criminals are supposed to piss their pants when they hear the bat is in the town, like the bat is in the building. They're supposed to piss their fucking pants. This exemplifies it. It's really good. It is really good. That's I don't know. It's just cool. Like you think you're safe. You think you're safe. Didn't make any sound. No noises. No sound. Bam! Breaks through the wall. It just snatches him away. Where is it? Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, basically Batman's snatching your friends, like blinking you'll miss it. Like a blink and you'll miss it moment, like you just don't look away and your friend's just gone. Fucking beautiful. He broke it first as he was Batman. I mean, to be fair, Batman breaks a lot of laws if you think about it. I mean, beyond the fact that he has like tanks and actual fighter jets, which I'm pretty sure are not you cannot actually own privately. So that is already like a pretty much, I think, a federal crime. But who's gonna tell that to Batman? Who's gonna tell that to Batman? I want to see like the government trying to arrest Batman. I mean, actually, they kind of did multiple occasions. They just fail every single time. That's kind of Batman's shtick. You can't arrest him. I mean, how? First of all, he lives in a cave. Arnold owns a tank. It's Arnold though. Yeah, he owns a tank, but he doesn't drive around with them and shooting drug dens with them, you know? That is owning one is one thing. Actually using one is entirely different. It is entirely different. It's like gun owners. You can own guns, but you're gonna get in trouble if you decide to shoot people with them, won't you, right? Ownership and usage are two entirely distinct things.
What are you doing?
Entirely distinct things that
Stop
are
hitting.
quite different. No. Oh. Oh, you got the fleek. You got the fleek today. The fleek. What is he talking about this time? PlayStation? Isn't PlayStation and Xbox basically dead at this point? Aren't they like basically fucking dead? Why do people care about those again? Xbox fucking screwed. We all know that. I don't think there's any hope for Xbox. PlayStation, all they have is fucking Last of Us and the Robo Dinosaur game. That's it. And they're just gonna be reselling it again and again. And then nobody's gonna buy it because they're gonna release it on PC anyway. But what else do they have? I don't know. Nines, I don't know. Like, did PlayStation even have any good exclusives this year? I don't think they had any actually worthwhile good exclusives. Let's not forget the terrible launch of the PS5. I mean, look, I get it. Yeah, like, it's after COVID and all that shit. But yeah, when PS5 launched, what did they have? Demon Souls? That's it. Pretty sure it was only Demon Souls. And Demon Souls was pretty niche as is. It's not like, it wasn't like some big ass franchise. Only Souls fans really wanted to play that. But yeah, that was the only fucking actual exclusive that the PS5 had. At least until like a year later when Spider-Man came out, which is on PC now. So again, at this point, is there anything exclusive like from this year that would incentivize you to buy it instead of just getting it on PC? Because I don't think so. In my opinion, that's the only reason you should own a console, so you could play the games that are on the console. Otherwise, why do you need that when you have a PC or something? I feel like it really defeats the point of having a console. Because, like, what's the fucking difference when you can just literally hook up a fucking controller to your PC? And hook up your PC to a bigger monitor, like at your television. Because most modern televisions have HDMI, you can literally use it as a monitor. That is literally not a problem anymore. And, like, I feel like the consoles, I don't know, they shot themselves in the knees by getting rid of the exclusives. Like, I'm not complaining. I get to play games that I never got to play. Like, emulation, like, console emulation is gonna be on the decline, that's for sure, because they're just gonna release the games on PC. Why would you need emulators at this point? Unless you, I mean, for modern games, old games are fine. Old games are fine. You still need an emulator to play like a PS1 game on your PC, for example. But
Kaito Destiny Omniarch, welcome to my channel.
Hey, Omni.
No, I hope all these games fail. You got me, high guard devs. We spend thousands of dollars on this hobby every year because we
At Kaito Destiny Omniarch, welcome to my channel.
The only really big reason to own a console currently are portability, small media center for any room on your PC, isn't it? And if you don't already own a PC, the cost curve. I mean, true, a console is cheaper than well, let's say a high-end computer. You could definitely buy like a medium computer for the same price range. It's not gonna be great. Probably not gonna be playing any modern, modern games that came out in the last like 5 years. But yeah, no, that checks out. That checks out. Until the GameCube comes out, that'll be a game
Where do
changer.
you get off announcing good games, Sony? Let's look at this first great game that I hope sells no copies, or should I say, copies. Give it some.
We coming with something big, baby. Yeah.
Most people can't handle all this cock. Not me.
Yeah.
A lot of people are calling this game God
The
of
cock
Cock.
game.
It's more of a
Cock of War.
Warriors. When I say do something new,
Cock
I mean
of War.
steal something
Cockasty
old
Warriors.
that we haven't done in a while, and these guys get that. They get it. It'll be 5 years till I see my cock again, but I know it'll be worth the wait. Crimson Dessert is looking awesome. Every time I see this game, I understand it less. Mechs and dragons. in the
Crimson
same
Dessert.
game. No
Good name.
microtransactions. Oh, that's some serious gourmet shit. I cannot wait.
Yeah, the chicken
until
game.
this
Yeah,
game
the cock
fails.
game.
Speaking of fails,
Cock of
Helldivers
War.
added tanks to the game just in time for the new Chinese New Year's update, and I have nothing to say. I'm just gonna scroll through these Twitter replies, then move on. Silent Hill fans are getting
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That was. Okay, yeah, that. Wow, okay. I fucking love Fleek. Oh my god. Okay, let's calm down. Oh, fucking Silent Hill. Oh no. Silent
their
Hill.
fourth game in the last year. Wow. Congratulations, guys. Give me a second. Wow, such a magical moment for you guys. I hope only good things come for you. 90 miles per hour. Darksiders 3 is happening.
I hope only good things come for you. At 90 miles per hour.
You love to see this art style making a return. You love to see takedowns becoming more prominent. You love to see mine. The new control game reminds me of the game I actually wanted to see.
Oh, that 3, yeah?
New thing, I don't give a fuck about that. I don't know what I did. You didn't get a last one remake here today. Just over it. No, stop. Like a PS2 game now. We got Dead or Alive. Don't care about anything in this franchise unless you're on a beach. This game looks like a piece of sweet 8-pound, 6-ounce baby Jesus. Pips, you should never judge a game by its cover. Buy. Don't buy. Metal Gear Solid 4 is getting a remaster.
Don't judge it by its cover. Buy, don't buy. No, he's correct. Look, I know it sounds virtuous and all that shit, but throw that shit out the window. Absolutely judge things by its cover, especially video games, because they cost a lot of money. You're paying fucking $70 for this piece of shit. Absolutely fucking judge it by its cover. Don't give them a cent until you know it's good or not. And if it looks like ass, it might be ass. And if it's not ass, why is it good and looks like ass then? What did you slack? Why were you slacking?
There was some small changes. They're removing these 20 minutes of gameplay Kojima accidentally left in. We'll take shots at gamers like
Alright, I
Oh
need
my
to
God.
grab a drink here. I
Oh
need
my
some
God.
caffeine.
Yeah, Metal Gear Solid 4 is getting a lot of shit for that, yeah. I'm not joking. Yo, you want the story of Metal Gear? You want the story of Metal Gear? Someone made a compilation of only the cutscenes. Only the cutscenes. It's like 16 hours long. Yeah, tell me again that Kojima wants to make movies, because yeah, he wants to make movies.
Go through 5 hours of cutscenes. Next
Oh,
time you
my
go
legs.
to the movie
Ow, ow,
theater,
ow.
I hope they make you read a book instead. Dick. Can't wait to play it. Now the most hype thing, the thing that made me stop working on my Neo 3 video to come talk about this, wand, motherfucking whip, pimp. This game looks fantastic. These animations
It's not.
spot on to the movies, and it's perfect.
They actually do.
timing. Now
They
that
actually do. We watched the trailer. Like they actually captured like the kind of how John Wick moves in the movies. They really fucking. You can tell this game is being made by people who fucking watch the movies. They fucking watched Keanu through a fucking microscope as they were making the animations for his movements. It's fucking great. And Metal Gear lore is amazing. I am a Metal Gear nerd, so yeah, I can confirm the lore is fucking batshit crazy, and I love that series for it.
Is chopped, death mauled, afterlife maxing, or if you were born before 2000, he's I feel dirty now. I'll see myself out. And the best part about the John Wick game is that it's coming out February 27th. They're calling it Resident Evil Requiem. Half of this game looks amazing, and the other half models are fixed. But these takedowns, these takedowns, when the moon hits your eyes, these takedowns remind me of Bach's Fifth Concerto. They remind me of Michelangelo's Sistine Chapel. Had to censor the whole thing, too many dicks on it. It reminds me of this 20% off sale that's happening for the next week at Gamers.
Not gonna lie, they just need to add glory kills to everything.
Looks like shit. I'm sure that's our fault. We got a token Marvel game. We got a.
I mean, you heard the interview with the developers when they talked about the design of Leon. You heard about the design of Leon? Why he looks like that? They literally went out and asked
Pokemon community game A Wild Squovet appears catch it using Hope Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
The most employees fucking wet. Dude, based. Not gonna lie. That's character design. That's how you get your characters beloved. Get them loved, man.
Oh, I forgot to make a tribe name.
If I recall right, like by the Lord, Leon is like in his like 55, 54 or something. Yeah, he's like certified fucking DILF. Certified. 56, 51 or 56, I don't fucking know. He's DILF. Like he is the definition of at this point he's supposed to be like a, what's they call it, like the opposite of a cougar. Or is it something like a silver fox? There you go, silver fox.
Sweetie.
Who the fuck came up with these names? That wasn't me. Lady DMC5 would have been around 44. I mean, MILF, just saying. Just saying. And look, it's easy to make him actually immortal. It is like easy to make him actually immortal if you want to be honest.
Sweetie, stop moving. I'm trying to get this off you.
So many fucking viruses that he got infected, but it's like it's basically
Pokemon community game Squovet escaped. No one caught it.
Just keeps him in his prime and makes him age slower, and that's why he's so fucking quick and spry despite being in his 50s. It's just like it's like I don't know, like some fucking, yeah, he built up tolerance because he dealt with like fucking 7 different variations of the virus or whatever, and it like did a weird cocktail of virusy bullshit in his blood, so he's not turning into a zombie, but he's just aging slower. There you go. Now you can get Leon for the next 20 years of your game. No problem. No problem at all.
Yeah, I know it hurts.
That's literally Wesker though, yeah. That's literally fucking Wesker. Wesker, like, that's why he's like superhuman. Because he like perfected virus and then added another virus or bullshit. I don't fucking know. Yeah, Leon achieved what Wesker wanted by accident. Wouldn't that be the greatest fucking irony? Wouldn't that be the greatest fucking irony? Leon achieved it without even fucking trying. It's great.
You're fine, you're fine.
Perfect plot twist. And you get to keep Leon in your games for the next fucking 20 years. No problem.
Yeah,
so
I know,
I know. Multiple generations of people thirsting over Leon. It's great.
Teaser for the next Space Marine game. We got several announcements for a bunch of onslaught that's built like a banana. Now the best news and worst news that we got out of this entire state of play, the God of War remix. You can keep that bullshit. The God of War remix. Why the hell would you even think this is a good idea? The God of War remix. What great news. It's good to see the original voice actor for Kratos is back. This guy is the only happy guy in the gaming industry right now. Most people come out here like, oh, excited for all of you again. He's like,
hey, what's happening? What's happening, people?
Never have I been more happy for a man's employment. Give him free dental. Big contributions to this man's 401k. He's got spirit. And don't change a fucking thing about these games, Sony. Doing a remake means you're getting paid to not have new ideas. Embrace that. IGN's already piping up.
Oh no, you're staying here. I'm trying to get this off you. Come on.
Jesus. God damn.
I don't know why you have all these on you, but it's like, I gotta get them off.
That is so true. Oh gosh, if only they followed that. If only they. If Capcom do Devil May Cry 6, they're going to flatten Lady and Trish. Roxas, I'm sorry to say, but rumors are saying that Devil May Cry 6 is in development. According to rumors. They are cooking something up. They are cooking something up. We might get a new Devil May Cry, and knowing the industry, ID Shankar is probably going to be in charge of it. It's going to be based on the hit Netflix anime. Definitely. Captain will put work on the Speedo if they know what's best for them. They don't, though. They really don't, unfortunately. They'll put Virgil. They're not even gonna have Virgil in the game. Just gonna remove him from the game. And yeah, newest God of War games, yeah, they're gonna remove all the fucking sex mini games. Yep. Absolutely, yeah, I agree.
Meow. Meow.
Love this guy.
Next week's the big week where we talk about something I like. Next week, it's gonna happen. Next week's gonna.
What are you talking, Roxas? He already signed up for a second and third season. We're getting 2 more seasons of that shit. What are you talking about? You're
okay,
not done
sweetie?
with it. No, you're getting 2 more seasons. You're getting 2 more seasons of Lady working for ICE. That's basically what you're getting.
Wisebot new follow, S, Jedediah _X1, welcome. 246 followers, plus 2.
The subtlety in that show
Jedediah,
was,
thank you very much for your follow, and thank you for your other follow. As
God
this,
of War 4, Crimson Desert, Ragnarok Online 3 is all I'm looking for at this point.
maybe we could get.
Honestly, fair. That's base,
But
man.
hello and welcome everyone who's coming in and has been looking. My name is Kaito Disney. I'm the Blue Fluffy Dragon.
In disbelief over what the
Do
game is offering.
hope you are having a wonderful day, morning, or night. Currently I'm playing Ark Survival Ascended and gathering some resources here, as you can see.
Some of them you can play the fucking game.
And
let's see,
let's get this. I gotta get this repaired too.
And we got burned so many times that we just are incapable of delivering anything good. TK, how you doing? No, I'm not the modern now. What are you talking about? I'm the old dog. Oh, it's this one. Oh. Paramount's not correct. What are you talking about? Also, funny segue, T-Price. Funny segue. We talked about the modern objects and we give you the talk about the modern.
Kofi Streambot visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
Like, I don't know how well versed you are in the
Let's see.
Star Trek lore, but do you know what a Klingon is? You know what a Klingon is? Klingons are basically like, you know, the classical war. They are the one that created this fucking, like, archetype. They're the warrior culture aliens that are all about combat and honor. They're the ones that started that shit. Like, if you ever see in any fucking sci-fi show or game a warrior culture, it started with the Klingons. They're the one that fucking popularized it. Yeah, in this show, there's a pacifist Klingon that likes bird watching.
Get off the table.
Yeah.
On YouTube gaining less views than an average video of mine.
Oh my god, they released it for free on YouTube and it barely got any views. Yeah, you know, I'm sorry, that's a mark of fucking failure at this point. When you release it for free on YouTube and nobody's watching it there, you know you're fucked up.
The worst happens and everyone's taking a massive steaming dump on the massive steaming dump that you've
And also, yeah, the Klingon is fucking like it looks like you fucking lived off of fucking Starbucks dollars. Where they're supposed to be these fucking massive fucking warriors. Yeah, there he is.
No, you see, this series is actually good if you look at it from a certain point of view. This
Lord, I'm not muted. You're muted.
Trek fans like you, it was written for the next generation. People were just review bombing this show.
Alrighty.
Yeah, it's written for the next generation that doesn't exist yet. It's definitely for the next generation. Probably like 5 or 6 generations forward. Probably.
Diverse and progressive, not bad. Star Trek has always been diverse and progressive, so shut up and don't question how this contradicts me.
Yes, Star Trek has always been diverse and progressive, but in a good way. It wasn't on the nose and nonsensical. The crew had multiple people from different walks of life, from different fucking species, different aliens, and the show often, the Ocho often discussed things like heavy topics in a lot of episodes. And they've done it fucking masterfully. Gently. Not on the nose like a brick.
The previous point. Just like what we tell you to like and be happy, god damn it. I've seen it all, man. Or at least I thought I had. But this latest defense has got to be the saddest and most desperate move even I could have imagined. Coming courtesy of Subspace Chatter on Substack. Quote, it seems people, let's call them the usual suspects, began review-bombing Star Trek Starfleet Academy almost as soon as it premiered a few weeks ago. These weren't thoughtful critiques. These were folks who reflectively and maliciously slapping the new series with a minimum 1-star rating on review aggregator sites like IMDb and Rotten Tomatoes. You serious? I mean, honestly, I think giving it 1 star is being generous because that implies the presence of something worthwhile in the show, no matter how small or deeply worried. And well, that would be a lie. Is Starfleet Academy perfect? No. Is it too cheesy at times? Absolutely.
Kaito Destiny Faralbelt, welcome to my channel. At Kaito Destiny Faralbelt, welcome to my channel.
Whoa. Wait just a second there, Missy. You're suggesting that people should give this show a free pass because if they're too mean to it, it might kill off Star Trek altogether? What you...
Yeah, that's what people want, you dumbass. that is literally... That is... People are... what people want is like... Jesus fucking... Please put the corpse of Star Trek back into the grave. Stop defiling the corpse of the franchise. That is literally what people want.
Alright, so I need to put walls up.
Is one of the most insanely idiotic things I've ever heard.
And ceilings up.
Just accept the absolute dog shit you've been served up on the slim chance that you might be given something slightly less shit at some indeterminate point in the future.
Yup, I'm with you now. Like, let it die. Just let it die.
Call me crazy, but I tend to take the opposite view on this kind of thing. If a company...
Dude, you really should. Like, the old show isn't just about, you know, stupid, silly sci-fi. They actually, like, the old show actually covered, like, a lot of heavy topics back in the day. Like, they, like...
Alright.
Calling it, like, you know, a show that featured a lot of, like, you know, diversity and shit like that is actually very true. That is a very true shit. They cover topics like fucking, like, racial segregation back in the day, fucking racism, inequality, financial inequality, all the inequalities. Like, what makes a fucking sapiens? Like, one of the most fucking famous and beloved episodes was the episode where they discuss whether the android crew member is actually alive, and they talk about what makes a human human, shit like that. Very philosophical. Like, it was a show that was like a lot about philosophy.
Wisebot 5 viewers, alarm clock 4 hours 38 minutes and 4 seconds.
And he ate them the whole dozen. Yeah, and also silly things like addiction. Like, it covers silly topics in a sci-fi form that was still fucking, like, understandable to even the most disinterested fucking viewer. They understood what it's about. Like, yeah, the alien that just started eating cigarettes, it's addiction. It's an episode about addiction. But through a sci-fi lens. Because he's not smoking them, he's eating them, and that's silly because he's an alien, he doesn't understand that. But he's still addicted to nicotine like a smoker would. Yeah, they took the logic out of Star Trek. That's a good fucking message. fuck up. They always take a side. They always take a side. Not like not I don't mean a side like, oh, it's like super extreme and all that. Like not like nowadays they'll take the most extreme side. Everyone takes the most extreme. Either one is just a fucking racist, or one just cries out for everyone to be fucking killed and they're all Nazi. There's no like reasonable. Nothing is reasonable about it. Back then they were reasonable. It's like, yeah, being racist is fucking bad, man. And this is why it's bad, and I'll explain it. That's it. Nowadays, like,
Pokemon community game A Wild Tijipai appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
no one explains to me why it's bad. No one explains to me why it's stupid. They just say, no, it's because you're a Nazi. That's it. No explanation, no logic, no nothing. Just emotions. Just emotions. No non-stop. And it gets worse with every year. Absolutely right. That's the problem with modern writers. They want to defend people that they hate. They obviously can't make anything good. That's why no one buys all this modern stuff. They say they don't want as customers. We won't buy it. They complain that those races are not buying anything. Well, you're not making anything for your customer base. It's like fucking Disney. Look at Disney. They fucking continue to call men the problem, that everything we make is not for men. Men should go fuck off. We're not making the shows for you. And then they realize that 90% of their viewers are men. And then they whine. Because nobody watches their show because you told them not to watch it. Imagine. What a shocker. We're all on this shit. We need each other to survive. Here's the difference. How do we address it so we can carry on? Good setting, good message applies to many scenarios. Exactly. Exactly. The old Star Trek was masterfully done. Like, they put so many, like, sci-fi fantasy scenarios that translate to real-world issues. And it's masterfully done. They did it well. This is...
Pokemon community game Tijipai escaped. No one caught it.
That's what we want. Leave it alone, for fuck's sake. That's what people want. Like, this is such a good fucking, like, view into the problem. These dumbasses reach the right conclusion, but as backwards. They wonder, why are they hating the show? We're gonna get canceled if you hate the show. No shit, that's why people hate the show, because they want you to get canceled. But they can't reach the same conclusion. They just don't understand basic fucking thought processes. Like, what the hell? Like, they got to the end point, but I don't know, they went spiraling off the beaten path. They somehow got there as backwards and reached the conclusion of what the fans want, but, like, in a complete wrong way. Yeah, people want this show to be canceled. We don't want more of it. Nobody wants more of it. It's the most hated fucking Star Trek show. And, like, Jesus. Me with the I prayed for it to die even after it did. It's not gonna die, man. Look at the newest Halo game. Newest Halo game's not gonna die. You're getting a fucking remake or remaster again. And after that, it's gonna be another fucking Halo whatever. Honestly, I fucking hate the Halo remake. The TV series? Oh god, yeah. I'm so happy it died. I'm so happy it died. It's so good. With Master Chiefs. Yeah, fuck that show.
Origami chicken.
Oh yeah, by the way, that's the main villain. He's the main villain of the show. Some overweight old guy. Isn't that threatening? An overweight old white guy? That's definitely threatening. Gosh, in like 20 years, we're gonna be the thing they fear the most. I just need to start eating pizza every day. I'm gonna eat pizza every day, gain like 50 fucking pounds, start balding, and yeah, I'm gonna terrify them to death. I'm gonna be the main villain of all their stories. It's great. It's only changed. It's still the same people. Dude, I'll say it again. Halo Infinite had potential. It had potential to be an actually good entry into the Halo series. It had potential. They squandered it. They shot the bed.
Fuck me, I can't believe a functional human being wrote that line. Either way though, the result is the same.
No. You know what fails the movies the most, Bart? You know what fails movies the most? The director opening their fucking mouth. That's what ruins most movies. No joke. Like that He-Man. The He-Man movie is the perfect example. Okay, when you first saw the He-Man trailer, what did you think it's gonna fail or not? Did you think the movie's gonna fail or not when you first saw the He-Man trailer? Did you think the movie's gonna fucking fail and tank badly, like it's gonna fucking crash and burn and die in obscurity? I mean, yeah, but not like. Okay, here's the thing. Did you think it's gonna be a flop or just a failure?
That's the better question.
Here's the thing. The director opened his mouth and confirmed it's gonna be corporal slop bullshit failure. He confirmed it. He said, yeah, Skeletor represents toxic masculinity.
Omnirk, so too Trisna. Stream Elements, look, it's Trisna, they were playing Cult of the Lamb. Go check them out and give them some fluffy cheers and support. Trisna at URL.
Almost. Okay.
That is literally the direct equivalent of what the director did. He just grabbed the mic, put it up to his ass, and decided to have like an anal evacuation. The movie's dead. The movie's already dead. It's not even out yet, but it's dead. It's gonna be a fucking movie stillbirth.
Omnirk, so too Trisna. Stream Elements, look, it's Trisna, they were playing Cult of the Lamb. Go check them out and give them some fluffy cheers and support. Trisna at URL.
You're just gonna murder me.
I'm not gonna murder you. Dame más gasolina. Dale más gasolina.
Pina. That's oh my gosh, I was about to do that.
Sweetie, what are you doing there?
Also, you gotta remember that Hollywood operates like 3-4 years in the past. All this shit you see right now, it's been done. They started working on it like 3 or 4 years ago.
Omnirk, if you are falling asleep, maybe you should go sleep.
The environment changed. It's different now. But all this.
Yeah, I was thinking about it.
On us right now, it started like 4 years ago when the environment was completely different.
I'm just having a brain fart moment mostly too.
Yeah, in like maybe finance now. And after post-production, all that bullshit, he's gonna just start working on it, and yeah, within like, give or take 3-4 years, we might start seeing some fucking like normal shit. Right now, we're just getting the leftovers, the death knell of
Come on, you stupid fucking bird, get hit.
nonsense that is pouring out. Like it's gonna stop eventually. Hopefully, like not completely. There's no way it's gonna stop completely. It's not enough. But it's
There we
not
go.
gonna be like literally every single thing.
I got kitties coming up to take my arms and my legs
While they don't
as
advertise
pillows.
it, there were like multiple fucking big projects that just canceled, even though they were done. Even though they were done, they were ready for release. But the executive realized, oh no, they can't projects. Even ones that they spent like hundreds of millions of dollars on. They decided to take the loss instead of the reputational hit. Yeah, I'm happy about it. It's fucking good. Let them take more hits.
Kitty, kitty, kitty. Kitty, kitty, kitty.
No, that's so true. The problem is not with the franchise, it's with the people making it.
Hey, on the keyboard, damn it. Ow, 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 ow. Watch the claws, damn it. Watch the claws.
True.
The message over good storytelling, and nobody forced them to latch on and criticize the very fans they wanted to win over. They are entering into the finding out stage of the fuck around process, and they've got no one to blame but themselves.
Yep.
Star Trek made its
It is the fuck around process. Yeah, we failed it. They're finding out now. A good equivalent of that, a good equivalent of these modern writers is that imagine someone entering your fucking home, standing in the living room, taking a massive fucking dump on your carpet, and you know it's gonna fucking seep into the carpet and the smell's just not gonna go away. And when you say, what the fuck are you doing? They say, oh my god, why are you such a Nazi? Why do you hate me, huh? Are you fucking racist? Even though they're fucking white liberals or whatever, and they're fucking white as fucking snow, and they call you racist for some. That's literally what's going on. That's literally what it is. I want to speak to this they get greedy and try to break forward to appeal to more people and end up losing the fan base that made it successful in the first place. That is such a common, it's a cycle. You see it like in so many franchises nowadays. And it's very simple. Honestly, Fate is very simple because the franchise is people who don't give a fuck about it. That's the thing. Like, look at the Halo show. Who made the Halo show? People who did not play the Halo games. Like, they admitted it. Yeah, we didn't want to play the Halo games. We don't like them. Then why the fuck are you making a Halo show? Such a basic question that they failed to answer. Like, if they gave it to actual fans of Halo, I feel like the Halo show would have been probably different. But that's not the case. That's not. They didn't want to give it to the Halo fans. I don't fucking know what the problem is. What's the line of thinking there? Oh, Kietka. Oh, hold on. I remember Kietka. Is it getting a full release or something? Yeah, it's a repo-like or something. It's set in the Samasbor world setting. go say Edhard Bus. Come on. Russian.
Let's see. Metal 24, wood 70, fiber.
Yeah. Not bad. Man, they really expanded the game. I'll tell you that much.
Pokemon community game A Wild Teddy Ursa appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Okay, I don't remember this in the game. This is new. They definitely added a bunch of shit. Damn.
Kitties are making it very hard to do much of anything.
Oh my god. Yeah, Bonhart was the most favorite part of everyone. Everyone loved Leo Bonhart literally slaughtering the fucking lucky activist characters. Everyone fucking loved that. Literally everyone. It's the only reason why people fucking even watch that show, is just to get to Leo Bonhart. I mean, that is the actor, like, it's the South African guy. I don't remember his name, but yeah, he played in District 9, he played in Elysium. The dude is coded to play villains, amazing villains. He's just great at it. I mean, he played the hero in District 9, sure, but no, he's also very good. If you watched Elysium, like, the dude is literally coded to play great villains. He's good at it.
Pokemon community game Teddy Ursa escaped. No one caught it.
He's very good at it. But yeah, Kletka, set in the world of Samazbor. Last I checked, it was like a mix between Lethal Company and Repo, basically. So that's an interesting one. It definitely changed last I checked it. So yeah, I guess we're getting full release for this now. It's remains to be seen if it's friend slop or friend cuisine. Remains to be seen. Oh, the fuck is this? Oh, Forever Winter! Fast travel upgrade? The fuck are we looking at? The heck is this? We get trucks in the game? What the fuck? Banco's Garage? Interesting. Ooh. That's Banco, I guess. Honestly, this is kind of why I like early access games sometimes. When they're done right. You know? You get to enjoy watching them literally, like, adding more shit. Oh, new crafting recipes. 12 a.m. fast over here? Holy shit, midnight. The bartender. Huh. Oh, that's so thought out. I was wondering how he's gonna drink it with the fucking helmet. Pet the dog? Oh, it returns the dog came back. Oh, yeah, you can send the dog for stuff. Oh, what a cool dog. Good boy. Inner cosmetics. Oh, improvements. Decorations. In-world vendors? No, they're making trailers for every major fucking update. I kind of love that. They're dedicated. I'll give you that. They're very dedicated, and they actually listen to the fans. Like people said, "Yo, this feature is fucking annoying." I've seen a lot of people complaining about this feature. Guess what? They changed it. They made it more more appealing to people. People don't mind it so much. Like people said, "Oh, water. You don't like how water system works. They reworked it. Nobody liked how they reworked it. They changed it. Now it's different." Yeah, exactly. That's why I don't think early access is so bad. Because let's be honest, making a video game is expensive. Releasing a video game is also expensive. So I can understand why some people would release it to early access so they will actually finance the development itself. If it works as intended, like in this case, in the case of this game, I have no problems with it whatsoever. I have no problems with it whatsoever. If it's like some other games where, you know, you get the early access and you have to wait a year and a half for a patch fix, yeah, that's fucked. No, fuck those games. They don't deserve any money. They don't deserve any money. If it takes them like fucking 10 years to get it to like 1.0, and the 1.0 is no different from the fucking 0.4, yeah, fuck that. Fuck that shit. Like, some people might forget, RimWorld was early access. Did you know that? I played RimWorld when I got when it was in early access, like back when it was in 0.5. So I feel that the early access game I got was definitely worth it, considering we're at 1.5 at this point, and the game changed so fucking drastically. Like some
Watch
games
the clip.
are literally fantastic. It's good that they're on fucking early access. Others, of course, there are games that are just, you know, they're still in early access.
Ko-fi Streambot. Visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
Also, there's the rare cases where the game completely fucking shifts mid-development while in early access. The video showed you with the Planet Zoo. I was in the fucking floor crying. Dude, it's a good channel. Honestly, if you want to see all the features of a game, watch it. But hey, now you know what you can do in the game, right? Right? Did it tell you all the features of Planet Zoo? Did it tell you all the features, or right? Exactly. Now his entire basically breaking the fucking games and making the most horrid shit imaginable. Like he has a video about Satisfactory where he just basically made a conveyor belt tornado that moves around nuclear waste. So that's a fucking nuclear tornado, and it lowers his FPS to like 4 anytime he's near that region. Because he could. That's why. Because he could. If you're asking for a reason why he did that, just because he could. Just make a giant ass fucking tornado that moves around toxic waste. Yeah, like I said, I played Planet Zoo like only a few hours, unfortunately, but it looked like a really, really good game. I should probably, I don't know, make my dream zoo. The devs asked for a save file and used it to optimize? Wait, are you for real? Did that actually happen? Did that actually happen? If it did, that makes it even better. Oh, Uncle's calling. Oh no, hold on. I'll be right back. There, going back. I mean, it's kind of, you know, I'm reminded of the Spiff and Grit. You know that a few developers literally said, like, like hire him as a bug tester, right? They just say, hey, can you check out the bugs? Can you find any exploits? Make a video about it. Here's a free copy of the game or DLC or whatever. Yeah. He's basically basically hired public bug tester. Because he always finds the fucking exploits and all that bullshit. He makes a video out of it and they fix it later. Unless it's super funny. Unless it's super funny. I've seen developers literally leave exploits and bugs if they're actually funny and entertaining. And I can respect that. That's great. Honestly, it's pretty great. Paradox does that all the time with content creators. Yeah, they do. They do. Paradox is pretty great. Kind of like it. Nah, I like Paradox. I like Paradox. Plus, they have constant sales. I like that about Paradox. If you like a Paradox game, they're gonna have a shitload of sales all over the place. They're kind of nice like that. When bugs become a feature. Very accurate. Very accurate. Recently I just realized that City Skylines 2 switched developers. Paradox gave the game to a different developer, and the game is already improving. So I don't know what happened to the guys who made City Skylines, but they somehow turned to ass. I don't know what the fuck happened. That is legit weird. Fuck if I know what happened. They got this to happen. Holy shit. They were overconfident. No, they fucked up. They fucked up. Like, you know the simulation of the game? You know the game that simulates how the game works? You know, how traffic works, how the economy works, all that? Yeah, it was fake. Unlike in City Skylines 1. And I'm like baffled. Bruh, you did it in City Skylines 1. How could you not replicate that? Hold on. How could you not replicate that? What the fuck? Why did you have to fake it? So yeah, it's an entirely serious situation.
Keeps on moving. Damn thing.
They just could not replicate City Skylines 1, even though they're making a sequel to City Skylines 1. So I don't fucking know. No, they faked it. They're trying to fake it. Like the simulation in City Skylines 1 was actually very like realistic. Like you see all those trucks that are moving around in traffic, they are actually carrying like resources from your city. Like the resources actually in the truck. Like it's pretty fucking wild.
Kaito Destiny Awunav, welcome to my channel.
Why am I stuck here?
At Kaito Destiny Awunav, welcome to my channel.
Ray, how you doing? Good morning. Good morning, Ray. What's up?
I wanna.
Like when it comes to soccer, a lot of people love to like hyping up Ukraine over that, but there were
Kaito Destiny, so too Awunav. Stream Elements, look, it's Awunav, they were playing Peak. Go check them out at and give them some fluffy cheers and support. Awunav at URL.
I mean, I could do this face.
I mean, probably not the same developers, but it is the same fucking dev team. The dev team it's the same guys who made across the individual developers probably got shifted around.
Not a single thought in this head. Not a one. And no, the mouth does not move. This is just the face.
Pokemon community game. A wild Caterpie appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
That's why we got a rug pull, because it's like the same name for the team, yeah, but we expected it's the same people. Turns out it wasn't. But yeah, now they gave it to an entirely new development team, and so far they're actually doing better. They're actually fixing the shit that people complained about. That's crazy. It's crazy, but yeah. In City Skylines 1, like you see the trucks, they bring resources from the train station. You see the trucks moving from the train station to the warehouses, from the warehouses actual realistic simulation of a logistics job. In this game, the trucks are just there for look. Yeah, the trucks are actually irrelevant. They don't actually move anywhere. Trucks and trains are irrelevant.
Alright.
Spawns in your statistics. It's not actually in the warehouse. It's not actually in the store. It's just numbers. So yeah, the entire simulation part of the simulation game was fake. Which is ass. Which is ass, in my opinion. I'm sorry. Like, yo, you're making a simulation game? Make a simulation, motherfucker.
Pokemon community game Caterpie escaped. No one caught it.
On a fundamental level. You can't make a simulation game without simulation.
Rayru89 Hello Kaito. Kaito Destiny Rayru89, Rayru89, welcome to my channel. At Kaito Destiny Rayru89, Rayru89, welcome to my channel.
How you doing, Ray? Welcome to my fucked up sleep schedule.
Kaito Destiny, so to Rayru89. Stream Elements look it's Rayru89 they were playing Metal Gear Solid V, Ground Zeroes. Go check them out at and give them some fluffy cheers and support. Rayru89 at URL. Rayru89 waking up ish.
Why is he up my ass like that? Well, that didn't last very long.
Waking up ish? Yeah. Manda's already here. He's lurking and chilling. Monty sucks. As a character, I don't like him.
Yeah, yesterday I recorded episode 3. Not telling you, you gotta have to watch it. There's a marketing message. I'm getting you interested.
Oh, but yes, welcome everyone who's coming here to chill, lurk, and relax.
I just need to add some fluffy flair to it. And it's basically ready.
Currently I'm playing Ark Survival Ascended. Chilling, relaxing, doing a little building, resource gathering, and whatnot. Alright, sweetie, you can lay right there. You can cuddle up with Daddy. Still gonna ask why you have these little markings and things on you.
We need some more of this. Wait, hold on. I need to set the category. Don't forget about that. Yeah, here we go.
Kitty. There you go, you happy little fluff ball.
No wish for judging by the state of gaming. Honestly, I mean, if XCOM 3 was made by an indie developer,
Oliver's got my right arm. Scarlett's got my left arm. Oh, let's see. My cute fluffy baby girl. You being all lovey-dovey with Daddy. Okay. Let's get a door up here, and I'm gonna switch games.
Again, a supply drop in 3 days. Let's get supply drop, arm everyone, do some crazy shit, and hopefully not get retaliated. Here we go. Hey, look at that! Look at that, guys! We're not losing any money. No money lost this time. radius of your missed grenade is increased by 2? Oh no.
Stream Elements, welcome to the Fluffy Dragon's Den. Come sit, chill, and game a while. Enjoy the show and have some snacks and drinks. I hope you all enjoy your chill and relaxing time here. Carrot W carrot.
The clap echoes down the corridors, their muscles flex. You son of a bitch, you made it. You hear one of them say, Slippy and Star. Let's see. Ooh, superior focus. Overdrive serum. Steroids. Yo, Star and Slippy can give us steroids. Or proximity mines. Oh shit, why do I take yo? We're not taking superior focus. Fuck that shit. It's late. We need to cut back on these overdrive serums and we get 4 of them. Okay, do we take steroids or proximity mines? What do you think is better? Yo, what do you think is better? No, I don't want to roid you up. You're crazy. It's not as useful.
How you doing, pretty lady?
It's not as useful. Let's take a little. Yeah, let's save the earthquakes for the battlefield. Flex on the aliens. Proximity mines. I'm sure proximity mines are gonna be
How you doing, gorgeous?
good for ambushes and shit like that. Yeah, yeah. There you go. Supply drop. Let's pick it up. We got 2 proximity mines.
Let's do that.
Oh,
Yeah, I'll switch games. I don't know, just something different for the time being, I guess.
How much intel? 161. You know what? Shit. Okay, I see how it is. You gotta rescue. Yeah, let's send Ray. Ray, Candy. No, just in case. Oh shit, do we have a skulljack? Do we have a skulljack? Out of curiosity. Skulljack. Add an officer supplies. Fuck it, there you go. Let's give one to Bandy. Skulljack.
Yes, it is.
Feckin' Skulljack. You know, just in case, let's grab Gob. Let's grab Gob.
This one?
Gob is perfect for the job.
The little guy? Little guy being protected by the big black guy? Yeah, so how to train your dragon.
There you go. You get a brand new SMG, Gob. Can I give you like
Yeah, that goes it.
I have a cheap pistol, cheap hair trigger. Can I give you like a? Is there like a? Fuck it, advanced suppressor. Could be useful.
My home is what
Okay, laser cannon. What can we give Vivi?
Okay. How
What
else
can we
do you
give
want me to
Vivi?
say it? It's a hole.
Plus 4 aim? What's her 85? Holy shit, your aim is actually fantastic. That's crazy.
And it is full.
Does Gob have it? Yeah, we gave Gob stuff.
Kaito Destiny Paper Dragon, welcome to my channel.
Reduce enemies
Yay, Paper Dragon.
defense, mobility. You know what? We'll keep the aim.
At Kaito Destiny Paper Dragon, welcome to my channel.
You want some dodge? Let's give you some dodge. There you go, 13 dodge. All right, man. Get some rest, dude. Get some rest. Headaches fucking suck, so get some rest, man.
I'm going.
See you next stream, man.
Alright, I'm switching arc to...
Evangelion anime analysis written by Yoko Taro. Yoko Taro? Holy shit. On the job. Oh, good luck, man. See you next time. See you next time, though. Thanks for dropping by.
That's why I was calling it.
Yeah, let's see how bad this is. Oh, thank you very much for the follow, Sean. Thank you. Okay, they're immediately discovered. Okay, that's not perfect. It's not ideal. Wait. Hold on. Wait, Kaito, why are you shooting? What? Wait, what? Did he fucking spawn with Overwatch? Are you crazy? Oh, no, it didn't even cost any Okay, okay. How about this? 86%. You know what? I believe in you. Go, Alice. Ooh, shredded too. Yanni, what you got? What you got? You got some grays, right? You got some granadas, right? Granadas. How about this? Wait, granada. Please, 5 damage. Give me some 5 damage. Beautiful. Exactly what I asked for. Yeah, sure. We'll destroy it, but that's okay.
You gotta clean your chin better there, Scarlet. Here, move yourself up. Calm yourself down. Right. Let me sit up. Oh, excuse me. All right. All right, now I'll switch screens here.
That sucks. They're nowhere near each other. But we can take out the mechanisms. Fucking heavily armored. Oh shit, we cannot take the mechanism. Okay, hold on. Raid.
Wise bot white medium star new category, Earth Defense Force 6 white medium star new status, 18 plus fluffy dragon war crimes against aliens. Come chill and relaxing through the gaming worlds.
Intruders, find and destroy them.
Come on over.
They're hiding around the city. Be careful.
Fantastic.
Guess I'm moving ahead. I saw an alien. I'll show them who's boss.
Nicely done. Eliminate the remaining aliens. Aliens detected! Obliterate the aliens. These are just the remnants of the enemy forces. We can beat them. Proteus units, stand by! Infantry, crush the aliens while supporting the Proteus units. All units, prepare for battle operations.
Pokemon community game A Wild Piloswine, F, appears catch it using, Poke Catch, winners revealed in 90s.
through time. I knew it.
It appeared at the predicted coordinates.
I guess time machines are real.
Pokemon community game Pilo Swine, F, escaped. No one caught it.
When it's that big, what makes it fly? Look at its shape. Must be made for some special purpose.
Humanity won't lose so easily. Not with us around. Not with the EDF. Type 3 drones! Androids are gathering in this area. The androids want to seal off the area and protect that huge flying thing. We're not gonna let them.
Target detected. Attacking.
Proteus units, begin a death charge!
Come on, you alien fuckers.
Wisebot 6 viewers, +1, alarm clock 5 hours 29 minutes and 56 seconds.
Androids are coming. All units, open fire. How many are there?
Our intel says they want to seize control of this area and use it as a base.
All units, engage the aliens. Inflict as much damage as possible. gathering together. A fleet of ships.
Kofi Streambot visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
What's that light?
The enemy ship disappeared!
A time machine. So the intel was accurate. They could travel through time and interfere with the past. They're like gods.
Tell me where the freak's at.
Hey, Omni.
That's insane.
So everything we do is pointless. They'll just change history. Humanity is bound to die out if that's the case. There's no way to stop them from interfering with the past. There's nothing we can do. No. There is one thing. Though a small possibility. We can bank on coincidence. It's all a matter of probability, sooner or later.
No, he won't. Oh, holy shit. Okay, no. Steady the weapon. B-Man is actually in a fucking fantastic position where he actually could get some shit done. Start doing pew pew stuff. Pew pew pew, laser sniper, pew pew. Ah shit, they're moving out of view. That's not good. Oh, we got drones. Out of curiosity, do you have no. We need to upgrade Star first. We're working on it. We're working on it.
Trying to interfere with the past, change history, they send in...
Steady your weapon. I think these fuckers are gonna move into sight just a second. Get Bard like right away. Bard unfortunately is not very useful against mechanical units.
News. The base is...
What happened?
Monsters have infiltrated the base.
Damn it! They must have been waiting until we left.
The base was abandoned. Everyone was evacuated.
They look terrible. Proceeding to exterminate. Don't leave a single one. A sturdy underground facility. It would be the perfect place to build a nest. If we weren't here. Our home is now a monster's nest. They're just squatters. We'll drive them out. Shoot the leg!
Pokemon community gamer Wild Barboach appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Monster around. A dangerous opponent in tight spaces. Do you know why mother monsters built their nest here? They need a sturdy area for their powerful
Over here! I can tell they're close. Moving forward! We're going this way!
They should be close.
It's kill or be killed here. Open fire if the enemy spots us.
Pokemon community game Barboach escaped. No one caught it.
We've got the upper hand. We can attack first.
Guess I'm
I know that there's another fucking asshole.
Get too close and they'll spot us.
There's another specter right here on the roof. I saw it, and there's a robot. But, let's overwatch this.
They haven't noticed us. We can take them out.
They haven't spotted us yet.
Let's overwatch.
We're still safe.
Yeah, it's not gonna be helpful. It's not gonna be helpful. We're not gonna
Don't fire until I give the signal.
Let's move quietly.
like the reflexes. Yep. Didn't work. Okay, what are you doing now? What are you doing now? He's gonna possess me. Bene, how you doing? We don't have a
Have they
grenade. actually.
really not noticed us yet?
We don't actually have a
Have
grenade.
they really not noticed us yet?
I was possessed.
So we just need to wait for the attack order?
Oh yeah. Yes.
We're not
Don't
gonna
fire
attack.
until I give the signal.
Great. Oh, that's not. Oh shit. Oh, come on, shredded some firearms. Fuck you too. There you go. Dead eye. Crazed, really?
It seems like we haven't
Okay,
been
better.
detected.
It's your moment to save me. There you go, you saved my life. You saved my life. Trigger the
It seems like we haven't been
Get ready
detected.
to make the first move.
This could go off at any moment.
Chop chop bro.
Good. They haven't noticed us
Yeah,
yet.
go on back up. You know what? Star combat protocol. Fuck the world. Yeah, we're getting imminent reinforcements. Let's see what
We can still pull back in time.
Try to feel out their presence. They're close.
We currently have the advantage.
unless they decide not to go here.
Stay with us here.
Well, shit. Yeah, I'm not gonna hit. You're not gonna hit.
Get too close and they'll spot us.
Fucking lightning reflex.
This is our chance to close the distance.
Okay, where are they at? Will this actually
Don't fire. Wait for your
Can't
order.
afford to fall behind.
Okay, you know what? Hard. Do some crazy shit like this. Just in case.
This is our chance to close the distance.
Upload cat
We're
videos.
close, but the enemy hasn't noticed us yet.
Gives me extra defense.
They haven't spotted us
Armor I
yet.
now have.
We're still safe.
Yeah, that's 9 armor. Okay, what are the odds? What are the odds? You know what? Fuck it.
Good. We haven't been found.
Okay, one hit. Second one.
It's time to ambush.
Good. We're moving. If he kidnaps me again, honestly, that's a good thing too. That's a good one. Oh, vanishing. The fucking coward ran away. Okay. Yeah, Catfit's giving feedback now.
Moving first gives us the advantage. Let's attack. Good. They haven't noticed us yet.
It's kill or be killed here.
Where the fuck did he go? He was here, so what if he's now somewhere? No.
They aren't attacking. We haven't been found.
Okay, this is disturbing.
They're close.
Okay, let's go run and
It seems like we haven't been detected.
Let's
move
attack. Where
quietly.
the fuck is
is our chance to approach.
Oh man, I hate when they do that.
It's kill or be killed here.
No. Oh fuck. Okay, stop. Reveal.
We currently have the advantage.
Kill yourself. Holy shit.
They'll notice us if you're firing.
Oh, Star's gonna be out of commission for the longest time now. 69? 69? That's a good number. Yep, there you go, it worked.
They'll notice us
Hold
if
on,
you're
I'm far
firing.
enough away, right? Holy shit, the knife is actually good. How the fuck does that work?
Let's make the most
Why
of
is
this
the knife
opportunity.
actually good?
We can still pull back in time. I'm picking up signals.
The
They
knife
should be
is
close.
actually good. What the fuck? Okay, now we gotta wait for Star. Oh, that's great. Well done.
Still no signal to shoot?
Good. We haven't been found.
They're not attacking. We're still in the clear.
That's actually great. Nice. And let's see.
They haven't found us yet. An excellent situation.
Oh shit!
They haven't spotted us yet.
Yes.
We're still safe.
Oh god. They're gonna spot us.
I'm moving forward.
Yes. Yes. Every time. Yes. We did. Run towards the
Seems like we haven't been detected.
you run over here. You please open the door, sir.
Try to feel out their presence. They're close.
Let's move quietly.
There you go. We can now run. Where's the extract? Just get in. Anyone else that hasn't yet?
They haven't spotted us yet. We're still safe. They haven't noticed.
It's not ideal.
We can make it.
It's kill or be killed here.
Over here!
Hurry up or we'll all be in trouble.
This is our chance to approach.
Big Star is gonna be out of position for flying movements. 14 versus 8. Flying like this. 14 or 16.
They haven't spotted us yet.
She better get a promotion.
We're still safe. Get too close and they'll spot us.
Seems like we haven't been detected.
Let's see.
So we just need to wait for the attack order?
Hey, Bard got a promotion. 14 days. I was right on the money. She didn't get a promotion. This sucks. We did get a scientist.
Man, without giving away our position.
Fortress. Oh man.
We can still pull back in time.
Is it fire or is it acid? It's found.
They haven't spotted us yet. We're still safe.
That's some good stuff.
We want to get closer. Now's our chance.
We did plan on actually taking the fucking HQ, didn't we, right? That's what we planned, right? First,
Try to feel out their presence. They're close.
find enemy bypass into your foe. Again? It's 4 days. I don't think we'll be able to do it. We haven't stretched this to 4. 6.
The enemy's just ahead.
Let's attack.
They'll notice us if you're firing.
Unless I disturb them.
Pokemon community game A wild Snubbull appears, catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
It seems like we haven't been detected. In other words, they haven't noticed us.
They're gonna get tougher. That's the problem. They're gonna be tougher if we wait long. We're gonna be tough.
Moving first gives us the advantage. Let's attack. The enemy's just ahead. Want to get closer? Now's our chance.
We're still in the clear.
We might get more later. Stronger weapons, bigger
Moving
damage.
first gives us the advantage. Let's attack.
Level up a few soldiers in the meantime.
Pokemon community game Snubbull escaped. No one caught it. Omnirk, so too Trisna. Stream Elements, look, it's Trisna, they were playing Cult of the Lamb. Go check them out at and give them some fluffy cheers and support. Trisna at URL.
No! Shit! Shit! No! No, wait! Wait! Shit! Where do I hide? Where do I hide?
Want to get closer? Now's our chance.
They're not attacking us? They must not have noticed us yet.
We can still pull back. The enemy's just ahead.
I know he wants the break hook, but
Omnirk, you are running into a wall.
The enemy's just ahead. Activate the sensor.
I can even see the wall.
This opportunity.
Do 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 do.
what this gives extra rockets. There you go. We're gonna have technically Cinder's gonna have three motherfucking rockets. Three motherfucking rockets.
They haven't noticed.
Yep.
I say that's a good shit.
It's important to be quiet first. They'll notice us.
1315, light enemy presence, full salvage.
I can tell they're close.
Cool team with us like this. Really Bennett. Sleep is not your name of She's fairly low level. She doesn't even have medical protocol.
No, I guess that was the right way. I don't know.
We do need to trade this.
Following you.
Fucking time travel shit always fucking things up.
Is killer be killed here?
No ops, you gotta do it. I'm in.
Entering firing range.
Now is a good time to reload.
I copy. Visualize the victim. Block out your fears.
Ideally, actually,
Pulling the trigger again.
Let's go!
How many years will it take to clean all this up?
Okay.
Let's take them out before we're discovered.
I have no idea where to go because it doesn't give me directions. Fuck it.
They haven't noticed us first. I can make it.
Guess I take a turn around here. I have no idea where I'm going. Damn bug.
Under control.
It's not over yet. I know that.
I might regret this.
Can't afford to fall behind.
Time to ambush. Got that?
What is with these eggs?
They're red monster eggs. Destroy them. Watch out.
Kofi Streambot. Visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
training, and Bard needs new
There are
toys.
creatures gathering.
Bard needs new
How
toys.
many of those huge ones are there? I've never seen anything like it. You've done it this time. They're swarming.
We can't run from an enemy like that! Take him down!
Kaito Destiny Alex Moderat, welcome to my channel. At Kaito Destiny Alex Moderat, welcome to my channel.
Hello and welcome. Let's give this name the Blue Fluffy Dragon. Currently playing Earth 6 and just right just in time, have some fun.
Pokemon community game A Wild Pomo appears catch it using Poke Catch, winners revealed in 90s. Paper Dragon, Poke Catch Ultra Ball. Pokemon community game Pomo has been caught by Paper Dragon.
And Godzilla or boss, time to die.
Okay, good. Okay, we got 2 Overwatches at least. Fuck. Where the fuck does he came from? Okay, so not play like that. Okay, what if I dead on this? You know what? Might work out. Might work out. Let's try it out. Fuck! How'd you miss? It was 90%. Okay, okay, no, we don't have interference. Okay. I've got an idea, okay? I've got an idea. Okay, that's not a good idea. I've got a better idea than this. Okay, if you strike from the darkness, how about you go over here? Actually, you're in my range. You are in my range. What do you throw on him? For it. Okay, we didn't get it. Fuck. It happens. Turn's not over. Since you are in my range, I can kill you. Don't explode. Okay, not explode. Okay, good. And that doesn't end my turn. And Ray can throw another knife.
Botrix, thank you for the follow at Roblo_Devesto_Sia.
Let's see. Bravo Devesto, hello and welcome. Thank you very much for your follow on Kick. It's greatly appreciated. My name is Kaito Destiny. I'm the Blue Fluffy Dragon. Hope you enjoy your time here. Currently I'm playing Earth Defense Force 6, and we're just killing a bunch of illegal aliens and... Dude, it's
Androids approaching!
killing spree. Alright.
over to me. Stop being a dick. Ah, shit, misclick. You get your ass over here. Good, 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 good. Oh, wait. How just spotted them? Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, and half the team has already moved. Fuck. Fuck, 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 fuckity, fuck, fuck, fuckity, fuck. Fuck nuggets. Fuck nuggets. Big fat fuck nuggets.
Tell me where the freak's at.
Wisebot 8 viewers, +2, alarm clock 6 hours 21 minutes and 26 seconds. Omnir, so too NB Draven. Stream Elements look it's NB Draven they were playing REPO. Go check them out and give them some fluffy cheers and support. NB Draven at URL.
Why don't you just put a stone on it? Because I've already been over this. I refuse to put stone on it, so I can have the enjoyment of denying her grilling up over and over. Yeah, I failed.
Omnir, so too Trisna. Stream Elements look it's Trisna they were playing Cult of the Lamb. Go check them out and give them some fluffy cheers and support. Trisna at URL. Omnir, so too Raru 89. Stream Elements look it's Raru 89 they were playing Metal Gear Solid V, Ground Zeroes. Go check them out and give them some fluffy cheers and support. Raru 89 at URL.
Horrible sound. I hate that. Oh fuck. I don't hear nothing.
Jesus. You know, I've been doing all these shoutouts for everyone. There are sometimes I don't even realize he's getting shoutouts, and I just go like, what? Oh. I'm like half here, half gone. Kaboom.
Pokemon Community Game A Wild Gothorita appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s. Paper Dragon, Poke Catch Ultra Ball. Pokemon Community Game at Paper Dragon. You don't own that ball. Check the extension to see your items. Stream Elements, welcome to the Fluffy Dragon's Den. Come sit, chill and game a while. Enjoy the show and have some snacks and drinks. I hope you all enjoy your chill and relaxing time here. Carrot W carrot.
What do I even write in my report?
We must work together to win. It will definitely come true. EDF is...
Pokemon Community Game Gothorita escaped. No one caught it.
Yes, please all gather next to the fucking gas station.
Stream Elements. Hi everyone, as a heads up, I have sleep apnea and tend to fall asleep sometimes in my streams. Please be patient with my disorder or try waking me up with my redeems.
I feel tremors. There are monsters down there. It's too dangerous. Withdraw immediately. Our scout got cut off from the group. Rescue him. He's on top of the mountain ahead.
Over there? Got it right there on the top. Commence rescue! Monster eggs in the area.
I can't get back! I need a rescue team! Please! I'm gonna feel fiancée back home! I can't die here and leave her all alone!
Multiple enemy ships detected in the vicinity.
What?
According to the report, they appeared out of nowhere, mighty ships in counting.
A large fleet of primers has appeared in the vicinity. So many, so suddenly. We may finally have them by the tail.
Look up there! What is that? There's a hole in the sky! Enemy ships! Enemy ships inbound! It's like they're appearing out of thin air! They're showing up here as well. All units, watch your airspace. Activating their teleportation devices! Androids incoming! Engage!
Jackpot. They chose this hour and this area for their time warp. The appearance of the history-altering fleet. We finally got to see them. This was a gamble, and we won big time. It's no mere coincidence that you are here. After fighting countless battles all over the world, we have reached this inevitability. Those are time ships. They warp through both space and time, changing history. We have to shoot them down before the fleet disperses. If we take them down, we limit how much they can change the course of history. The survival of the human race is on the line here. We're counting on you. The teleportation device has no defense mechanisms. Aim for the teleporter. See the glowing part at the front? That's the ship's weakness. The enemy ship is shielded with armored plates, but the teleportation device is unguarded. Aim for that glowing part in the front.
Ko-fi Streambot. Visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
for shooting down our foe.
Unfortunately, Benny, you're gonna be absolutely worthless in this fight.
With a powered exoskeleton, even weak men can be strong. But you must train yourself.
Not even making yourself.
We are almost in the enemy's range.
Pokemon community game A Wild Duskull appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s. Paper Dragon, Ultra Charish Ball. Pokemon community game Duskull escaped. No one caught it.
Ready to shoot.
Tell me where the freak's at.
I feel tremors. There are monsters down there. It's too dangerous. Withdraw immediately. Our scout got cut off from the group. Rescue him. He's on top of the mountain ahead.
Over there to the red zone. We've got a friendly at the top. Oh, let's rescue! Monster ends this area. I can't get back! I need a rescue team! Please! I've got a fiancé back home! I can't die here and leave her all alone!
Multiple enemy ships detected in the vicinity.
What?
According to the report, they appeared out of nowhere. 30 ships and counting.
A large fleet of primers has appeared in the vicinity. So many, so suddenly. We may finally have them by the tail.
Linda! I'm sorry!
Look up there! What is that? There's a hole in the sky!
Enemy ships! Enemy ships inbound! It's like they're appearing out of thin air!
They're showing up here as well. All units, watch your airspace.
The enemy is activating their teleportation devices! Androids incoming! Enemy evolved ship down!
Jackpot. They chose this hour and this area for their time warp. The appearance of the history-altering fleet. We finally got to see them. This was a gamble.
Pokemon community gamer Wild Amora appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
After fighting countless battles all over the world, we have reached this inevitability. Those are time ships. They warp through both space and time, changing history. We have to shoot them down before the fleet disperses. If we take them down, we limit how much they can change the course of history. The survival of the human race is on the line here. We're counting on you. teleportation device has no defense mechanisms. Aim for the teleporter. See the glowing part at the front? That's the ship's weakness.
Enemy ships arcing out of thin air! Evolved enemy ships! They're coming from out of nowhere! Type 3 down! Android predator detected!
Pokemon community game Amora escaped. No one caught it.
We did it!
This is the first time infantry has taken down so many evolved ships. This report will surely sway the tide of battle.
In the sky! The enemy has released some landers!
Crews will drop for landers!
The teleportation device has been activated! Aside rocks!
doing? God, you don't lay like that. My God, you scared the shit out of me.
Our front line is engaging the enemy. Let's join them. Exterminate the monster.
I feel tremors. There are monsters down there. It's too dangerous. Withdraw immediately.
We don't have enough manpower. We need backup.
Because it ain't going to be good. It ain't going to be good. Oh, Blue, let's check out Blue. Nice.
Crap, too far.
Oh my God, look at it.
Counting on you, Captain.
Enemy sighted! Beta types are crawling out of the ground! Crap! I can't get down! Our scout got cut off from the group. Rescue him. He's on top of the mountain ahead.
Over there? We got a friendly at the top. Commence rescue! Monster eggs in
Kofi Streambot visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
Please! I've got a fiancé back home! I can't die here and leave her all alone!
Multiple enemy ships detected in the vicinity.
What?
According to the report, they appeared out of nowhere. 30 ships and counting.
A large fleet of primers has appeared in the vicinity. So many, so suddenly. We may finally have them by the tail.
Looks like the fight will be violent. Remember what I told you yesterday? The fight is starting.
Look up there! What is that? There's a hole in the sky! Enemy ships! Enemy ships inbound! It's like they're appearing out of thin air! They're showing up here as well. All units, watch your airspace.
God damn it. They knock shit down. Okay.
I mean, Sword has untouchable. B-Man is so he might not be actually as useful. Let's replace him with something.
My feet hurt. My legs and feet hurt.
Soldiers are off.
Okay.
Lizzie? Shit, we don't have any good grenades. We don't have any good stuff for Lizzie. It's gonna have to be D-Man. Fuck. You think we can do it? Think we
Androids incoming! Engage!
Enemy evolved ship down!
Kaito Destiny Paper Dragon, welcome to my channel.
In this area for their time warp. The appearance of the history-altering fleet. We finally got to see that.
At Kaito Destiny Paper Dragon, welcome to my channel.
It's no mere coincidence that you are here. After fighting countless battles all over the world, we have reached this inevitability. Those are time ships. They warp through both space and time, changing history. We have to shoot them down before the fleet disperses. If we take them down, we limit how much they can change the course of history. The survival of the human race is on the line here. We're counting on you.
I can't thank you enough. Oh, you're definitely invited to the wedding.
No! Not again! Enemy ships RPing out of midair! Advanced enemy ships! They're coming from out of nowhere! Type 3 down! Android Predator detected! Enemy ships identified! We did it!
This is the first time infantry has taken down so many evolved ships. This report will surely sway the tide of battle.
In the sky!
Pokemon community game A Wild Laren appears catch it using Poke Catch, winners revealed in 90s.
Crews will drop from landers.
The teleportation device has been activated! Assign blocks! Enemy ships confirmed!
So they sent even more.
Counting all the vessels in the vicinity, it's quite a large fleet. Our data suggests that they must be the history-altering ships.
We got flyers!
Direct hit on the enemy evolved ship.
Android detected!
Pokemon community game Laren escaped. No one caught it.
Please leave it to me next time.
The enemy is near. I'll
Switch to active mode.
And now they disperse. Off to change history.
Victory is ours! Listen up! Ready odds, folks!
Took down an enemy new type ship.
We may have only sunk a few of their history-altering ships, but I've no doubt that we ruined their plans.
That's a legend in the making! We can win if we have someone like that on our side.
Wisebot 6 viewers, -2, alarm clock 7 hours 14 minutes and 6 seconds.
The enemy ships are leaving.
I'll have our air forces follow them. If there is any truth to our intel, they would be humanity's biggest targets.
Bring them down by any means necessary. We cannot have them altering history.
Come on, I believe. Nice. Get over here. Slam it in there. Jeez. That is rude. Okay, I'm gonna get shot now. Oh, I didn't get shot. Oh, 0%? Is he hunkered down? Is he fucking hunkered down? Bandy, no! Oh, that...
Let's go! Destroy the invader!
Fire?
Eliminate the group of enemy ships before our air forces arrive!
Erginus is in the path of the attack team!
This is gonna be over in a flash. Out of my way. I'll handle this. Step aside. You're in the way. I'll secure the path. Go. Relax. I won't step on our hero.
Kaito Destiny Giva 718, welcome to my channel. At Kaito Destiny Giva 718, welcome to my channel.
Hello and welcome, and this is this on the Roof of the Dragon. Nice to have you here. Today I'm playing Earth Defense Force 6. Mission before I go to bed. I have some kitty cats here snipping me up. Get rid of this goddamn kaiju. Oh. Help the mecha!
No more time travel accidents. We will destroy the ring, once and for all.
Hey, Bard gets a promotion. This is what we're doing. EDF! Bard gets a promotion.
EDF!
Jeez. Woke up the cat.
6 days. Yeah, Bard could detonate their grenades when they're on their way. That's good shit. Throws enemy hack defense by 30. Does not stack with itself, but does with 40. Pretty dope, pretty dope. And here it is. Okay. You can boost to 10, 12. This is gonna be fucking good. At least there's no chosen. At least there's no fucking chosen. So projecting full salvage. 10, 12. Only 4 fucking people. Oh, this is dope. If you're very fucking slow and careful, that can work. You can absolutely do this.
The ring's right there. We're first to arrive.
Round 1 here. 7 clicks to the ring. Garrison detected at the front.
Argos will lead the way. We'll secure the path. Attack team follow from behind. I'll punch a hole in their defenses.
Battle has broken out everywhere. Our diversion succeeded.
All right. The ring is isolated. Now is the only time we can get close. Our goal is to break through enemy defenses and escort the attack team below the ring. The ring is actually a giant time machine. It's not made for battle like the mothership. Once the attack team arrives, victory is ours.
The enemy's here!
Enemy has strengthened their defenses. A much larger force than expected.
Copper cannon ready. Infantry, stand back.
Pokemon community game A Wild Dratini appears. Catch it using Hope Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Get down! That is not for you, kitty cat.
From there, they seem to make small jumps of a few years at a time. Without the ring, they can't travel to a specific time. Their planned invasion relies on that degree of precision. Without it, their plan will crumble. Today, we reach the end of a very long battle.
Pokemon community game Dratini escaped. No one caught it.
Enemy robot units approaching! It's the robots! They're here!
They have a huge army! We can't defend! Right now, I can. How are we supposed to break through this?
They have cannons on their legs. Aim for the legs.
Support the attack team! Extermination team is here! You're late. Is this what you call full speed ahead? Multiple houses were destroyed. Even if we win, we're gonna get demoted. Leave career planning till after you survive. We're up to our necks in enemies.
They're coming from the sky!
Flyers detected!
Can't plan a hit on the flying ones. Withdrawing.
Eliminate the flying enemies!
Never dreamed they had such a huge defensive force. Guess our surprise attack in small numbers backfired. The ring's defenses are stronger than expected. Eliminate enemies before moving forward.
Protecting the attack team. They're protecting me.
Dropship coming down! It's a drone! Drones are coming!
We can't break their defensive formation.
Forget breaking through. Engage the enemy and protect yourself. Didn't expect them to have a defense like this.
Goes to show how important the ring is to the Primes. It's their relay station for time travel. If they lose it, their whole strategy collapses.
ships are gathering in the sky overhead.
Okay.
The enemy released an anchor.
They seem to be surrounding the attack team.
A teleportation device! They've got us surrounded!
Shit! We didn't break through their defenses. We walked straight into a trap. All units, engage! Protect yourselves!
Enemies are appearing out of the anchor!
We can't even escape if we don't get rid of that anchor. Aim for the top and destroy it.
Aim for the anchor! Destroy it! Kiritsuki Matori! Retreating! Group 2, retreating while protecting attack team. Group 3, multiple casualties on attack team. Their defense is strong. Think they figured out their diversion scheme?
Possibly. Primaries do have a certain ability to know the future. We should keep that in mind.
Kaito Destiny Diddle Brat, welcome to my channel. At Kaito Destiny Diddle Brat, welcome to my channel.
Hey, Brett. Kaito Destiny, so too Diddle Brat. Stream Elements look it's Diddle Brat they were playing Pal World. Go check them out at and give them some fluffy cheers and support. Diddle Brat at URL.
RP wise, yeah, it went well. I thought
yeah.
it was good, but I don't know anything in the backstory, like behind.
Oh dear
scenes.
Can,
God, the
why don't
glitchy
you
clip.
take a clip of me walking around right
You,
now?
hey, Julia, if you submit a lottery ticket, then
Uh,
I didn't want shotgun.
Good God. Yeah, it's the freaking glitchy clip.
They wanted me to kill him, but I want to see what happens if I...
Sweetie, just lay down, please. Yeah.
So, in a way, I'm doing them a favor, but I'm sending him to probably get tortured. I still look tired.
Crazy cat.
He's fine. He's taking a nice nap. I see up his nose. It's all weird. So yeah, I'm probably LFI Miller probably.
Kofi Streambot visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
Alright.
major damage. I'm out.
Lucius teams have taken severe losses. Cannot continue fighting.
The attack team has taken too much damage. The plan is a failure.
Storm 1 is safe. We can pull this off.
No. The other attack teams were destroyed. There's no one to offer backup.
Listen, you're dealing with an expert at this strategy. Storm 1 has taken down the ring over and over again. Just provide support.
Yeah, you're dead.
I got double S rank on this on the last one I did last night. The one with Paz and
Yeah, this is bullshit. I have a reason.
what do you call Paz and Chico. Okay, this one's a little tricky because there's like 4 or 5
kilometer to the ring.
plus,
So we're the only ones that made it from the encirclement.
We're the only ones that keep up with the chief.
so like if I at least hit him.
This 5-year battle ends now.
We were gathered here today.
This must be fate. There's no backup. We'll rely on the Storm team.
Eliminate the drones! Approaching the ring.
Multiple drones around the ring!
You don't need to investigate.
The ring seems to have activated.
So that
I'll
thing's
probably
a
get
time
things from
machine.
Drones are coming out of the ring!
Enemy ships appearing from the ring.
We believe that the ship came from the future.
A ship that travels across time. A time machine.
A ship from 100,000 years in the future. It requires the ring act as a waypoint in order to avoid a disaster that would span the infinite stretches of time.
In order to maintain our forces, they have to be able to travel to exact points in time.
Traveling 100,000 years is sure to lead to errors in calculation. That's why they need the ring.
Pokemon community game A Wild Espar appears catch it using Poke Catch, winners revealed in 90s.
The weak spot is directly beneath it. Get closer.
Pokemon community game Espar escaped. No one caught it.
If it breaks, they'll lose control of the time machine and it will self-destruct.
control unit at half damage.
We won't go back in time now. The accident was just a fluke. It won't happen again. There's no knowing what happens from here on.
You destroyed the ring! Humanity wins! The ring has started tilting! It's losing balance! It's gonna crash! It's crashing! Storm Team, get out of there! The ring is spinning!
The ring is rotating. It seems to be rolling top over bottom.
This is all news to me. So if it weren't for that accident, we never could have taken down the ring.
There's a red thing on the bottom part of the ring. It's just like the control unit we destroyed.
So the ring has 2 control units. Move forward with the plan. Our target is the second control unit. Attack the glowing red part.
Calculating position based on diameter and angle. 500 meters to the new weak spot. Cannon has been deployed from the ring.
Our intel was correct, but we didn't foresee the timing.
Evolved enemy ship detected! The enemy is activating their teleportation devices! Androids are coming down from the ring! Grenadiers!
Android Grenadiers, incoming!
They probably want to eliminate ground units to protect the ring.
So the strategy is to go straight to the explosives. They're sending in one weapon after another. To defend the ring, I imagine. So you're saying we have to take the whole thing out?
Once partially destroyed, it will stop attacking to rebuild. That's its only weakness. This wasn't expected. We can't handle much more.
We still got a soldier yet fighting.
Successfully destroyed the control unit. Taking out the second one should be doable too.
Things aren't looking very good, though.
We've got an expert at this strategy.
Yes, I was thinking the same thing.
An object is coming in fast! Appears to be an evolved enemy ship!
Damn it.
Second control unit has been hit. The situation is looking bad. We might need to prepare for the worst.
I never imagined it'd turn out like this.
Made it in time! Now within range for submarine carrier support.
Epimetheus, coming to surface.
machine still seems to be functioning.
The ring somehow didn't crash. It's struggling to maintain balance.
So it can still fly?
The ring has stopped at the horizon. Multiple cannons have appeared.
I didn't know it could deploy so many cannons at once.
Attack the cannons.
This is more than we can deal with. This thing's got incredible defenses.
Look at the weapons. We'd better be extremely careful.
Please aim for its green glowing point.
That's what we call the object floating in the middle of the ring. The outer wall of the spinel is open. It's the first time this has ever been observed.
Considering its central location, it must be an important device. And since it's currently activated, that means the time machine is in an unstable condition. The device is operating at full power and thereby keeping the time machine functional. That's the most sensible explanation.
If that's true, the spinel is the ring's weak point.
So if we destroy the spinel, the ring will fall. Is that what you mean? Storm team, aim for the floating object at the center of the ring. That's its weak point.
Try to shoot inside where the spinel is deployed. Spinel has been hit. Androids appearing from the ring. High mobility androids.
Their defenses are solid. The ring's not supposed to be a battleship, right?
We shouldn't underestimate what the ring can do.
They've been keeping an arsenal of weapons in the future to protect their precious ring. But these are emergency measures. This isn't how the time machine is supposed to be used. They're desperate.
Pokemon community game A Wild Blitzle appears catch it using Hove Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
It started shelling us! The basic shape is the same. We can assume that it will also continue to function once partially destroyed. But then it will need time to reconfigure itself.
Pokemon community game Blitzle escaped. No one caught it.
And still, one soldier is out there fighting, even now.
It's just a matter of time.
The time machine is reaching its limit. A link will break soon.
Helicopters are headed to this area. They're a special unit of commandos. The time machine's emitting a strange light. What's going on?
The time machine's beginning to lose control. Enemies appearing from the ring! The future primers are falling into chaos. They're sending any troop they can get their hands on.
Storm team, the enemy is heading down. Commando 1, descending. Commando 2, descending.
Wait a minute. There's something in the sky.
What's that?
A hole in the sky.
A wormhole.
We will support you.
I've been told you can also use the watchtower on the west side of the base to contact the target. Just climb up there and
Finally a demon! A real honest to goodness demon! My whole life trying to summon a demon, and I finally did it. Would you look at that?
Nice.
Wow, yes. You summon me
Son, how's it
to fix,
maybe if we get
to fix
get
your
enough-
TV.
if we get
Okay.
enough choice for the I don't care what we play music.
Alright, you're with it. Right.
That thing is officially our enemy. All units, initiate attack.
It must be from the future too!
As soon as we destroy the ring, a new threat shows up!
We think that's the Primus ship for time travel.
They had this and the ring. They're coming in for the attack!
Retreat!
There's a weapon on the bow of the ship. Teams in front of the ship's bow should either retreat or hide.
I can't see far enough!
It's over 1 kilometer. A giant ship beyond anything seen so far. A very long-range weapon will be necessary to shoot it from the ground.
Ko-fi Streambot. Visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL Kaito Destiny Ko-fi Streambot, Ko-fi Streambot. Welcome to my channel. At Kaito Destiny Ko-fi Streambot, Ko-fi Streambot. Welcome to my channel.
There's something like a cannon on the side of the ship's bow.
Wisebot 8 viewers, plus 2, alarm clock 8 hours 5 minutes and 33 seconds.
100, who knows how many years later.
What?
The primers who sent the ring must have shared their failure. That's why they made a new ship for time travel afterwards, whether 10 or 100 years later.
So, it's from the post-ring future?
It must be made with even more advanced technology than the ring. Truly fearsome.
Enemy ship slightly damaged. There's a teleportation device on the side of the ship.
So if we destroy this, won't they just send something else from even further in the future?
Yes. In another 10 or 100 years, the primers will make a new weapon and send it to you. We won't stop until they do. We're not just fighting the primers from a certain era. We're fighting all primers that ever existed.
All primers from every period in time. There's no way we can win. They'll try again no matter how many times they lose. The war will continue for an eternity until the primers win. What's humanity supposed to do? Victory is technically impossible.
Enemy ship moderately damaged. Drones appearing from enemy ship. Enemy ship majorly damaged.
We really did. Their ship's changing! What happened?
No way. What the hell is that?
It's like an alien.
Don't tell me it's the God. A god coming down from a golden ship. I've heard a legend like that. That is a god.
Don't be stupid.
There was wreckage from an alien spacecraft discovered in the mountains of India from thousands of years ago.
That's why the EDF was created.
The primers have been coming to Earth for a very, very long time. Humanity believed them to be gods and created legends about them. We knew the primer civilization had lasted for thousands of years, but now it hits home that they really traveled across time to get here. In other words, the gods are still alive today. For the primer species,
Pokemon community game A Wild Punch Aim appears catch it using Poke Catch, winners revealed in 90s.
We have to fight it if we want to survive.
it breaks with light and dances in the sky, just like the legends say. Launch Operation Omega. rocket loaded with hazardous chemical substances was sent to Mars. We will detonate it.
To Mars? Why would you do that?
To destroy our future foes. That's his proposed plan. But if you do that... The rocket contains a massive amount of toxic pollutants.
Pokemon community game Punch Aim escaped. No one caught it.
Poison that cannot be purified. It should have a major impact on life there. Most likely be unable to evolve. Or, even if it does, it will be different than what we've seen.
In other words, it'll be like the primers never existed. The White are not just combatants, but the entire species and civilians. Do we have the right to do such a thing?
We sure do. After what they did to my wife.
Your family is still alive.
They are now. If we hesitate, they'll be killed again. The war is going in humanity's favor. Everyone thinks so. But it's not. My wife was killed over and over again. Over and over and over. Millions, if not billions of people have been killed. We have to let them pay.
The rocket has already reached Mars. Now we initiate the destruction sequence.
Once you know the future, it becomes possible to change it. The primers never should have let us find out they exist. A fatal error. Civilization no longer exists.
But our enemies, they're still here.
It's very strange. Primers are erased from history. They should be extinct.
just happened?
Or from extinct. They grow even stronger.
Approaching the enemy. Yes, sir.
Let's do it! Launch spears! Yes, sir!
Sensor at detected enemies. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir!
More aliens.
I see. So this thing has become the embodiment of all primers.
What?
A time paradox. Launching an attack on Mars created a definitive contradiction in the timeline.
If primers don't exist, the war wouldn't have happened and humanity wouldn't have nuked Mars. Then the primers would have ended up being born on Mars and attacking humanity. A paradox.
This distortion must be corrected. In order to return to normal, time must choose a side. Humanity or the primers.
Why do you say that?
One remains and one is gone, thus removing the contradiction.
You're saying time itself is gonna erase either them or us?
Exactly. The scales will tilt in favor of one or the other. It is the one selected by time, the very embodiment of the primers. Who survives and who goes extinct? Now is the time to decide.
That's the representative of the primers then.
If we lose, humanity disappears.
being teleported.
Kraken are coming!
They're like ghosts who've been removed from the flow of time. If they continue to exist, a time paradox will occur. So go exorcise them.
Storm team. Numerous casualties.
They can't fight much more without backup.
Pokemon community gamer Wild Pidgeotto appears catch it using Poke Cash, winners revealed in 90s. Pokemon community game Pidgeotto escaped. No one caught it.
primers are no more. How will humanity walk forth? Now that we know the future, it's up to us to decide. You changed everything. I give you my deepest gratitude.
Me too. Thank you.
Same for me. I really appreciate it.
I appreciate it too. I really do. Thank you.
At last, the battle is over. The planet is awash in mourning. Many has lost 30% of its total population, but we also gained something. Brought their science and technology. With their advanced technology, the human race is sure to make leaps and bounds. Primers are gone, and no more will come from Mars. Knowing the future, humanity is ready to take the next step. I saw it. Our world dying. People dying. Over and over again.
It will show that. Okay, maybe.
And yet,
If I'm here?
still said it.
That doesn't look anything close to
There
it,
is hope.
You know, you didn't have to be so.
I will try. I'm stuck in the puzzle!
Don't you know I'm a see?
There is hope. Chaos will come to an end. Evil will not spread, and violence will not prevail. New justice shall be hailed, and order shall be returned to people. None of that was wrong. That's exactly what happened.
I have no idea how I solve it, but
Why was this fate that I was?
We knew this would happen all along. Why? Because you are here.
You know how hard I'm trying.
Protector of people. Defender of peace. And champion of this planet. You are. EDF.
What happened? Oh, I gotta look at it again? What do you mean?
No, I'm gonna have to fight.
Okay.
There we go, folks.
Power on. And that, oh, it would have the energy.
I don't need another.
Oh my god, that is. And I cannot run. Okay.
I already have this one. This is called the Bell Eater. So my question is it a Bell Beast Eater?
I thought I already solved this. Oh, yeah, I see it. I gotta solve it again. Okay.
Well, everyone, that will be pretty much it.
Don't worry, y'all. It might take us. It might take us a little bit to get this done, sorted out. This is not good. Could you imagine not being able to get this right? Where am I looking for?
Shit. Where did he go?
If you don't rescue your Velpies, because clearly this is what I'm doing, rescuing my Velpies. Like, I have no...
What do I do? Wait!
I have no reason to think otherwise.
I don't think it's...
Yeah, why'd you do that?
I am sure that I can come in again.
But if you don't do something right away, I wonder if you lose your Velpies like forever.
Ko-fi Streambot. Visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
Just stop taking the bed! Okay, don't look at it. Okay, so where do we put that code?
The question is, how many...
Oh, okay. We got it. We're in keeping. Yeah.
How many of these things are
I need the energy drink.
because...
Such is not doing his job. Okay. Go. 07 and X. 07 and X. It doesn't have O. Could it be on verse?
I was like, something's wrong.
Yeah, son. Oh yeah, we can pass it on. Damn it, controller. Let go, controller. Ah! Oh, this is hard. Okay, we got that, and I need 07. Oh, let me send it from the other side.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are gonna go read out.
07.
Find ourselves a raid target. Let's see. We got 1, 2, 3. Don't know if that one's going to be able to stay on. So there are 2 issues. Alright, we're gonna go raid this select person. They're playing a horror game, and let's see what it's called. Oh, my TV, okay. So we're gonna go raid try and give her lots of love for a big fucking people around. Playing a horror game, so let's go give her that support she deserves. And terrorize her too with her redeems. So, everyone, thank you all very much for being part of the stream and hanging out and lurking and all that good stuff. We had fun on Ark. We finished Earth Defense Force 6. So, I do wish you all the best. So please take care, stay safe, stay happy, hydrated. And I'll see you all again next time. See you soon. Wish you all the best. Take care, everyone. Bye bye.